sitting here on heaven's steps. If minutes is millenniums, there's only seconds left. They chasing a meal, eat a slug before they second breath. If they make it to the table, fine, there's only seconds left. What you expect to get or recollect from those who never represent heaven? Send a teacher. If I'm speaking, it's a lesson and it's completed. Infinite evidence placed within the grace that is measureless, measured by what could never be measured with. They say we gotta see it, take a hike, never buy what they peddling. You can keep it. Plenty liars and stick with the penmanship. Put me in the Coliseum with the red letters that pray I stay strong. Even if they bear arms on your boy, call me the Reverend. Son of the Father, servant, staying true to his purpose. Pray to Yahweh alone and find rest in his worship. I look through the throne whenever I'm stressing, I'm worried. He leads me by the still waters, I'm never hurried. If they ask where I'm at, tell them I'm right here. I stand beside a giant that resides no fear. Oh no, I never ride so low. I hear them cry, hold on, we gon' fly. Aye, 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 aye. On cloud now, we go so high. Can't bring us down, we so fly. Hold on, I know it won't be long until we see his face. It was well worth the wait when we meet him in the sky.
Our people perish due to lack of knowledge, not of macroeconomics, but of God's solid promise. More relevant today than it can never be tomorrow. And we don't fear your pistol, so that tip you want is hollow. Hoping the resurrection, so that pit you dig is shallow. Reaching for it's easy, cause the best of leaders follow. Call me the harbinger, tool in the hand of the carpenter. That is stereotypes in the way that they like to market us. Fist up for my people that ain't pride, it's solidarity. Truth is a rarity, we don't deal with your relativity. We want for certain, and we don't want your bread and circus. Power the eyes, people with implication and purpose. Bigger than pound symbols and phrases without spaces. Timelines updated with prophetic application. Grinding from the basement, but we always been fly. Reaching for that maturation, cloud 7, 8.
If they ask where I'm at, tell them I'm right here. I stand beside a giant that resides no fear. Oh no, I never ride so low. I hear them cry, hold on, we gon' fly. Aye, 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 aye. On cloud now, we go so high. Can't bring us down, we so fly. Hold on, I know it won't be long until we see his face. It was well worth the wait when we meet him. If they ask where I'm at, tell them I'm right here. I stand beside a giant that resides no fear. Oh no, I never ride so low. I hear them cry, hold on, we gon' fly. Aye, 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 aye. On cloud now, we go so high. Can't bring us down, we so fly. Hold on, I know it won't be long until we see his face. It was well worth the wait when we meet him in the sky.
Welcome, dear viewers, to FIBA Esports Open 3 here, the third and final iteration in FIBA Esports Open, where national federations from across the globe are challenging each other in a series of games to find out who is going to be the strongest nation within their own respective regions. My name is Renars, and alongside with me is none other than Chris.
It is brilliant to be back on the desk with you. You are my favorite caster to sit alongside. Sorry, Linhardt, but look, absolutely loving it. I'm happy to be your sidekick, your wingman yet again. No better man. Can't think of a better way to be spending my Sunday. Please don't tell the wife. Delighted to be back here, FIBA Esports Open 3 action, and we have a stacked day of action right here.
Absolutely true. This is the day when we're already going to find out some of the winners in the conferences that are taking place, but a bit more about that later on. Firstly, we still need to give a huge thank you to FIBA and NBA 2K, firstly, for coming together, creating this pilot project. Now, this is the final version of the final iteration of FIBA Esports Open 3 here, but as they say themselves,
we have been told, literally, air quotes, more to come. So the final pilot program, but plenty more to come, rest assured.
That is absolutely true. So the players today, same as yesterday for anyone who was watching, are going to be playing from the comfort of their homes, and the game will be played on NBA 2K21 in a little thing called the Pro-Am mode.
Yeah, exactly. The Pro-Am mode is brilliant. It's 5v5, which means we have 5 e-athletes from each nation representing their country, and each of them controlling an avatar on the floor. And it's also a brilliant game mode, Pro-Am, in terms of customization. Yes. So customizing the arena and also customizing those jerseys, the drip, the swag, the bling on the players. We've seen some fantastic examples of that already this weekend. Expect more. I think Ivory Coast might have been winning at the moment. Probably the jersey color combination, but plenty more to come. And that's what's great about the Pro-Am mode.
Yeah, so deeply customizable, and all players are controlled, all avatars are controlled by real players from the comfort of their homes there. Now, I did mention that the players are joining in from across the globe here, so let's have a look at the global map and let everyone know where these players are coming from. And for some of that might be just tuning in just now for the very first time in the FIBA Esports Open, we have divided these players into geographic regions, and there's a good reason why is that.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see we have North and Central America Conference, South America, European, Middle East, Africa, and Southeast Asia. And the simple reason for that is the interest of fairness. So whenever you do connect to an online game, there is always going to be a slight delay. However, if you minimize that distance geographically and group the countries together in conferences, it basically leads to a level playing field, and that is exactly why they are grouped into those conferences. And as you can see there, pretty much the entire globe is represented right here.
Yep.
And that is absolutely brilliant. 60 different national basketball federations participating in the FIBA Esports Open 3. That is absolutely huge.
Yeah, we've grown a lot over these 3 iterations. We started with 17, bumped up to 36, and now we're at the 60 mark, and I can't really imagine what the future holds for us here. But speaking about the future, things are moving forward in the technology world as well. So we have a few conferences that are playing on current generation consoles, and some of them are playing on next generation consoles. In simple terms, current generation conferences simply mean that those teams will be playing on PlayStation 4s, and next generation conferences are the countries that are going to be playing on the PlayStation 5 consoles, those lucky ones that were able to obtain them.
Absolutely. And I love this graphic right here, but please, folks at home, do not cut your controllers in half. That would be disastrous.
Yeah. I can tell you there's not much interesting stuff inside, to be honest. It's quite simple. So, all right, let's have a closer look at the conferences that are actually participating here, and perhaps a reminder as well to anyone tuning in for the second time here, the Southeast Asia Conference taking place over this weekend. That is from the 16th till the 18th of April. We had 2 groups here. Each group had 3 countries in them. And accordingly, in Group A, we had Maldives, Philippines, Vietnam. And Group B contains Indonesia, Mongolia, and Sri Lanka. And I mean, there already have games have taken place in the group stage. That was back on Friday. Yesterday, we had the semifinals, so we already know which 2 countries are going to advance here. But I think it's only fair if we talk about this later on when we're going to have a look at the bracket.
Absolutely. We can have a look at the group results and the bracket as well. I mean, exciting stuff. What's brilliant here is, though, we have 2 returning very, very experienced teams in the Philippines and Indonesia, but also 4 newcomers. Their first time participating at a FIBA Esports Open here, and it was just great to see them participating and also participating well. But then moving on to the next conference, we have the Middle East Conference again, very similar to Southeast Asia. We have 2 groups, Group A and a Group B, 6 participating teams, and there in Group A we have Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Syria, and then in Group B we have Bahrain, Lebanon, and the United Arab Emirates. And Saudi Arabia looking to do the three-peat. Again, we'll get to the bracket later, that they are 2-time returning and defending champions, and Lebanon twice runners-up. But we do have 4 newcomers there, Kuwait, Syria, Bahrain, and the United Arab Emirates, and they have not disappointed.
Yeah, I literally took words out of my mouth. Really, I mean, I'm very impressed so far with the performances that we saw yesterday. And to anyone wondering, you actually can tune in on, have a look at the replays as well, if you're keen on that. Let's have a look at the next conference. That is the Africa Conference here, also taking place over this weekend. And again, 2 groups, 3 countries in each of those. Group A has Ivory Coast, Egypt, and Tunisia. And Group B has Gabon, Madagascar, and Togo. And I believe you, Chris, already had a nice look there yesterday at the Africa Games.
Yeah, that was brilliant. And of course, we have returning champion in Ivory Coast, and they are looking strong. We'll get to those results. Gabon also returning for some action before newcomers once again in Egypt, Tunisia, Madagascar, and Togo. Again, really fantastic, and we'll get to it a little bit later, but we're definitely going to have one of the new contenders in the final no matter what. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, and it's always pleasant to see, you know, fresh players on the board and bringing us perhaps new twists and turns to the game itself. Let's move on to the biggest conference that we have, and that is the Europe Current Generation Conference. That's going to take place over the next weekend, so from the 23rd till the 25th of April. And again, we'll remind you quickly here, these are the teams that are going to be playing with PlayStation 4 consoles. And we have 4 groups of 4 countries in each of those. So Group A has Estonia, Ireland, Latvia, and Poland. Group B has Andorra, Armenia, Russia, and Ukraine.
That's right. And in Group C, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Cyprus, Iceland, and Serbia. And in Group D, Austria, Lithuania, Montenegro, and Portugal.
Yeah, and an interesting fact about this conference in particular is the fact that none of the countries that you see here in this conference have previously won the European conferences back in FIBA Esports Open 1 or 2. So no matter how this conference will play out, we will have a brand new champion to crown. And that's always exciting because really a lot can happen here.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that they all have to be backing themselves at this stage. Obviously, some brand newcomers who haven't participated at FIBA Esports Open in the past, in the likes of Estonia, Poland, Iceland, Serbia, Andorra, Armenia, and Montenegro, but also then some returning faces. Russia have placed 3rd previously, so you got to keep an eye on them.
Yep.
Austria looked pretty mean, and I got to say, Ireland looked good and have definitely been busy on the social media front. So look, it's going to be fascinating. Again, that's next weekend. We got a whole weekend of action there. I can't wait to get to that. It's going to be very, very fun.
Well, that's not the only conferences we'll be looking at over the next weekend. We have the North and Central America Current Generation Conference as well, taking place over the 23rd to the 25th of April. 4 countries here, that is Barbados, Costa Rica, Honduras, and Mexico. And, well, 2 of these countries already have participated before as well.
Yeah, so Costa Rica and Honduras, they've been to the big dance before, so they have that experience under the belt. Barbados and Mexico are the newcomers, and it's going to be interesting. Once again, no previous champions in this particular conference, which means we'll have a brand new champ crowned, which is massive for one of these 4 nations. And we'll actually, the stream will be up without us on the desk for the group stages. However, on Sunday, we will be on the desk and casting for the grand final of this conference right here. Best of 3, going to be very exciting.
Yeah, just tuning in for the very best parts.
Absolutely. But look, we get a week off after that, okay? And then we have the European Next Generation Conference on the 7th to the 9th of May. Some very familiar faces here, some heavy hitters, without a doubt, and 3 groups. here, a Group A, a Group B, and a Group C. And in Group A, we have Denmark, Slovenia, Switzerland, Turkey. Group B, Spain, France, Germany, Luxembourg. Group C, Belgium, Great Britain, and Italy. And we know these guys.
Exactly. The thing to note here that both Turkey and Italy have previously already once won the European Conference. In Group B, we have Spain and Germany that have been the according runner-ups for the previous iterations of FIBA Esports Open. So I think this is going to be a very intense conference in general to follow along.
Yep.
Because all the games are going to essentially feel like grand finals probably between these guys. So it's going to be incredibly interesting to see how this plays out here on a big scene, especially considering that there's still a group stage initially and then the playoffs start, and I feel like the playoffs are just going to be intense.
I think we do need to give a special mention to France. So bonjour, ça va, because they are participating for the first time, and we're looking to take that march down the Champs-Élysées.
All right, well, 2 more conferences to cover here. The South America Conference is next, also taking place over that 7th to 9th May weekend. 2 groups, 7 countries in total. And in Group A, we have Argentina, Colombia, Guyana, and Uruguay. And in Group B, we have Brazil, Chile, and Venezuela. And there's plenty of experience here as well in terms of previously participated teams.
Yeah, what's interesting, Argentina looking to three-peat again, like Saudi Arabia early. So they're champions from the 2 previous FIBA Esports Opens. But we have a second place, a former runner-up in Uruguay, a former runner-up in Brazil, and of course then probably the crowd favorite, Venezuela, whose mascot is the team captain's dog who sits on the couch next to him during all the games. A Disney movie waiting to be made. Fantastic stuff.
Just probably because of the dog back then was my favorite interview we've done so far.
I think so. But that is going to be 7th to 9th of May. Yes. A fantastic conference as well there, South America. But then we have one more conference. It's the North American Next Generation. And we have 4 teams participating here. Canada, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, and USA. And my word, that is going to be fireworks right here.
Exactly. USA previously won this conference, but Dominican Republic and both Puerto Rico really put up a very, very fair fight, I would say, and it was extremely close game. So,
and even the Canadians as well.
Yeah.
We have them, from our notes here, they came 4th, but there is nothing between these 4 teams. This could go any way, and make sure you are tuned into the group stages on the 7th, and then us on the desk here, May 9th, Sunday, May 9th. Yeah. It's going to be a phenomenal grand final, best of 3.
You're absolutely correct as well. We're just going to tune in for the grand finals here. So, we get straight to the point pretty much and straight into the dessert. Let's have a look at today's schedule and what we are going to see today. The reason why everyone has tuned in, and we're going to kick things off with the Southeast Asia Grand Finals. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, both Philippines and Indonesia for the 3rd time in a row are going to meet in the Grand Finals, and we will have to find out which of these 2 will be able to crown themselves as the winners. Obviously, Philippines previously have done that once. Second time around, they were the runner-ups, and Indonesia, well, only in the runner-up position, so perhaps this time around things will change. After that, though, we will see another grand final, and that's going to be for the Middle East Conference, where Saudi Arabia not going to play against Lebanon. Right. They're going to play against Bahrain, who put up an insane performance yesterday.
The newcomers, and it bears mentioning the times you're seeing on the left of the matches there are local times, which means you could set your reminder, set that alarm, make sure, it's Sunday. Everybody should be chillaxing on a Sunday anyway, but make sure you get the dog walked, the chores done, whatever you got to do. Book a babysitter, kick your feet up, and enjoy those matches. But then we'll have the Africa Conference semifinal number 2, which we did promise last night, and that was going to be scheduled for today. We've got Madagascar versus Egypt. 2 newcomers, again, local times on the left, and that TBD, that to be determined for the Africa Grand Final. Ivory Coast are waiting to see who they're going to dance with in that final, and that is going to be a very entertaining final game for the day.
Yeah, so obviously, regardless, so it really depends on whoever wins between Madagascar and Egypt, and that is the country that Ivory Coast is going to face each other. Quick reminder, guys, as well, all of the streams can be viewed on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Choose whichever platform is more to your own liking. And, of course, use that hashtag FIBA Esports Open if you're sharing info on how you are viewing this amazing event. Now, we need to have a look at the Southeast Asia graphics, playoff and standings overall to just give a bigger picture about how this all panned out. So this is from Friday, and this is the group stage, okay? So in Group A, we can see that both Philippines and Vietnam were able to advance. Maldives, this time around, we're just here for the experience ride.
Yeah, and look, I just want to give a shout out to the fans and the players from the Maldives. What we've already seen in terms of team progression is the experience really paying off. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to call your games this weekend, but it's great that you participated. And then likewise in Group B, we see Indonesia and Mongolia making their way through. Sri Lanka, commiserations. However, that first big stage tournament that you're participating in, again, thank you to FIBA, 2K, and all of the National Basketball Federations, all 60 of them who are participating here. The most important thing is that you participate. You start to build an esports apparatus,
yes,
that your players can develop in and build upon these performances. And it was really great to see the two newcomers, Vietnam and Mongolia, put up good fights as well. As we have a look at the brackets a little bit later on there, really good to see the newcomers flexing a little bit on the global stage.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's how Friday finished off, and this is what happened yesterday. So we had the Southeast Asia semifinals number 1, where Philippines went head-to-head against Mongolia, and this time around we're able to best them in the first game, 95-35.
Yep.
A very impressive lead. Second time around, it was a lot closer game, and I would say the first game, probably a bit nerves involved being on the big stage. I think that's one thing definitely that we cannot disregard here. And look, the second game score shows.
That second game, Mongolia versus Philippines, with about 90 seconds left, a minute and a half in the fourth quarter, it was all tied up.
Yeah.
And Mongolia even had a shot where they could have taken the lead at one point late in the fourth. The Philippines showing, their pedigree, showing calm under pressure, grace under fire, and really just icing out the game to win by 6. And it's such that is such a handful of possessions right there. A very, very tight game. But then we saw on the other side Indonesia really probably easily deal with Vietnam at this tournament. Vietnam did have a few moments. We saw some glimpses of brilliance from them right there. But it is going to be in the grand final here today. The familiar foes, they know each other so well, and you can see how much it means to them from the interviews and the preparation that is going in, the late nights, the sleepless nights. These really are e-athletes training just as much as IRL athletes and studying the tape. And these two nations, a lot of pride on the line right here.
A lot of pride, and I think Indonesia probably are more motivated than Philippines before, just off the fact that Indonesia, never really had the chance here so far to actually be the first one. So, I think the amount of preparation Indonesia is going to put into this is going to be off the charts, but of course Philippines as well. They should recognize the fact that, there's someone's out there to get you. And if that's the case, you really want to be prepared for everything. Both of these countries know each other's play styles pretty well, to my understanding. And especially we spoke about this back in FIBA Esports Open 1 and 2 as well in the interviews with the players themselves. Like they're quite familiar with each other. And I think it makes for even a better story here, just because if you know who you're rubbing shoulders with, it only makes it more interesting.
Look, there's zero animosity between the teams. There's a lot of mutual respect there. I think the expression when you're running a race is that you don't, especially if you come second a lot, you get runner-up, you don't hate the guy in front of you. You just hate looking at his back.
You use him as a motivational tool.
Yeah, and you need to just, overtake him and be standing on that podium, in first place. And look, that's exactly what they're looking to do. It's an absolute coin toss. It could go either way.
And especially considering the fact that, of course, this is a best-of-3 series. So either country needs to obtain 2 wins in a series of 3 games in order to crown themselves the winners. And obviously, at the end of it as well, we will choose the MVP. from the winning team, who is going to be crowned the most valuable player, and he's going to receive a brand new Tissot watch
right there on the wrist.
To put on his wrist.
I
have a watch.
I still haven't got mine yet, so I'm still waiting for that. But yes, somebody will be getting some IRL bling. The MVP from the winning team, and we actually we have both the honor but arduous task of selecting the MVP. It's never easy, but this is where chat, you come in. It is an, streaming is interactive for a reason. You need to be spamming your country's flags. You need to be spamming the name of who you think the MVP should be and helping us out a little bit, because we will be hearing from our team as well. So you're able to, maybe slightly influence the impact there. I'm just saying. So help us out.
Well, I mean, we've been looking closely at the statistics so far and watching how both of these countries are performing here. So we have a bit of an idea already. We're not going to spill the beans just yet as to who might receive that prize. But I think a lot rides here on this grand final, because grand finals is an absolutely different animal on its own, right? Semi-final games, playoff stages, group stages, that's one thing. But once you're in the grand finals, and yes, semi-finals, grand finals both have a best of 3 series here. It's just a different level of responsibility, and I think that's really what diamonds are created under pressure.
This is true, and let the lads shine. It kind of I think warrants mentioning that it is a big stage. The spotlight is there. There's nowhere to hide. A lot of months worth of preparation, countless hours in the virtual gym and communicating with one another, working on that training is all coming down to this and this best of 3 finals. So it's a fantastic format. I love that, each team is going to basically get one host connection, and I think it's going to be fantastic to see what happens.
All right. Well, I think it's a good time as any to introduce you, dear viewers, to our stars of the show that are going to be representing their countries here on the side of Indonesia. We have Lebrar, Lordi, Dog's Eyes, Julie Az, and C2S.
Yeah, that's right. Familiar names right there, and we'll break that down in just a moment. But the Philippines as well: Shintaro, El Chapo, Costa, Rayal, and Izzo. And we have called a lot of these players' names in the past at previous iterations of the FIBA Esports Open, and we're here at FIBA Esports Open number 3, and I got to tell you, they are all incredibly talented players at their positions, and there's even some of them who switch it up. Truly, as for example, the captain for Indonesia can play on a kind of different avatar at times, where he also plays as a big man and just eats up the paint. And Shintaro, of course, point guard for the Philippines. Sometimes he makes the most ridiculous and difficult shots look incredibly easy, and they're not. They're not. And he makes it look easy.
And at times it feels like he can shoot pretty much from anywhere.
Yeah.
Now, one difference that I noticed here on the Philippines side in comparison to yesterday, Izzo is not on the lineup here. It's El Chapo, so they switched out their center, their paint beast avatar over to El Chapo, who is also a power forward. So technically still roughly similar capabilities, but the styles and the approach might change here a bit. And I do wonder, well, clearly it's a conscious choice, but as to, was it more just circumstance, or is this a game plan that's taking place here?
Well, I think it's probably game plan.
Oh, sorry, Izzo is there. Sorry, I'm blind.
No, that's quite all right. Yeah, we can see Izzo. That's okay. And look, but the important thing to note here is that there are benches.
Yes.
And most of these national esport 2K teams, or digital basketball teams, do have a bench that goes at least 3 deep, so kind of 8 players that they use in rotation, and that can definitely factor into it. And I think we're probably going to see that today. We even saw Ivory Coast try a couple of different combinations there yesterday. I could definitely see it happening, and I think communication and that quick decision making, I don't envy them, let's put it that way, because they're in between the game. If you drop a game, you might need to change something up. Likewise, if you're up a game but you feel as though there's a weakness, you that the other team is identified and about to take advantage of, you might need to mix it up. So it's a fast-moving game of chess, on and off the court.
And, look, I'm now looking at the Indonesia's lineup there as well, and they have 3-point guards on the court. So, they're probably going to be playing around that 3-point line quite a lot here.
Yeah.
And that's one thing the Philippines will need to take into account and to control. But here we have already the first fans appeared in chat, and the spam is on.
Oh, yeah. They are putting our mods to work, and that is A-okay with me. Feel free. You have our permission as the casters, okay? And only because they can't come and get angry at us live on stream anyway. You have our permission to really give the mods a hard time. Spam those country flags. Spam which player you think is going to be taking home the MVP. Remember, they have to win pretty much is kind of our blanket rule, and they have to have an amazing performance in the finals. Best of 3 series here. Do you have a pick? We are allowed. We must remain impartial and not play favorites. But we're allowed to make picks as well. Do you have a pick?
I'm going to go straight up and say it. I feel like the third time is the charm here, and I really think that Indonesia are going to take this one.
Oh, there we go.
I know Philippines. I saw yesterday Philippines' performance, and without a doubt, it's not going to be easy for Indonesia. But I think that they have it this time.
This could be a tournament of first. Well, look, in terms of a tournament of firsts, Saudi Arabia were nearly upset by Lebanon yesterday as well. Okay, Lebanon took game 1 in the semifinal and ended up losing 2 in a row there to Saudi Arabia. And they showed that they had the hearts and the determination of champions. And so, just to keep it interesting, I think the Philippines are going to come back and flex and probably get it done as well. But as you said, I really want everyone to have at least once that first place title,
Yeah,
I understand. To share the love a little bit, I am predicting a game 3, though. Let's put it that way.
For sure. I'm expecting this to go all the way, and it's going to be close as well. We saw even overtime yesterday.
Yep. I was about to say, I think we might even see our first double overtime of the FIBA Esports Open 3.
Potentially.
So, this is going to be incredibly tight. 2 absolute powerhouses in terms of international e-basketball going at it here today. It is going to be incredibly special. And some of these players, are already having MVP performances. Now is their time to shine on the big stage.
And I think previously as well, I can't really recall, but I'm pretty sure we... Shintaro was the one last time we picked for Philippines.
Yep.
If my memory does not deceive me, but it's been a while though, so there's a lot of events in the middle here. But who cares about the past? Really, it's about what's going to happen right now. We're just waiting for the players to join the server and making sure that everyone is comfortable with what their game performance is.
They're basically in the virtual tunnel right now. Yeah. Okay, I mean they
probably final talks are being. Put into place, that the final brushing off of the nerves, and let's just see.
Oh, here they come, coming out of the tunnel. It's going to be Indonesia in the red.
Indonesia in the red, and I presume Philippines are going to be in the white. Look, this has been a long time coming. Both of these teams know what it means to be in the grand finals in the Southeast Asia time and time and time again here. And as I said, Philippines in your whites here. Easy to follow and very keen to see what sort of momentum is going to take place from the very get-go, because I'm pretty sure both teams really, what we've seen so far is that teams are very keen to start to play on a very fast pace in order to get that early advantage and then just hold on to that lead that you obtain, not necessarily having that scrappy style. And there you have it. That is Indonesia kicking things off here. In possession of the ball is C2S on the three-point line. Already a screen being set up for him. What a quick pass. Julius with a quick slam dunk to open things up. And those are the first points of the day.
There you go. Truly, making a truly emphatic statement right there with a big dunk and a good, scrappy, sticky defense right here from Indonesia as well. The Philippines working an open shot. And, of course, that's just nothing but net right there. So, 2 apiece right here.
2 apiece, 2 easy ones, I would say. Just no real room for error there as well. And I can't say that there's a huge amount of pressure. You can definitely see that Philippines are playing more offensively here on their defense. So
yeah, I was
they
about to say
playing that press, really.
They're utilizing that half-court trap in the opponent's half as Dog Eyes tries to drop it in. He missed. Who's going to end up with this? But a good offensive rebound here for Lode. There you go. C2S is going to reset it here. Yeah, they're trying that trap, except actually, oh, that's a three. That's green. That's in. Beautiful. Indonesia used a real-life basketball tactic there with the big man in the middle of the court to break the press. So once you do that a few times to a team, they normally back off. Here comes Shintaro. Great cut to the bucket for Ryle. Big block.
That misses. Izzo there with the rebound. Custer now as well. Could have finished the job. Decides to walk out and play this one out. Is Shintaro now in position? He's going to be looking for that three for sure. No, instead it's going to be Izzo and another huge block.
Two massive rejections. Return to sender. Indonesia flexing defensively early on in this one. Philippines have a game on their hands.
Dog's Eyes now wants to set up a play here. You can see Philippines really active on their defense. Don't really want to give those openings, but he finds one anyway. Lordy with the rebound.
Look, 3 players there, 3 players from Indonesia crashing the boards offensively. That is really, really interesting. They're leaving themselves. There's green from C2. Beautiful.
Beautiful timing there as well. Last 2 seconds remaining. Finds that a clear pathway.
And we've got an
wide open shot.
An 8-2 early lead. I like this timeout from the Philippines. That is a savvy veteran move. Interesting, kind of high pressure defense to a certain extent, but not really trapping from Indonesia. That's a good cut right there and an easy dunk.
Yeah.
And look, take your points while they're on offer, right?
Really, and I mean, Izzo was just waiting for those 2 defensive players to take one step closer to the three-point line so he can just run past them. That was the plan there. But now Truly Az is going to give it over to Dog's Eyes. So far, so good in the three-point department. Can he go for 2? It's going to be LeBron from the left-hand side corner to rattle it home. And it's already 11-4 here, and Philippines are starting to feel the heat.
I don't know. You call me a baby, but I love it when they rattle home like that, okay? It's a thing of beauty. Alley-oop down the other end. Izzo, look, the most important thing is that you do keep the scoreboard ticking over. I understand you're down by 5. It feels like your opponent is shooting the lights out, which Indonesia are doing right now. But the Philippines, as long as they don't have empty possessions, they're going to be okay. As C2S works his magic again, reach-in foul there. Me big man, me reach in. Got to be careful.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be in the hands of C2S now.
Early fouls here that you can see, and we're straight into the bonus. They are trying to just literally steal back a possession there, maybe feeling the pressure early on the Philippines, as of course C2S is more than likely, curse of the commentator, going to drop both of these in. He does right there. It's 13-6 here.
I'm not really a fan of Indonesia already being in the bonus so early on here, though. I feel like that was
panicking a little bit defensively. I think trust your system to a certain extent.
You need to have faith that it's going to work out in the big picture. There's really no reason so early on to go into the bonus here. But now with
great
5
defense.
Seconds remaining, Ryle with the jump shot. That's as straight as ever. So.
Oh, my word. That is so hard to do there, though. Oh, my goodness. The swaying jump shot there, even though it's a 15-footer, very hard to strike. Again, I like what I'm seeing from the Philippines in terms of just staying in touch. But they are really facing some harsh defense. Big dunk right there. Harsh defense from Indonesia, though. You can see the shot clock is going all the way down. And they are relentless with this pressure. It's just one-man pressure.
Well, Shintaro is yet to show us here why he previously has been one of the best players, and somehow for the second time in a row, the ball just doesn't go through. Shintaro on the three-point line. The defense from Indonesia is extremely active as well here. Custer.
Oh, that's beautiful. That is so hard to do as well. Again, they had to work for it all the way down to 4 seconds on the shot clock. Shintaro, another blocked dunk, our 3rd block, if I'm not mistaken, of the game
somewhere
already.
Around that, yeah.
Good Lord. And here we go. Look, C2 has already activated his takeover. He's literally on fire. This is exciting stuff if you're Indonesia. Nice pass right there. Truly has to get the shot off. 3 seconds to shoot. Gets his own rebound and the dunk. Why
rams
not?
it home and activates his avatar there as well at the end. So Indonesia are looking really to see if they can perhaps ideally get one more basket in, but they really need to take the ball out of the hands of Philippines right now, who are running down the clock here. 3 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Shintaro takes the three-pointer shot wide open. Of course, it goes through. 17-14, a 3-point differential as we finish off the first quarter here. And what started to be a very impressive offense from Indonesia, Philippines eventually were able to even things out to almost a level playing field. But now another 5 minutes on the clock here, and Shintaro starts to amp up the pace.
Absolutely. I've been really impressed with C2, though. He's using the playmaking shot creator archetype there and to perfection as we now have a 1-point game. My favorite score differential. There is the high trap there. Very, very like 100% pressure coming. It's so risky, and they're breaking that trap, but they're not punishing them at the other end. There's Green. He had the corner shot, but you could see the Philippines defense just baiting that steal as well. So the right move right there from C2.
You know what else we're seeing here is they are really utilizing those high percentage shots as well. They're not disregarding those opportunities of getting those easy 2 points through. And there we go, Philippines able to put up another 2 to their name. And we are really as close as ever. As truly as is going to be stopped here. And needs the help of his teammates. Finds Lordy.
Oh, couldn't put it in. Another contested shot. El Chapo with the giant maroon or red afro there, doing great job on defense. That's another block. Izzo, El Chapo in the corner. It's in and out. Oh, he was showing off a little too early there. I thought that was in as well, though. Shintaro loses the ball, gets it back. Timeout.
There we go. We can see both teams are really at it, going for the ball at all times, and I'm amazed at the amount of blocks we're seeing in this game.
So scrappy on defense from both teams. You can feel this is a finals game. Big
get out
right there.
Of town. Oh my God, that actually was a pass as well from Shintaro. What coordination between these two. I mean, those guys probably don't even need to say anything between each other. They just know what needs to be done.
Yeah, they're absolutely sharing the same mind space right there, without a doubt. And quick timeout from Indonesia just to have a quick communique and just get their act together here as C2 is trying to work an open shot. Good help defense, good rotational defense. Deep three. Not sure I like that shot selection right there. Felt a little forced. And now the Philippines can extend their lead.
Yeah, Philippines are definitely going to be on that task here. Izzo as well comes in on the screen, gets those two players out. Will Izzo run into the paint again to get that pass? Is asking for it. Shintaro still lingering on the three-point line. Instead goes for the three. And, of course, that's going to fall through for him.
We have spoken about his pedigree before, Shintaro. We've spoken about his MVP performances. You know, and you're seeing why the Philippines have actually hoisted the trophy, have won their conference before. So calm under pressure as Labor makes a difficult shot in the corner. And somebody needed to step up, and it's Labor.
Yeah, it was a very needed shot for Indonesia, as we almost spent like a full minute without Indonesia scoring here. So they have narrowed it down to only a single point between the two. They allow Shintaro to get past them, and from that point on, there's no stopping this man as he slams it home. But still, a three-pointer only between the two in Indonesia. Perhaps they're going to be looking for that here.
So sleek. He just glided right there to the hoop, Shintaro. Beautiful to watch. Here comes Dog Eyes, who's been a little bit quiet so far in this one. Has to pull up his dribble right here. Hands it off to C2. Are they potentially looking at a changing of the guards right here? No, another contested shot. Great board from Truly right there. I got to tell you, I'm not liking the shot selection right here from Indonesia so far in the second. Good defense, it could be said. That's more like it. Lordy, you got to hit that, though. That's about as open as you're going to get in a grand final.
Look,
the FIBA Esports Open.
All the time in the world to prepare for that as well. You saw that nobody was even there covering him defensively. And now, with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining before halftime, Philippines are looking to finish off with a slight lead over Indonesia. And I think that Indonesia, again, should serve as a motivator for you. But look, this is the fourth time Izzo does this to you. You really should start to recognize these patterns.
Yeah, that definitely they got something that they can work on at halftime. Now a 5-point lead, the largest lead that the Philippines have had in this one. And it's coming on the heels of just, I would say, Not the best shot selection as Dog Eye says, hold my Gatorade. I got this.
He heard you there.
That's more like it. Now, that's their game. Wide open, play into the space that the opponent is giving you and stroke it green. You have to be excellent if you want to win. El Chapo fakes him out of his boots right there.
Yeah, it gets awkward there for a minute, as well as Shintaro comes in to help out, but results in a reach and foul from Indonesia here. So still Philippines ball. Izzo is putting it back into play here. Goes straight for that screen. Ryle on the three-point line now. Previously has been quite successful with the three-pointers on his own. Izzo again goes flying.
Big block, though, right there. More defense. It's grand final, scrappy D. It's beautiful to see. Man open in the corner. He passed up on the easy three. Nice from Truly Az, though. We've got an activated player. Just waiting to see who that is there.
I felt like Truly as he was flying, was looking dead in the eyes of Izzo there, being like, you know what? I can do this stuff too. As Shintaro now looking if he can.
Stroking a green. That was definitely, look, both of these teams are pretty much, come at me, bro. Like, that's it. And
well, that's what you want to see in the grand finals.
Yeah.
27-30 here. 8 seconds remaining before halftime. Dog size. Can he score one more time for Indonesia? As Truly Az stuck underneath the basket. Timeout called there with 3.7 seconds remaining. And Indonesia, I must say, are looking right on par with Philippines in this game. 2 seconds to shoot. Dog size has to take the shot. Goes for it. Into the second half we go in the grand finals of Southeast Asia Conference in FIBA Esports Open 3, where Indonesia are challenging Philippines yet again at their own game. And currently Philippines leading only by 3 points here as they start off the third quarter.
Yeah, they got a chance to take the lead even further. Custer in all kinds of space. Did not pull the trigger on that shot. Alley-oop. I thought he had the block for a second.
I mean, there's been so many blocks, it would be unfair at this stage if we would add any more on top, I feel like. But still, you can see Philippines, their defense incredibly active.
Yeah, they actually have backed off. Dog Eye misses. Good board from LeBron, though. They've backed off in terms of that high trap, okay? Good drive right there. Another block, but it's in. That's beautiful.
That was
I love
comical.
Physics, man. That was good, though. It does drop. And still some kind of just high man-on-man pressure right here.
Yeah, Indonesia really want to get that lead back on their scoreboard, as well as, of course, to extend that lead as far as possible. Izzo, ever-present threat here, comes in with the screen. Shintaro on the three-pointer hits good.
He just shows how good he is right there. Not quite a phone booth three-pointer, but such little space to work with. We see a deflection anyway, a nair steal there from the Philippines. Really important that Indonesia continue just to stay within touching distance here. They can't have empty or hollow possessions here. They got to get at least 2 and come away with points every possession. That's going to be an and one. Truly Az takes matters into his own hand, dunks home with authority, draws the foul, and you could bet he's going to drop this in.
Look, he has that one on his back as well, so I'm pretty sure he's going to nail this one here as he goes for those free throws. I mean, it's going to take down us to only a 3-point differential, and that means it's a single three-pointer for Indonesia to even out the scoreline here.
All right, here we go. Philippines, though, trying to get back into this one. Just get their flow back, extend that lead from 3 points here. It's just backwards and forwards, though. It's brilliant to watch. Shintaro, thought about pulling up. And more great defense here. That's got to be a shot from Custer. It's green and it's in. That is finals champagne basketball right there.
At the very last second, he's able to put up that three-pointer, extending their lead now up to 6.
It was contested as well. You cannot fault Indonesia. They are leaving it all out on the court here today. That was really great defense, not for the first time, but still. As Dog Eyes pulls the trigger and rattles it home. That was what they needed right there. This is an intense matchup right here.
Yeah, and if we have learned anything from semifinals yesterday, we know that third quarter dictates a lot how the result will go. But between these two, I mean, it looks so unpredictable right now.
Yep.
Whilst yes, there are a few points between the two, but Indonesia really doing a stellar job at keeping up with the pace of Philippines here. Dog's eyes on the 3-point line, looking for that opening. Truly as is looking to take that pass as well, it seems to be. C2 on the 3-point line. Does he go for the shot here? Almost loses the ball, no time, but truly as with the 180 dunk.
I love that. And I'm not sure if he can control that animation, but he kind of used the rim to protect himself against the defender. Oh, that was awesome to watch right there. A 1-point game straight back. Izzo says, dude, I got this.
Izzo made use of the fact that it could have been, a sigh of relief on the side of Indonesia.
Yeah.
He just instantly goes through and abuses the hole in the defense there. 37-40 here. Philippines up by 3 and a blocking foul this time around.
The feet were definitely moving. The Zebras got the call right there. Refs, you can't play the game without them. Fair play.
And everyone loves them.
Absolutely. And eventually they will invent a television when you yell at it, the refs can hear you. Look, one day, great offensive board from Truliaz. He's got to slam that home. Just 1 point in it right now and within touching distance. Such an epic game one of this grand final here. FIBA Esports Open 3 action between Indonesia and the Philippines at the Southeast Asia Conference Grand Final. There can be only one, like Highlander. Let's see what happens. Good pass right there to El Chapo. Great defense again. Down to 4 seconds. Alley-oop. Wow.
I just can't believe this game is so incredibly close. At the same time, I'm incredibly happy that it is, as always brings us for a very pleasant viewing experience. Juliaz still active, so I presume they're going to try to play through him if possible, as he's being an absolute menace here offensively. Opening up that way for a shot on the 3-point line. Going to be slightly over this time around, though.
Dog's eyes, I like that shot there. I mean, he did step back into space, and you got to back yourself to make those shots if you're a shooter. It's just a little bit unfortunate. We see a rare miss from Shintaro, but Izzo, of course, with the board. A deflection there. Yeah, here we go. LeBron trying to work some magic right here. A 3-pointer would tie things up, and 2 would bring him within 1 point. So let's see what they can go with here. Just 2 seconds between shot clock and game clock here.
C2 is looking for it. He's still finding, and now truly as unable to pick up that pass in that situation as Ryle over to Shintaro in the right-hand side corner. 3 defensive players around him. Pass over to Custer, who, of course, rattles it home. The 3-pointer is good.
Oh, wow, it counted. Wow.
The buzzer beater, sort of say.
Oh, my word.
This is the last 5 minutes here in this first game in this best-of-3 series in the grand finals, and a lot is riding on this, and the scoreline already tells us that story. We haven't even broken the 50-point mark yet.
Yeah, this is an incredibly tight affair. That buzzer beater might turn out to be absolutely huge. I mean, they milked a 3-pointer with just seconds left. C2's going to bang that home, though. That helps Indonesia's cause massively. It's a 3-point game, 42-45, and we are so close in this one. There's nothing between these teams. I mean, right now, that buzzer beater is the difference.
Yeah, pretty much. So, Shintaro, instead of passing over to Izzo, being
board.
protected there. So, Truliaz,
yeah,
going to pick up the rebound here. Truliaz as well, the 20-year-old from Jakarta. He's been very impactful so far on Indonesia's play.
Definitely. I mean, it's small plays like that, where you're boxing out Izzo and you're ripping down the board just to get your team the ball and give you a chance to draw even, as we got 3 seconds on the clock to shoot here. C2 has to pull the shot, contested. Great offensive board. Who other Truliaz works it out. LeBron 3. We got a tied ball game here. That is what a captain needs to do. It isn't necessarily about how many points you score when you create opportunities for your team like that.
3 minutes and 43 seconds, an even scoreline, grand finals, and this is just the first game in the series. What else can you ask for here? An overtime?
I do not envy. I mean, national pride on the line. These are e-athletes representing their countries. It means so much to them, so much to their families, their fans. Huge dunk there from Izzo. I don't envy it. I'm nearly exhausted. We need oxygen tank in here on the set just from calling it. And it's only the first game.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy stuff right now. C2
We're going to be sleeping well tonight. Let's put it that way. This is awesome.
On the three-point line, lingering. Instead, pass over to Dog's Eye, who's been wide open this whole time, had all the time in the world to pick up that three.
They're up by 1 point now here. I love a 1 point differential because every bucket means a lead change. Oh my God. Indonesia in the lead for the first time, I believe, since the second quarter. As Shintaro says, hold my Gatorade. What a shot.
Make it 4 points now between the 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining as Dog's Eyes is going to be looking to set up an offensive play here. Right-hand side corner is available, but instead it is a reaching foul here from Philippines. So keen to slow things down for Indonesia if possible. They don't really want for Indonesia to gain any momentum right now if possible. C2 here, greeted by three defensive players around him. 5 seconds to shoot. Pass over to Truly Az. What a layup attempt. It does get the rebound through. Lordy over to Dog's Eyes. Right-hand side corner is still available for Dog's Eyes if he chooses to do so.
Just working it here. Only 3 seconds to shoot. Got to take another contested shot. Attack the boards. This time the big man Izzo comes down with the dough. Working it back up the other end here. The Philippines trying to extend their lead. Good hustle on defense.
It was out of bounds.
Oh!
It was a steal attempt and his foot was out of bounds.
This
And
close.
that's why Philippines are still in possession here. 14 seconds on the shot clock. Shintaro looking to set up that play. It just goes for a straight up three-pointer.
Oh my
Wide
word.
open.
Oh my word. Are you kidding me? Shintaro just showing why he has the heart of an absolute champion here.
Look, well, it's starting to become
So
a bit
clutch.
of a problem here. 7 points between the two and 1 minute and 50 to work with here for Indonesia. C2 really needs to put up a three here if he can.
Absolutely.
Can go for a shot, fakes it.
10 to shoot, 1:40 left in grand final number one. Dog Eyes dropping in the three-pointer. This is absolutely massive. Huge three right there. We got a 2-point ball game, 51-53. This is massive.
They really need to stop Shintaro here. I think
Yeah.
they're going to go for another. Well,
Oh,
never
it's-
mind me.
And it drops. Oh my God. Anything could happen there. We could have had block. We could have had, just a simple dunk. But my goodness, we get the and one. Shintaro.
I really thought it's going to be another Izzo play
Yeah.
there, but instead it was just Shintaro going through it. I mean, fair play, right? He
Oh.
recognized the opportunity
Okay.
there as well.
My apologies. I thought it was and I thought it was good. It actually missed, so he shot the 2 free throws there. Okay, apologies. A little bit of deception there. Should have gone to Specsavers. That's on me. But here we go. Dog's Eyes trying to work some magic here. 1:20 left. Every possession crucial. No possession can be empty. Risky pass over the paint like that.
Truly.
Good cut. Big dunk. Within touching distance. Now they need to stop defensively. Indonesia, if you're the Philippines, likewise. You need to keep the foot down here. Pedal to the metal. Shintaro, no better man when the game is, in his hands on the line than Shintaro right now. Trying to work with Izzo on that pick and roll. Get open. There it is. Big dunk.
That's the moment Shintaro was looking for. As soon as took that side step, that dangerous position, and he's very precise with the three-pointers. Drew two players defensively from him to himself, and therefore opening Izzo up. Dog's Eyes now has been quite resultive in the three-pointers section. Can he give us more?
This is penultimate possession right here, potentially. This is massive. Works an open man. Got to take the shot. Oh, my word. What a stop.
Not like this. 29 seconds remaining, and it's a shot clock violation for Indonesia here in the first game in this best-of-3 series. Shintaro on fire now as well. 24 seconds remaining. Philippines on the offense. Can Indonesia even come back into this? They need to go for these steals. There's room for error if it goes so. Please, someone just make an attempt, as Shintaro is just running down the clock, not leaving any chances. He's going to shoot at the very last second. There goes for three as well.
And it's good.
Good as well.
Of course it's good. Yeah, look, that is going to be, I think, more than likely an insurmountable lead with 6.2 seconds, even if you're moving the ball up the court with the timeout, which you rightly should be. Game one is going to the Philippines here. It was a cagey affair. A very tight affair, it has to say. I think that shot clock violation possession where if they score 2, they're only down 2, and the pressure is right back on the Philippines.
There would have been at least an attempt there at the last few seconds remaining, but nonetheless, a very close game so far. I like how things started for Indonesia, but I feel like they slightly slowed down towards the second, third quarter, somewhere around that time. And
what is fascinating is just like a lot of real-life sports, I'm sure a sports psychologist could tell us more about this, the third quarter is so crucial. It is quite often where we see teams who are down make a comeback and teams who have the lead get maybe a little bit lackadaisical, just too comfortable possibly. And again, that's when we saw, the Philippines just shoot into the lead and ultimately hold it there.
Yeah.
Phenomenal stuff there. 60-53, nothing in that game.
Well, it was an incredibly close affair so far, especially as far as I said, score-wise. We were looking yesterday at games that went way past that, getting closer to that 100-point mark. So definitely not an easy game for Philippines, I would say. It was incredibly close. The problem, I think, for Indonesia right now is how to stop that Shintaro-Izzo duo that's incredibly effective. They draw so much attention to themselves, and you can't really predict what's going to be the play every single time.
Yeah.
Shintaro might go for 3, can go for passes, even go in himself in the paint, just go straight up, dunk it. So it's a very difficult task to find that antidote, to find that recipe, and really put the big pictures together here for Indonesia. But this being a 3-game series, so you're going to come into the next game being one match down. This is as they usually say, all eggs are in one basket right now for Indonesia, because if they lose the next game, that is it. It's going to be Philippines taking the first place again, and obviously that's not what we are here for. We want to see at least 3 games.
It's arguably, one of the most that's what's so great about a best-of-3 series. It's one of the most fascinating discussions that you can have, around the esports psychology, which is how do you hit that reset button after an L? I think there's plenty of positives for Indonesia there. How do you become champions, and how do you dethrone champions and former champs like the Philippines? You have to be perfect, and it's that simple. And that's what it takes to win. And so they can know they were so close. They were 1 or 2 possessions away. That's 1 or 2 misses down the stretch in the game. In games like this, the 1%ers do mean a lot.
Absolutely.
I think there's positives to take away from that game. I think I would nearly, to answer the question, you're not going to stop a Shintaro. He has shown time and time again he is unstoppable on the big stage. So what you need to go ahead and do is focus on your own game, specifically that 24-second shot clock violation. You can't have that in a grand final and expect to win. Not on the second to last possession. You got to be sinking either 2 or 3 there. No hollow possessions. Be perfect, and they might get away with it. And we have our stats, though.
Yeah, well, I was just looking at them beforehand there. So I'm looking at Shintaro and Izzo both scoring above 20 points. In total, they have 45 between the two out of the 60 that the team got. So
3/4 of their points.
As I said before, it's quite clear what you need to stop here happening.
If you can take them away, maybe take away one of them, you've got a chance. I do like the dispersion of the points that we're seeing here from Indonesia. 13 points for C2. Dog's Eyes dropped in some shots as well. Some of the shots are a little bit forced when you start to look at the field goal percentages right there. Dog's Eyes 5 of 11 from the field. I thought LeBron played well. He hit every shot that he was asked to make. Truly look, 2K gave him an A+ rating. That's, they know better than us. 17 points, 7 rebounds. He had 2 blocks and a steal and 2 assists. He was everywhere.
I'm just thinking now. I'm thinking about that Shintaro-Izzo duo that is so unstoppable, which was, I can't remember yesterday, but we were watching one game as well where it was a similar story, and as soon as one of these players was stopped defensively, then it was a completely different situation for the other team. And I think that really that Indonesia should be focusing on this. You just
definitely
choose which one of the two that you're going to control more, and let others deal with the other.
Absolutely. Well, what's going to be interesting there is that the likes of Rayal, Custer, and even El Chapo, look, if they start to send help defenders from the corner, those 3 are going to nail their threes, Actually, and from the wing. So it's kind of pick your poison. But I would like to see, I agree with you, I would like to see them mix up the tactic here in game number 2. As you said, all the eggs, all the cards are on the table, all the eggs are in the basket. Whatever metaphor or analogy you want to put in here, do it. They've got to try something.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to mention for the side of Indonesia as well, those corners, I would say, were underutilized.
Yep.
So there were a few moments where clearly Philippines start to forget about those positions even existing. And you've talked about this yesterday as well several times where, being that man that has to take that corner position, it can be an unforgiving job.
Definitely.
At times it just feels like you're alone,
on an island, waiting to be waiting to have to be perfect as soon as you do get the ball. If you get the ball, you might only get the ball past your direction 3-4 times a game. You're expected to stroke green every single time, nail those. That's what is ultimately the toughest shot in both 2K and IRL basketball.
All right, so let's remind everyone one more time which players are playing for which each side. So on the side of Philippines, we do have Shintaro, El Chapo, Custer, Ryle, and Izzo.
That's right there. And on the Indonesian side of things, it's going to be Lebror, Dog Eyes, Truly as C2. And looks like we have a sub, though. Manuel's coming in here. So they are mixing it up here, Indonesia.
So a bit of a change, perhaps, that might change the tide for the game as well. I mean, let's have a look at Manuel here. He's been playing since the 2K16 version for a while now. The only fun fact he gives us that he loves basketball, and he's actually a tax consultant in real life. So
there you go.
The man knows his maths, and he knows his way around adjusting numbers to desired results.
Yeah, big time. Let's see, does this adjustment right here, get him out of the red, okay? You never know. To use an accountancy term, need some creative accounting right here. I wonder what type of declaration he will make. That's all the accountancy jargon I have.
Hopefully it's a loud statement here. As I said, I really want to see a 3-game series between the two, and the first one definitely was a teaser as to that this might take place here. But yeah, as I said before, I really think that it's just a little bit of pep talk required on the side of Indonesia, on the side of Philippines as well, in terms of what they should change.
Yeah,
I can't really say so far that they need to change, because obviously the duo that's working for them now, that Shintaro-Izzo duo, is the thing that works. And we talked about this yesterday. We actually saw this on a live example as well. As soon as a team changes up whatever used to work for them, suddenly they're in this limbo sort of situation where they can't really find their momentum back, and they try to go back to that previous approach, and that's not working anymore. And then you're suddenly all messed up. So I would say for Philippines, just continue what you were doing for now, and if it starts not to work, just have a clear plan in mind that you're going to instantly switch to. So as soon as you recognize, okay, both Shintaro and Izzo are being stopped, go for plan B, guys, right? Instead of just being like, oh, what do we do now? Yeah,
I completely agree with you. I guess the expression is don't beat yourself. We are ready to find out, though, as we come into game number 2, grand final, our first grand final of the day, Southeast Asia Conference at the FIBA Esports Open 3. And we've got a switching of the old jerseys here. So it is going to be the Philippines wearing the blue on this occasion. And look at the lads right there. I love those hairdos.
The hairdos are the best part, man.
There we go. Indonesia in the white this time. And of course, Philippines hoping to sweep. There's Manuel working back to Dog's Eyes here. And so they're going to get a chance at first blood here, Indonesia.
And first foul as well.
Early foul, all right? Yeah.
All right, kicking things off nice and early here between the two. Lebror going to be the one to put the ball back into play, and an interception coming out from Izzo there, straight mid-pass, and a beautiful windmill dunk.
Fantastic work from the big man. Has to lumber up the court and outrun everybody and just slam it home. You love to see it. Not the start you're hoping for if you're Indonesia. Just one of those kind of unusual plays. But hey, take your opportunities if you're the Philippines,
Yeah, Dog's Eyes now lingering on the three-pointer here. 7 seconds remaining. Fake pumps it for a second, and another interception from Izzo. That's 2 in a row, as Ryle will pass over to Custer, left-hand side corner there. Not going to be good. Custer felt slightly rushed. Was that even a pass?
I think that was an attempted alley-oop right there, but of course, truly as in the right place at the right time. As Dog's Eyes strokes the green. Gonna have to see plenty more of that sharp shooting right there from Dog's Eyes. if they're going to upset the Philippines and force a game 3 right here.
So far, so good for Indonesia. 1 up over Philippines, and Shintaro looking to get that duel on the go. As Izzo slams it home. 4-3 so far in favor of Philippines right now. And of course, as you said, Chris, your favorite scoreline here. A single point between the two.
Yeah, right. And I don't think they got the memo about stopping Izzo. So let's see what they do against Shintaro, right? At the moment, Truly as working the ball around. 8 seconds to shoot, though.
Right-hand side corner is available for Indonesia here. Instead, it's going to be Dogs Eyes again to put up the 3 back-to-back three-pointers for him. Really boosting up the stats, but more importantly so, the morale for the team here.
Definitely. Hey, listen. A lead is a lead, okay? You score more points than the other team, you win the game.
Simple
it's that
as.
simple. Shintaro, though, missed a really rare miss for him.
Look at Indonesia had the chance to go for a long pass there over the court. Decided not to opt in for that. Probably off the back of those previous steals from Izzo.
Yep, definitely really good at getting, so close to a backcourt violation there.
Yeah, we saw those yesterday as well in a few games.
We did. We absolutely did. I think Black Cobra 4
that was
backcourt violations
from
right there.
Bahrain,
Yeah, but hey, Bahrain are in the grand final, so I mean, joke's on us, right?
There we go.
Nice pull up. Missed shot. Great board from Truly. Great pass out to LeBron. Wasn't quite ready to catch and shoot. Missed there. And another board from Truly as 2 offensive rebounds, keeping his team with possession right here. Trying to work that pick and roll. Tough pass right there. I think the corner was open, though. Great defense, it has to be said, by the Philippines. They are switching on here, trying to tie the game up. Shintaro. There's that pick and roll. They leave him open. Is that good? No, another miss for Shintaro.
Very uncharacteristic misses so far for him. And obviously that's great news for if you're Indonesia fans, because Dog's Eyes is looking sharp and fakes it even here. Pass over to Truly as is wide open to go for that basket for a second there. Will play it out eventually. Will slam it home. Now Indonesia taking the lead slightly further than before here. Still the first quarter, still 1:49 to play. Plenty of times for Philippines to make adjustments if needed here. I'd say it's just been slightly unfortunate. It's not like they were doing the wrong things here in order to score.
Well, what we have is 2 Shintaro missed threes, and that would be the lead right now. So, I mean, again, it's not fair to demand perfection from these players, but that's the way the Wookiee mumbles. As we see Izzo just getting lost along the baseline and slamming home that dunk right there. That is exactly what the doctor ordered. I love these veteran moments where players recognize, you know what, let's just get a sneaky 2. That isn't necessarily going to be the game plan, but you needed a bucket on that possession. As Dog's Eyes pulls the air ball. We got the air ball animation first time today. LeBron pulling up and stroking it in right there. A rare miss for Dog's Eyes.
But it was a contested shot, really, so you can't really blame him too much there. Custer, I felt like that was also close to a backcourt violation. Shintaro on the three-point line now. Has missed twice. Will he go for the third shot here as Izzo's almost got the ball there.
Really veteran move on that timeout right there. Really great stuff from Izzo there.
That looks scary. Philippines... So something's up. I don't know. Is it overconfidence here off of the back of that first win, or is it just...
Look, they've got a scrappy opponent as it's forced here to 4 seconds, and then you're just, you're making passes that you don't want to make, trying to find an open man, and all of a sudden Indonesia, look, let's see, can they be ruthless themselves here? Can they score on this possession? It's kind of like a really pestering defensive style from both teams, which really just eats up the shot clock, and then you find yourself trying to make, really good decisions whilst you're pressured, as we see another missed three-pointer here, but a good rebound. Good rebound here for the Philippines. Izzo wide open. You can't fall asleep on Izzo.
Well, you can't block those as well. The way how he did both hands slamming it through, there's a very, very slim chance that you're going to do anything about it, Manuel.
1 second to shoot. Alley-oop. Good defense, though, to end the first quarter. Look, a very low-scoring KG affair. If you're Indonesia, you're up 10-8 after one quarter. You've got to be feeling pretty good. 1 quarter down, you got the lead, happy days.
Yeah, cluster there as well with a difficult move. The ball bounces out here as Dog's Eyes.
That was really unlucky. Really unlucky.
Yeah, will he go for another 3 here? You can see Truly as asking for the pass. Instead, it was actually Manuel.
And again, I got to tell you, I think the nerves are getting to both teams. And
right now, for sure.
That's when maybe you need to hit that reset button at halftime, and that's when we'll see like our champ and our winners emerge in the third quarter, because right now, lots of missed 3-pointers from both teams. A scrappy game, it has to be said. I'm here for it, though. I like it. I love these cagey, low-scoring affairs.
Turnover after turnover here with no points being scored. And that's another huge block.
That is so hard to execute. He's going to get the ball as well. That's phenomenal.
That's crazy.
Wow, there you go.
How did he even manage that?
That was incredible. So it must have touched Izzo on the way out there. Dog's Eyes trying to work his magic right here.
Look at the right-hand side. The players are posted up for those 3-pointers if required. Dog's Eyes now pass to Manuel. What a hook attempt. Slightly too much in momentum with the avatar itself. It disrupted the play.
Oh, they've got the turnover, though. That is magnificent effort right there. Such great effort defensively. My word, we really just haven't seen the Philippines hounded like this defensively, I think, all tournament.
This is an absolutely different kind of game right now in this game. Number 2 with a huge slam dunk, finally. We break the silence on the scoreboard as Indonesia gets that 2.
That was a minute 40 of steals and blocks and missed shots. That's our first bucket of the second quarter. This is some of the most intense basketball we've seen. Royale passing up on the high percentage shot for the alley-oop finally there for Izzo.
And just now in the second quarter, Philippines break the double-digit line. I can't believe I'm saying this, but it is what it is, as Truliaz will be stopped near the midcourt line. Over to C2S, who was, I would say, quite impactful during the first game. The second one is more quiet, but now Manuel.
There you go. There you go. Now,
that's the right-hand side corners, right?
Sometimes these shooters are all 5 players, all 10 players, all 5 for each team. Fantastic, very skilled. They know they can make these shots. Sometimes you just need to see somebody else do it, right? And then you're like, yeah, we can do that. And there it is. And now we're trading threes. And
Shintaro had a look at Manuel, and he was like, oh, yeah, that's how it's done.
Yeah, this could literally be floodgates opening and the score flowing a little bit better now. Let's see what happens. It's still just a 2-point game.
15-13, 2 minutes and 15 seconds to work with here before halftime, and either side really wants to finish off strong here, because then in the third quarter, a lot will be decided as always here. C2S over to Dog's Eyes, who takes a step back, has 3 defensive players drawn toward him. Truly as tries to go for that run into paint for perhaps the get a pass. LeBrar has to shoot.
Unlucky. He actually worked it open, but again, rushed it a tiny bit, didn't stroke it green. That is a 10-foot jump shot. You would expect him to make it. It's grand finals. It's a lot easier said than done out there. But now the Philippines with a chance here to tie the game up. Let's see what they can work from this inbounds. Baseline inbounds. Shintaro, Izzo, and it's good. And we got a tie ball game 15 apiece.
A minute and a half remaining here, 15 apiece, and Indonesia are now wondering what happened to that slight lead that we had. I mean, the defensive play has been astonishing from either side here, and the offense tends to be a bit of a mystery that both teams are trying to solve. That right-hand side corner is open again. Manuel is posted up for the 3. Instead, it's going to be Dog's Eyes to shoot, and he goes for it.
That was from nearly halfway. Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? That was incredible. What a 3. Okay, watch Shintaro look to answer right here.
For sure he has to.
I mean, he will be saying challenge accepted.
There we go. There's the screen. There's the fake jump out as well. And Shintaro with the 3-pointer attempt does exactly the same thing.
Yeah, rattles at home as well. Oh, my word. And now this is testament to how great the defenses are playing for both teams. These 3s are coming from just about the FIBA logo. I mean, like, this is phenomenal stuff. I don't think it was an intentional tactic that both teams were going to run down the shot clock on every possession. I think these defenses are playing so scrappy, are being so annoying to one another that they're just forcing the issue time after time. That is a great pass to Dog's Eyes. He missed, though. That was some of the best ball movement and movement off the ball we've seen. You've got to make that shot, though.
Just before halftime, Philippines in possession here, and Shintaro looking sharp as ever for those three-pointers. That's a wide open three he gets through. Can Indonesia make it in time to respond here? 12 seconds remaining. Dog's Eyes looking what he can do here. He needs a wide open shot. If he can, Juliaz steps in to get that block, that screen. C2S with the ball here on the three-point line. 1 more second remaining. C2S to shoot, and it's not good.
We made a comment after that first game, and we said that if you want to dethrone the champs, you've only got to go ahead and be perfect. Perfection, okay? And by human, we are humans. None of us are perfect. We're all flawed. It is such a massive ask. That missed three-pointer, let's remember that at the end of the game. I hate to say it, but on such things, on such tiny things, our champions crowned. And a good old jump pass right there. Izzo working his magic.
Oh,
good,
no way.
Good contested defense there, though, from Truly. Shintaro now 7 to shoot. Back to the three-point line. 4 to shoot. 3.
No time, and it's a contested shot for sure. That's not going to go through, and the rebound is going to fall in the straight hands of Dog's Eyes. 21-18 here as Dog's Eyes is going to be looking to perhaps put up a three-pointer of his own. Right-hand side, Manuel still available, still waiting for that perfect chance. Truliaz as well. Can't really set up a screen here, can't also get that pass, and Manuel now back over to Dog's Eyes, fakes, pumps it, goes for the three-pointer.
There you go. He needed that.
Absolutely.
He really needed
that was a self-confidence booster.
I completely agree. I feel like he had a monkey on his back. You know, he knows, these guys know, they don't need a commentator on the desk to tell them anything, that they've got to be perfect, and that was really, really nice. Shintaro, you know, he is the shining example. Really, when it comes to point guard play.
Incredibly consistent.
Yeah, without a doubt. On the global stage, he's just one of the best.
Truly has had a good attempt at the drive there. Instead, ball's going to be out of bounds, so it's still Indonesia's ball here. 20 seconds as well on the shot clock. Plenty of time for the players to position themselves correctly here. Dog's Eyes comes in to pick up the ball here from Truly As, who's yet again looking for that screen setup.
Oh, breaking ankles. That was it. He's open. Did he get hit? Oh my word, I thought that was a foul.
And there we go. Fast breakaway play from Shintaro. What an alley-oop attempt, but Izzo just slightly over on the momentum there from El Chapo. Goes straight into timeout called by Philippines here. 24-21, 17 seconds remaining. They just really needed to reposition themselves.
We might have had some mum spaghetti there. I don't know why El Chapo didn't pull the trigger in the corner. That was very, very interesting.
It looked like he wasn't really prepared to the end to take the ball in hand. And you know, that would be a missed opportunity at a very crucial time. I mean, look, we're in the third quarter here, and it's only the 20s points-wise. And
oh, the nice finger roll, and it's good.
Oh, I was afraid.
Shintaro standing up when his country needs him the most. Look at that. He had some early misses. He's been just about perfect since then.
What a steal there as well. Instantly a timeout called by Indonesia.
Yeah, such a heads-up play because he was falling into a backcourt violation. Wow.
These guys are so mindful of all the circumstances around their play.
I am so appreciative of just the skills, the reflexes we're seeing on display here from these national teams. C2 pulling the trigger, missing. Big board here. Philippines want to capitalize right now on this lead and push it out even further. A 7 or 8 point lead at this stage in such a tight game could be absolutely massive. Likewise, Indonesia trying to force a turnover here. A good look for Shintaro. Rattles it home. He has now scored 7 straight points.
I feel like Shintaro is just incredibly good at scoring overall. Obviously, the fact that he's playing a point guard kind of explains, is self-explanatory, but still, just there are very few teams that have a single player that can create such a huge impact between the two that I'm just continuously amazed of the level of skill essentially that he has. And I mean, he has been playing NBA 2K since the 2K03 version, so it's not like it's the first rodeo here.
Probably longer than many of the viewers or even have been on the planet. Okay, so he's been around the block, but it has to be said, if you want to know, he is using. Obviously the playmaking shot creator player archetype. If you want to go and log into 2K, start practicing, maybe represent your nation at a future FIBA international event in the future, then that is what you can go and do. It's inspirational stuff for all the kids, I think, and all the young men and women watching who want to be athletes. Says Dog Eyes misses another 3. The lead is now 9. The Philippines, look for them as they're in the bonus as well here. Look for them to just clamp down.
1 minute and 20 seconds remaining for Indonesia to come up with a plan to get that deficit back down here. Down by 10 points right now, potentially 11 if El Chapo makes this one. The screen shake is there. The hands are not shaking though as he rattles it home eventually. 32-21, and Indonesia now are starting to look stopped essentially.
Absolutely. Look, El Chapo knocking in 2 tough free throws. I do not envy the position. Free throws in grand finals are scary, okay? And now this is just, every possession is massive now because they do have a mountain to climb. It's an 11-point differential. There's no time to waste. Another miss. Oh, and this, once again, it's been the third quarter. The third quarter where we're seeing...
The third quarter is the tide changer for all the teams participating here. And I understand why Ryle now had an opportunity to go for it, decides to play it out with El Chapo. Perhaps there was a different approach in mind here that Philippines really want to utilize. Shintaro on the three-point line, baits out the jump, and Izzo with the layup. Not going to be good as Manuel gets the rebound here. 28 seconds remaining in the third quarter as Dog's Eyes looking to put Indonesia back on the scoring department. Dog's Eyes.
Big block. Massive defense. Oh my god. The scrappiness. This might be one of the greatest defensive games we've seen here.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's had its offensive moments and amazing shots from both sets of players as well, but the defense has just been so scrappy. My goodness.
Shintaro finds himself wide open there. Nobody there to follow through from Indonesia. 2.9 seconds remaining here. Indonesia can't do anything as we will move into the fourth and final quarter here, and what looks to be a Philippines game so far. 14-point lead for them. They already have a 1 game in their pocket in this best-of-3 series, and Indonesia backs against the wall. It's now or never. 4 minutes and 45 seconds before we find out if Philippines have become the 2-time Southeast Asia Conference winners, or will it be Indonesia coming back into it?
This is huge. Some of the tactic and the technical tactics that we're seeing on display as C2 strokes at green. They needed that bucket. My God, they really did that. You're in the desert, you need a drink. Yeah. They needed that right there. Look, some of the tactic that is on display from the Philippines is just ingenious.
And I like the switch-ups.
Oh, they are defensively putting, so as we see another 3 rattled home in the corner there from the Philippines. I think they're running away with this. But watch this high court pressure here, this 2-man press, but then watch Shintaro bail out and move back up the court. Now what this does is it just eats up so much time as we see a foul on the shot there. Great moves from Truly. It eats up so much time.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, it's 8 seconds and you haven't even got the ball past halfway if you're Indonesia, and you're running out of time.
You know, especially plays like that really run down the clock for Indonesia. They might necessarily not notice it from that perspective, essentially, and suddenly you find yourself without time, without opportunities to come back into this, and you really start to punch yourself in the gut, so to say, looking back at certain plays that didn't pan out.
Where did the time go? And as you realize you're losing half of your play clock every single possession just because of the really, really heads-up technique and tactics that are being deployed by the Philippines. And this is why they're champs. And look, if you're Indonesia, this is what you take away. You take away from these matches. You learn, you live and you learn, and you come back to the next massive FIBA event and hopefully get revenge. But it is all but over in this one. 3.5 minutes left, 13-point lead. It would require something truly special as Chapo misses a shot. This is going to take something biblical proportions right here.
Absolutely. Look, 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Theoretically, plenty of time for Indonesia to come back into this, but they really need to amp up the pace here, need to start scoring a lot more. I would like to see more passes towards C2S. He was very impactful during the first game, and I feel like that's something that Indonesia might be underutilizing here. Lebrar as well, continuously in that right-hand side corner, swapping positions with Manuel now in this quarter here offensively, and still, that's something that they can go for right now. C2S goes for the shot, can't really make it. Truly as though good with the rebound. Dog's Eyes manages to obtain possession of the ball here, is almost lost control over it. 5 seconds remaining, 3 to shoot here. Dog's Eyes goes for the three-pointer,
Beautiful.
Gets it through, and there we go. That's perhaps that first step in a few that need to be taken on the side of Indonesia.
Look, it has to be said, they have a chance. Well,
Absolutely.
truly, they have a chance. But every possession is crucial here now. Like, literally time and any points here from the Philippines. Time off the clock and any points is kind of a disaster for Indonesia. So they really, really need to work some magic defensively here. The only thing you have going for you, there's a huge block, but Izzo gets the board. Oh, my word.
Well, 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining here. And look, this is becoming a very difficult task to ask from Indonesia right now. C2S struggling to get past this defense, requires a screen from the form of Truly as to come through.
They're playing for threes because they kind of need threes, but honestly, I would just be going for whatever points you
just
can get.
Just save points, absolutely correct. You just need to get a maximum amount of points in a short amount of time here because it's got to get incredibly close.
Oh, great timeout from the Philippines just before the backcourt violation. We've spoken about the reflexes. We've spoken about the cranial, the intelligent plays that the Philippines have had in order to try and secure another championship here at the FIBA Esports Open 3. And we're seeing it there as El Chapo gets green. That might be stick a fork in it. That might be done. That might be dinner ready.
This is the moment where the hearts are starting to pump really fast for the side of Indonesia. As you see that clock running down, you see the point differential here, you see what's happening on the playing field as well. And Dog's Eyes really having a hard time finding that wide open three-pointer. Now positions himself here as well. The screen is good. Dog's Eyes will he go for the shot here. 2 seconds to shoot. One finally goes for it. The rebound is not going to be good there. It's going to fall straight into the hands of Izzo. Pass over instantly to Shintaro. Minute 15 here. They can allow themselves to run down the clock. Instead, it's going to be Custer that's going to go for a fast three-pointer. And Philippines starting to run away with this one.
Yeah, definitely. I don't hate that move at all. You know, I think if you've got the open three, you just cut, because 3 points again at this stage, that is pretty much it. And once again, though, this game was won and lost in the third quarter. As we see Dog's Eyes.
Dog's Eyes still has a few words to say about this. Still 11 points between the two. 56 seconds remaining here. Theoretically, a lot can still happen, but we need to see it happen in practice. Custer again in the corner with a three-pointer previously was quite precise. Can't do it this time around. There's too many defensive players, so clearly Indonesia recognizing that threat. Shintaro is going to be stopped here. Is forced to come in and put up a screen. Truly as mindful of the fact that someone can go for this sort of play, but still a shot clock violation here as Indonesia in position with the shot clearly wouldn't have gone through probably anyway.
Yeah, I mean, taking 24 seconds off the actual game clock was all that needed to happen right there. Phenomenal stuff. And we saw as Manuel stroke screen and a three right there. It's desperation.
8 points.
Okay, Philippines are going to get this ball back. Okay, for a moment there, I was holding my breath a little bit. Okay, this is desperation, and right now, it's a miracle. We're in the miracle space right now. If Indonesia are going to get this, it looks like Philippines.
Philippines just running down the clock on Indonesia right now. Breaks some ankles as well along the way. Shintaro 8 seconds to shoot and 7 seconds remaining here. Izzo pass over to El Chapo in the corner, and that's it. The game has run away from Indonesia here as Philippines are going to become your two-time Southeast Asia Conference winners. 0.8 seconds to get the final say in this, but math and logic tells us that Indonesia can't come back into this. And I mean, really, what an amazing showing here. Out of the two, Philippines have come out strong, finishing 2-0 in this best-of-3 series here. And a huge congratulations to them. I must say, Indonesia were as close as ever to getting the one-up over Philippines. But Philippines has always that crazy duo, that Shintaro-Izzo problem that Indonesia had problem with stopping. In general, I think was the final nail there.
Yeah, 7 and 8 points respectively in these games.
And look, second game, we have 4 quarters and barely scratched the 40-point mark.
Honestly, I think that was such a phenomenal performance from Indonesia. I think, you had them. You had them for a while there, the third quarter. And so, look, commiserations to Indonesia. Clearly, so much skill on that team and just getting better with each tournament progressively, which is really important. Our words are going to be hollow right now. We know they're going to be a little bit gutted and our hearts go out to you. But likewise, the Philippines are just a shining example, and Shintaro in particular, of what it means to be a champion. There are your Southeast Asia Conference winners for the FIBA Esports Open 3. And
let's give a little bit of shout out to everyone. So Shintaro, Clark, El Chapo, Ian, Custer, Ryle, Izzo, you guys have earned this for the second time here in FIBA Esports Open. Philippines being the 2-time Southeast Asia Conference champions here. And I think this is a good time as any to let everyone know who is our MVP. I think it should be quite clear looking back at yesterday, looking at today's performance. Chris, you have the honors.
Shintaro is the MVP. Congratulations. He will be wearing the beautiful Tissot watch there from FIBA and Tissot. He'll have the extra bling. He will. So if you see him on the street, say, first of all, well done. If you see him, I don't know, maybe somewhere in the Philippines. I really
want to give a huge shout out here to Izzo as well. Their duo was absolutely insane. But I would say the point guard position and the fact that Shintaro really dictates the pace of the game for his team and is incredibly impactful in all forms and all possible approaches on the offense there as well as in the defense. Just incredibly fast on his feet. Always a problem for the opposing side, and really that is the reason why a person can be the most valuable player, because he's impactful across the board. It doesn't matter which role he touches, what sort of play is being made.
I want to jump on the Izzo bandwagon as well and say, you do all the thankless jobs, right? The rebounds, the picks, all of the grunt work, and you're phenomenal. But look, Shintaro, well deserved. Man, he is just so good. And if you see him on the street, make sure to ask him, hey, buddy, do you have the time? Just so he can roll up the wrist there. And, let me look at my FIBA Esports Open 3 MVP Championship watch and tell you the time. And it is nearly time for us to get Ryle back on the interviews as well here. That was an exciting first grand final anyway. If the rest, I think they've set the standard, and congratulations both the Philippines and Indonesia. You have set the standard for what the grand final should be, and we've got plenty more to come, which is exciting.
Well, let's hear from themselves. I believe Ryle is on the line. Ryle, hi, a good day. Congratulations as well, and can you hear us? Just a second, Ryle, we can't hear you there for a second. Can we perhaps try again? Hello?
Hello?
There we go.
There we go. Perfect.
Yes. Happy days. All right, guys. Congratulations, first of all. That was an amazing performance. And can you give us a bit of an insight how you prepared for the grand finals?
We've been preparing for this Indonesia team, man. I know they've been a good team. Yeah, they improved a lot. We've watched their game films, videos since last week, studying their moves, their tendencies, and I'm so happy with the results.
Well, I mean, who wouldn't be being the 2-time Southeast Asia Conference champions right now? And let everyone know as well, from in your own words, what does it mean for you and what does it mean for Philippines to win this conference again?
Oh man, it means a lot to represent again and reclaim the Southeast Asia Conference title. We've been through ups and downs. We've lost FIBA Esports too. So I'm so happy, and blessed that we reclaimed the title.
And you're right, an absolutely magical story. Coming in for the first time, winning it the second time around, not so lucky. Third time, back at it again, proving everyone that you guys are the true Southeast Asia Conference champions. And just one more question from me here is, what would you say was the key to your victory here in FIBA Esports Open 3? What was the factor that made you guys so successful?
I think the key to success, first of all, it's all about training. It starts with the training, watching films, breaking down the strategies, offense and defense of the opponents, and most importantly, the communication. Yeah, we've been so energetic, talked a lot about our strategies. Yeah, I think that's the secret.
We can hear in the
Yeah.
background. We can hear the crowd going wild. We
Yeah,
won't
yeah.
hold you too much longer. We'll let you get with your teammates and family members and celebrate. Look, in your opinion, who do you think the MVP of your team was right there?
Oh man, no doubt, the best point guard in Asia.
There we go, Shintaro.
I think
Well,
you know that.
it should.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did you hear us on air just before the interview began there? But we have confirmed that Shintaro is in fact the MVP. So listen, whenever you're out, out and about in public, once it's safe again for us to be out in public with one another, make sure you're constantly asking him what time it is, okay? So we can show off the bling on his wrist and do that. And look, as we always do you have any kind of final messages, inspirational messages for fans, family, friends watching, but also your countrymen and women and the next generation potentially of e-athletes who are watching you and want to be you? Take it away. The microphone is yours.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank God for this victory. Yeah. Without Him, we won't get this victory. And of course, shoutouts. I want to thank for the support Samahang Basketball ng Pilipinas, SBP, the bosses, LPE, Sir Richard, Sir Concon, yeah. And of course to Manny V. Pangilinan for the never-ending support.
Brilliant.
To the basketball world esports community. Too many to mention, guys.
Yeah.
And I wanna dedicate this victory to our fellow countrymen. Despite the pandemic, I hope we gave happiness and excitement to watch these games.
Well, I think I could speak for everyone when I say you absolutely did, and it was a pleasure, an honor, a privilege for us
Indeed.
to call the games. It's so much fun. They're exhilarating. You guys are brilliant out there. And look, I think that's probably all we have time for.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to let you go now, Ryle, allow you to guys celebrate. Make sure you do that as well. And one more time, huge congratulations to you guys. Very impressive feat, and we'll see you in the future.
Thank you so much, guys.
Have a
Thank
great
you.
time. Well,
There you have it.
I
There
love
you
it.
have it.
I
The
love it.
first grand finals here in FIBA Esports Open 3, and it's Philippines to take it home one more time and truly proving us which are the best of the best teams here in the world. We can remind you guys here, this is how the playoff bracket looked, and in those grand finals, Philippines first overcoming Mongolia in the semis and confidently then taking a step forward in those grand finals as Indonesia did manage to get into the grand finals as well for another time in
Yep.
their history books, but this time around still will have to be put down as a learning lesson that they can take notes from and
Absolutely.
perhaps prepare themselves even more for what the future holds here.
And let's give a shout out to the other two semifinalists there, Mongolia and Vietnam. It really does just show, how close Mongolia were, and it's great to see newcomers. And then the other two Southeast Asia conference teams that you're not seeing there, the Maldives and Sri Lanka, their first tournaments. I think it's fantastic that the conference grew, and it's great.
All right, well, we still have more things to cover today here. So as you can see on your screens, Firstly, the Southeast Asia Grand Finals have finished here. We are going to follow up afterwards now with the Middle East Grand Finals, where Saudi Arabia will go up against Bahrain, and both are looking incredibly strong here. Saudi Arabia, the two-time champs, are going to be looking to get the very first three-time title potentially here, but not unless the new kids on the block in the form of Bahrain, who have put up so far incredibly strong performances, even so far as, if I remember correctly, winning a few important games in the group stage, showing everyone that the big guys can fall here. So I think it's going to be incredibly exciting grand finals. Then we're going to continue with the semifinals number 2 for Africa, where Madagascar will go up against Egypt to determine which of the two will then proceed into the Africa Grand Finals against Cote d'Ivoire. And about the local times, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. The times you're seeing on the left there are your local times. So you can set your alarms, set your watches, okay? Get whatever you need to get done on a Sunday. I hope you're just chillaxing at home, cheering on your fellow countrymen as they represent your nation here at the FIBA Esports Open 3. And it is going to be more fireworks to come. What a first grand final we had there between the Philippines and Indonesia. Plenty more action, though.
Right. So I think it's a good time as any to introduce a brief intermission here. So obviously everyone needs to take a little breather after all that action that happened, because trust me, this next grand finals is not going to be in any way less performing in terms of action. If anything, it might not even be more on top of that. So, you know, everyone needs to just have a little sigh of relief here, a little breather, walk it off, shake it off, get your drinks, get your foodies ready, because obviously on a Sunday, as you usually say, what better time to spend it than watching these games here, ladies and gentlemen, when you are in for a treat when we come back. But for now, a small intermission.
Probably searching for the paradise. What I realized, never getting.
Can't let it go when the moment passes. I guess I'm only average. Blessings always come, but they go the fastest. I can't hold it back no more. I can't hold it back no more. Yeah. Know you got a lot to give, yeah. I've been on the longest trip. I know I did you wrong, I did. I tried to get along, I did. I don't wanna lie. Are you right or die? Got me like bye, 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 bye. Oh, I can't let it go when the moment passes. I guess I'm only average. Blessings always come, but they go the fastest. I can't hold it back. I can't hold it back no more. No more. No more. No more. No more. traffic, yeah. All these people fake, yeah, they plastic, yeah. Now I feel like Shaq with the magic, yeah. Now I feel like Messi with the hat trick. I've been waiting now for this too dang long. You ain't know me back then, please don't ever hit my phone. I don't sign no merch, I need my name up in that stone. I've been on the road, I swear I do not got a home, yeah. I can't let it go when a moment passes, yeah. Guess I'm on the average. Blessings always come, but they go the fastest. I can't hold it back no more.
No way, no way. Rolls up on the pedal, little homie, no way. Move all week, little homie, no breaks. Lighten up the streets just for the city's sake. Roll with the beast, yeah, I know his face. If you pickin' teams, little homie, win the place. Us be defeated, little homie, no way, no way, no way. Little homie, no way, no way.
T-Vision with the optic. Boy, I'm making magic when I'm looking down the scope. Y'all boys acting out of pocket. I be in the cockpit, flying over coast. Sell your soul for the profit. Instagram likes, clicks on the video. You can miss me with the gossip. All that clap trap, you can leave it at the door. Meet me in the end zone. She didn't want a friend zone. Now I got a dime like woo. Me and my kinfolk, get it like tenfold. We ain't got no worries, no. Timmy, he don't need a limelight. He wants you to find Christ. He give you the divine sight. Whoa. 2020 hindsight, pull me up the sideline. Now I'm making highlights. Woo.
No way, no way. Rolls up on the pedal, little homie, no way. Move all week, little homie, no breaks. Lighten up the streets just for the city's sake. Roll with the beast, yeah, I know his face. If you pickin' teams, little homie, win the place. Us be defeated, little homie, no way, no way, no way. Little homie, no way, no way. My team don't know what the beat is. When you see me flexing with them jugs on swole. Now I see these rappers wanna be friends. All up in my inbox, steady blowing up my phone. Boy, Ben Wallace with the defense. Blocking up the boards, but I gritted up the throat. You know it's street light season. Nothing they can do to stop us reaching all our goals. I step into the goal line, praise to the most high. Watch me hit the vote like only got the gang as a cosign. White that is so fine, know I'm about to kiss it like boy, I'm Chef Reggie with the sauce though. Got it on a gold like I'm Costco. Know I got a condo in the gospel. Team strong, everybody hot show. Trying to get some queso with these nachos. No way, no way. Rolls up on the pedal, little homie, no way. Move all week, little homie, no breaks. Lighten up the streets just for the city's sake. Roll with the beast, yeah, I know his face. If we pickin' teams, little homie, win the place. Us be defeated, little homie, no way, no way, no way. Little homie, no way, no way. No way, no way. Rolls up on the pedal, little homie, no way. Move all week, little homie, no breaks. Lighten up the streets just for the city's sake. Roll with the beast, yeah, I know his face. If you pickin' teams, little homie, win the place. Us be defeated, little homie, no way, no way, no way. Little homie, no way, no way.
What it do? 5 in the morning and I got my mind on loop. I never sleep cause they smoke up in the Bugatti. I woke up in the coupe. I said, gee, 35 gin and juice where I woke up feeling like Snoop. And the whole team ready about the action and we didn't come to loot. Now we didn't come to loot. A certified polymath, I am living proof. And I just kick it, I do my business, and then I visit the obituary when I hit the booth. And I did it all on my own, cause nobody showed me no love. But now they say, damn man, he's grown. You should have known. Now what is to come? They say, oh Lord. They don't really do it like us. They don't really live their life. They don't really got their buzz. So we say, oh Lord. Carpe diem. It's about time that they see how many days that I've been seasoned. And right now I'm like my mama always told me just to go for it. Every time they see me, they say, Oh Lord. And it is what it is, so why you so mad at me, lad? But there's so many rappers that they all started calling me dad. You wanna battle me, somebody will end up dead. And I'm bored with the flow, wars on the boat, he better roll to death, bro. Before his boat never sail. I'm getting better still, old money, old bread, guess I like it better still. And she's on me, dog, and I don't wear designer cause I got a better still. You peons can be on my level, I'm clever, so be gone. I know you see the lights flash neon, bright as hell, by the bell. But we don't save these hoes, and these girls bad as hell, so we say, oh Lord. They don't really do it like us, they don't really live their life, they ain't really got their buzz, so we say, oh Lord. Carpe diem, it's about time that they see how many days that I've been seasoned. And right now I'm like my mama always told me just to go for it. Every time they see me, they say, oh Lord. We don't hear that jargon, what you talking about? It's my time, time to take my targets out. Make a move, pray to God you dodge a tune. Cause when I make a move, I tell everybody, move, bounce.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat. I producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself. I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy. I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You can call me David Ramsey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man, ayy. Every day been making plans, ayy. They don't really understand, ayy. Gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam, yeah. Only worry about the fans, yeah. I won't compromise the brand, yeah. I've been saving up the bands, whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah,
Memory is the chain that connects our past to our present. If it breaks, we're left untethered, incapable of leaving the present moment and unable to embrace the future.
Remember when there were no MP3s but CDs? Didn't care about germs, no concern of disease. Street lights came on, we high-fived and we leave. Back in the days it wasn't so hard to believe that I would wake up as the Black Power Ranger, never scared of danger. Snapping my fingers to the beat of my drum, became addicted to fun. We would fight with our hands, never needed a gun. We would gladly chill in the house, play mom and daddy. The greatest feeling was when nobody could ever tag me. So happy, not being the last to be chosen, to run to the candy lady to buy us a Frozen. We were just kids up to no good. Remember the first time you watched Boys in the Hood? Rat tail in the back while my barber fades me. Do you remember when? Yes, no, maybe?
When you were the song you liked and you felt like it was about your life. Remember when you would write a letter to your girlfriend and she would read it to all of her girlfriends. Remember staying up all night, talking on the phone. Remember skipping class with your homeboys.
Yeah.
Remember G.I.
Hey yo, I wrote this shit up all day. A long stay in the hallway. Harking back to an era of the tape play. Hitting on the track well, on the Maxell. With the spitting the beginning of a rap tale. Elastic scoop, the loop shine vividly. In due time, produce rhyme synergy. And for the longest caught the blinking of the torment. Till England of performance, still thinking of us dormant. And so it be, who hold close and kept dear. Were left there, won't know folks by next year. For ties cut, invest years. Perplex peers, rise up and flex fear. For hex sneers, for rest cheer. Know we did it for a purpose. Poem of a kid who never did scratch surface. Until he own it, respect the craft for proponents. Cause it ain't over till the song.
Remember what? You would hear a song you liked and you felt like it was about your life. Remember when you would write a letter to your girlfriend and she would read it to all of her girlfriends. Remember staying up all night, talking on the phone. Remember skipping class with your homeboys. Remember G.I. Joe?
I used to play Mortal Kombat with Matthew. I swore he used to cheat. I swear I could never beat him. Those sour jawbreakers, I swear I could never eat him. Baddest chick in the school, I swear I could never meet her. Until I wrote her a letter telling her I'm a singer. Me and Terrence would draw pictures of sneakers. Me and Ashley used to be in the class singing. I wrote my first rap in the back of the class thinking, I'm feeling it, yeah. Feel like that you get feeling alive. If you feel it, raise your L in the sky. I remember selling my mixtape in high school. They was really kinda supportive at my school. I was selling cassette tapes for $5. I was making my own beats, I was beatboxing.
Brown, brown, sugar, that brown, brown, ayy. 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 Brown, brown, sugar, that brown, brown, ayy.
I mean, we were just sitting back, you know, chopping it up, reminiscing about the good old days and all that. You know, tracking my roots, where I came from and where I'm going. But like I say, man, always said it. It's not about the destination. It's all about the journey. Ain't nothing changed but the weather. The dangling carrot that hang from the rear view. Your dreams in the past ain't nowhere near you. Backseat drivers got nothing but 2 cents. Shotgun riders too biased, they all liars. I should get an A for effort, I'm too tired. But I'm never giving up, that's why I'm kinda admired. Role model, like it or not, I gotta play it. Sugarcoat the rhyme sometimes, but still say it. Said I was quitting at 40 is just a fib. I'm still a kid that's wiping the food off of my bib. You ever wanted something so bad that you could taste it? Cried over every opportunity wasted. Good and bad news, which one you want first? Either way you pick, the bad still gon' hurt you the worst. I never got to bask in the fruits of the labor, and I never got the cash from that dude from the label. I'm just thinking back. Can we go way back, way back, way back? Can we go way back, way back, way back? It's time to go way back, way back, way back, way back. You see, in retrospect, I would've did it the same. In hindsight, I'm the only one to blame. I ain't picky, I'm just real specific. I want nothing less than terrific. I know y'all get it. I'm aggressive, so our style is clashing. Killer instinct, and I play with passion. I'd rather be hated for being one of the realest than get a lot of love for these overrated appearances. I can stand on skill alone, but I'm a package deal. I can write the whole song and rap for real. I got my head in the cloud with a pun intended. I don't need to see nobody, I don't want no visits. Introverted, I just flirt with the music. Small circles, how I choose it. Stay away from squares, they the one that look like a L7. I've been doing this since I was 11, and the shit gets real. Can we go way back, way back, way back? Can we go way back, way back, way back? It's time to go way back, way back, way back, way back. Pure pandemonium when I'm in the building. Grown man flow, I ain't got time for the children. Now you can boo me, jump off, I'm winning. I still love you though, shout out to the women. Watch, you was cool, they was acting wild. Walk in, leave drunk, it was packed for aisle. Belligerent students, man, the shit got messy. Remind me of my first show I did at the Red Sea. I ain't had no DJ, just the tape deck. Opened up for Son of Star Child, I love that. Met this cat named Larry, he was with the Avengers. Showed me how to make moves and walk with the winners. Soon went to the pen, I never seen him again. But I did a couple shows with his friends. Lumberjack, brown clown, so-and-so, and dude with the orange pants. 10 years later, now I'm rocking the orange pants. But they jabos though, you know, fresh to death, always and forever. Don't get it twisted, #1 listed, Nitro, with the nice flow, you know, it is. Take a picture, baby, it'll last longer. All in your mouth, yeah. In retrospect, I'm just thinking back to the time when it was all good. The golden era.
Giving everything you need, you a precious seed. Don't ever let it keep you when the waves of life come crashing down. Rise above, don't ever let it sink you. Me, I don't like to tell people what to do, but I'm speaking from experience. If I can help another person out going through this hell, then I hope they're hearing this. Like when you're going through the hardest times, don't you read the book? You can hit the bar, cold hard, get it shook. You a son of the most sign, not a crook. While you on the block, bad boy with a hard look. I've had a hard time since I was a baby. Struck down to the ground, my life crazy. Tragedies hitting my family. Copers no longer coping like they. I gotta do the hardest thing that a man gotta do. Bow down, give it up, that's real talk. If you wanna go your own way, that's death. Without life, you outline the right chalk. Already real, recognize real. Everybody want the truth, yo, I don't wanna blow it. We living in a culture where the people turn up, but they better humble down before it's too late to slow it. So when you wanna be picked up, raise your hands up to the Father like a little baby do. You ain't gotta live your life on your own. When the waves start to crash, have a team by you. And I ain't talking about a team where you have to be initiated just to be accepted. This is your rite of passage, you a human being, come and get connected. When the waves of life come crashing through and they knock you down, gotta get back up, you do what you do. When the waves of life come crashing through when the waves of life come crashing through you. Rise up when the waves come. Rise up when they knock you. Rise up, gotta get on the waves of life come crashing through you. Rise up when the waves come. Rise up and they knock you. Rise up, gotta get on the waves of life come crashing through you. Rise up to the tip top. You are not a floor mat or a flip flop. Sometimes the rain comes down, drip drop. Wait, is that flu under hip hop? We could be a little backwards, upside down. Sometimes you will look at us sideways. I love my Lord, He picked us up off the hedges and highways. All His people feel this. They know that He's the realest. Even demons shaking, they sure that shout Jesus is Lord, He's legit. See, I don't wanna follow anybody else. When the waves come, He can just raise His hand, calm the storm, bring the peace. Point blank, period. He's the man. When I was at my lowest and I had nowhere to go, another sea share 100 and waves down low. I reached to the Father when I didn't know Him. I just heard of His name and He grabbed my hand. I was running for a while, but He met me right there. All of those years saying life is not fair. I never would've made it on my own, that's clear. Looking back now, no doubt God was there. You were never on your own when you're going through it. When the waves come, stand firm, get through it. But you gotta know the one who will get you through it. He'll or her heartbreak change, yeah, He'll do it. Never forget to bow down to the Lord who will heal with His touch. You not blame God when you going through hell. He loves you so much. When the waves of life come crashing through and they knock you down, gotta get back up. You do what you do. When the waves of life come crashing through, when the waves of life come crashing through you. Rise up when the waves come. Rise up when they knock you. Rise up, gotta get up. The waves of life come crashing through you. Rise up when the waves come. Rise up and they knock you. Rise up, gotta get up. The waves of life come crashing through you. Rise up when the waves come. Rise up when they knock you. Rise up, gotta get up. The waves of life come crashing through you. Rise up when the waves come. Rise up and they knock you. Rise up, gotta get up. The waves of life come crashing through you.
Whoa, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. Whoa, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. Say it gon' put me all in the mad with all that mad game you been talking. Oh yeah, man, that's awesome. Yeah. Show me this plan that you brought me and this cash you ain't mentioned yet, dog. I'm done with all that talking. Yeah. No, I don't do pay to play, I get paid to play. And since you're playing games to get paid from me, man, swear to God I'm walking. Yeah. I seen the type before about 100 times, trying to undermine my abilities to be killing anything I target. Yeah. You wanna be a boss with them reins? That power don't come cheap. All my life I've been moving them chains. Now you wanna love me, I see the way you think. You're all about you. And that's cool, you do you. But me, I've been doing my own thing, I swear to God. I be killing everybody, tell me if you wanna get involved. Lyrical revolver that is aiming at the center of your thoughts. Yeah, they tell me everybody in my city that I'm from, they love my songs. Cool shit, saying pretty please with a cherry on top is a cool way. Whoa, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. Whoa, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. I don't see a reason they should be hating the way that I'm making a way. They don't see all of the stress and the problems I deal with like every day. Envy will kill you and misery loves all the company that it can get.
To even the odds, I wish I lived a normal life, but I'm in love with this shit. Boy, I came out like a bull and I look like I took, but I came for it. Everybody wanna aim for it. The head of a veteran, the militants apparently angry that I have said it and screaming. Don't nobody let them get ahead of me. Independent rappers gonna make it to celebrity alone. They don't ever get a throne, never leave their home. You didn't even have a million views and they headed in alone. I said, huh? You don't even see the bigger picture, look behind me, see the army full of kings. That is man and mafia to think, that is me and me alone. You release to see my bros, I don't never miss a beat. I kill everything I'm on, every video I share my homies who don't even know. If I ain't the greatest rapper, then I swear I'm getting close. If you really think I need you, all I gotta say is wow, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Wow, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. Wow, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Wow, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah.
Like everywhere that I go, everybody got their hands out. The body is divided, one side of defining the signs of the prodigal. We all getting money, Domino's head in the clouds. Chase the rain to the pot of gold, how to code out of bones of the Father in his hands. Hold eternity possible, Reverend Apostle, the doctor, miracle defiant witness, blood applied to the obstacle, unbreakable, never shaking the faith of the King, unstoppable. And that's real to me. Now what's real to you? At times what's real to us might be real and true. I find faith in what made the last name absolute. The homies founded in a money-making avenue where you could cradle the fence, sit on the bench and be lukewarm, shout hallelujah. Put some fly suits on, then you all set. Bet if you ain't on yet, put on some bread and you can sit with the best of the best. A rap God still look like you got success cause you blessed. Never speak about Messiah and his sheep are impressed. Listen up, I could do it just like you. Compromise truth and live just like you. Say Messiah was only a man just like you, but that's not something I can see I do. In your face they unashamed but claim you changing. You ain't brothers, never been a late, not entertained with the pedigree of a buster. Truth remains, keep it like bread and the bread is buttered. I suffered being subtle, no I wrapped them candy circles round these suckers. Cut the table with a brutally honest picture that I paint. Let it suffocate my brush of custom using mud. This ain't corrupt seduction of using a front and bluffing while the blood of saints is ushered into discussion. I smell the sucking coming, yeah we running straight chasing after what is disgusting. Concussed from the deduction of what is holy and covered. The ark of the covenant encompassed, made public and unencumbered by the Father when he said the Son away. Where can we run today? I ain't gonna lie, I almost cry when I think about the life that I caused. Why we ain't real? Why we ain't real with each other? Why we ain't real? We were supposed to be brothers. Why we ain't real? Why we ain't real with each other? I'm just being real. I see wolves in the field, and that's real to me. Now what's real to you? At times what's real to us might be real and true. I find faith in what made the last name absolute. Found the homies ain't the homies when they mad at you. But listen, I am not a rapper, dude rapper with a ravenous attitude. Come from a different cloth, my fabric incompatible. Leaders claiming they lead them, but I take a jab or two, picking at the facets of what is factual. And now these actors move, I seen them, they move, screen them, delete them, and don't repeat them. I read them, they cover is clean, but looks could be deceiving. Now even Eden was absent of any treason. Before the fruit was plucked and eaten, you could see the reasons. I spot the snakes in the grass like weeds and weed them before they become trees. This is my season and yeah, show me what to believe in. If I don't see the king or the kingdom of what they speaking, I don't believe them. I've been pushed, bullied, bloodied, and beaten. The evil created by my own people. You see the needle in the sack of faith is often regarded as feeble, but I'll be that needle if I need to and prick the soul in the heel. If you try to step on what's been revealed, Messiah's here now. Why we ain't real? Why we ain't real with each other? Why we ain't real? We were supposed to be brothers. Why we ain't real? Why we ain't real with each other? I'm just being real. I see wolves in the field.
If I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool, and I'm like, got me fiending for your body, you might turn me to a yes man. Oh yeah. 80 and I'm 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex man.
We ain't gotta go outside. Two-step in the rain, wake up by my side. Don't care what your friends think. Oh, you just my type. Oh yeah, she know the deal like an old scripting. You ain't the first to really sell that shit. Champagne with the roof gone. Bump this jam back in Tucson. Think I got to get a move on. Never had much to lose, but you could do better with me in the middle of the road, or the back of the Jeep. So baby, let's not talk about it, but I gotta know.
If I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool, and I'm like, yes ma'am. Well, you got me fiending for your body, you might turn me to a yes man. Oh yeah. 80 and I'm 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex man.
Why you act so extra? Let me in your section. Running through my mind, we got a connection. Back home ain't the same, your pop's drinking all the time. You just wanna get away, come hop up in my ride. Two goofies on the run, couple 40s in the backseat. Spirits in my lungs, got my voice a little raspy. Turn me to a yes man. Before we do this, girl, I got a question.
If I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool, and I'm like, yes ma'am. Well, you got me fiending for your body, you might turn me to a yes man. Oh yeah. 80 and I'm 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex man. Flyer than your ex, like oh my god. Right into your legs, like oh my god. And let's go on a date, like oh my god. When I'm back from LA, like oh my god, yeah. She still think it's odd, yeah. I got all these fans, she's the only one I want, yeah. Impress me with your mind, I might turn you to a mom, yeah. You might get a pension if you work it for me long, yeah. It's gonna be a long, yeah. I don't know how they get like that. Recognize my wrongs and get them fixed like that. Booming through my city with my people all around. Is you coming with me or you staying on the ground, yeah? Yes or no, how'd it go? Where your man? Do you got one on the low? Oh, you do? How'd I know? Born in 1994, you still a scrub, but I still don't think you notice how to love. But I gotta know that if I take you down, would you really hold me down? I'd be your best friend. She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool, and I'm like, yes, man. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. The way you got me fiending for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh yeah, oh yeah. 80 and a 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man. I'm flyer than your next, man. I'm flyer than your...
But I don't give a damn about you one bit, and to think you used to have it all. Funny how the table turn around. You check it for me on the internet, I know you do it. Can't believe I made it with the music. I know, probably think about me all the time. Probably think you're drowning in the sorrow.
Now I get it. Your intentions were so good. You would never do a thing like that again. But we both know that you would. You know you would. You would. You would. You would. You would. You know you would. You would. You would. You would. You.
Now I don't wanna be rude, but I hope you never find another that can care for you. And I had a feeling I was wrong, but I knew that it was going down. Then you lie like nothing even happened when I asked you. See, but I already knew. Guess who told? Yeah, who knew? I guess you got some rats in the crew. And now I'm playing shows with the legends. Hopping out the rows and I'm stepping on the toes like I ain't been this good in a second. self-made boss and I'm firing a weapon like. Man, I'm taking shots, oh yeah, for the record. I hope this song is the one I get rich from. Maybe then you'll learn a lesson.
Now I get it. Your intentions were so good. You would never do a thing like that again. But we both know that you would.
On the board, ayy, tell him we done been off the hook. Ever since my phone had a cord, ayy, pray to God I make it where I want to. I hope you do whatever that you can. I could've been the one you felt close to, but now I'll never ever be that man. I see I've already got a plan, already ahead. All about my business and I covered overhead. Cut up all the snakes and I left them off for dead. If a snake tryna rat, then I'm cutting off his head. And I've never been the type to give a damn about a hater. I don't give a damn about you neither. I would feel worse, but first things first, I'ma find a loyal woman while I sip this margarita. I skirt.
You could've had it all. Oh, you could've had it all.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the FIBA Esports Open 3. We are excited and delighted to have you back with us after that slightly longer intermission. We've already had a brilliant grand final there for the Southeast Asia Conference. Exciting stuff, and I am delighted to have you back. I'm your host, Chris, but with me back on the desk is Linards. Linards, how are you?
I'm great. I just saw that final match right behind the camera, so to say. I was waiting here to be on the caster's desk. Sadly, I was not able to cast that one, but we have plenty of games to go today.
Oh, yeah. We've got a really juicy grand final, conference grand final for you coming up. But before we get to that, if you are just tuning in for the first time today, okay, a brief explanation. The FIBA Esports Open 3, the third iteration, and this is an international competition open to all basketball federations who are of the member body FIBA. And I'm very, very delighted to say that we've actually increased from 36 participating countries at the FIBA Esports Open 2 to now 60 different participating countries across 8 different conferences, and we'll explain how that's the case and why that's the case. And that's improving on 17 for FIBA Esports Open number 1. It's absolutely massive. Playing for national pride, very, very important.
Yes, it is. It is the third and the final pilot edition of this kind of event here in FIBA, but they tell us that there's more to come.
That's right, more to come, and air quotes on more to come. We're actually allowed to quote them on that. As I mentioned, these are e-athletes who are representing their nation, pulling on the digital national jerseys, and national pride is on the line. It's really, really exciting stuff. You can see the next game getting ready to start beneath us. We'll get to that in a few moments. However, a brief maybe explanation for anyone just tuning in for the first time. The game mode is actually going to be NBA 2K Pro-Am. Maybe just explain what that is for us, Linards.
Well, that is basically where the users can play in a 5v5 format, each individual controlling only one singular character in-game, and that is deeply customizable, so you can also customize the arena, the jerseys, the courts, everything.
Absolutely, and we're going to see those customized jerseys, and we'll just have a quick look here at the participating, well, I would say conferences and countries here, and where they're grouped geographically. Perhaps, Linards, you could just explain to the folks at home tuning in for the first time why that is.
More than welcome, Chris. Basically, we have these when fully played online, so therefore, in order to have fair conditions for all the participants across the globe to reduce all that unnecessary lag or delay, basically, we have them grouped in those conferences geographically and all interests of the fair play.
Yeah, absolutely. The closer you are to another participating country, the lower the delay, and it really just does make for absolutely fantastic games. And, of course, this is the first time that the FIBA Esports Open will be played across two generations, the current generation of PlayStation 4 and next generation PlayStation 5, as you can see from the graphic there. And the reason for that was to allow for as many countries as possible. And that's why we have 8 conferences. We have more conferences than continents on planet Earth, Leonards, and it's fantastic. That's how we're able to have 60 participating countries here today, and a really great graphic there from the design team just explaining it. So, yeah, moving on, we're going to have a look at the participating conferences here, starting with the Southeast Asia conference. And again, these are being played this weekend, and obviously group stages started on Friday the 16th. Here we are now. The grand final has already been played as well. We'll get to that just a little bit later, but we can tell you the participating teams here. 2 groups. Group A, we have the Maldives, Philippines, and Vietnam, and then in Group B, we have Indonesia, Mongolia, and Sri Lanka. Great to see a couple of returning teams there. Obviously in the Philippines and in Indonesia. And as you can see by the little trophy there, if you just tuned in, the Philippines are now 2-time champions, and they did win that conference.
They did, and they had a really great final match there again. But now we're taking a look at the Middle East Conference. Also, as you mentioned before, we had the group stage here on that Friday, and now on the weekends we have a couple games left there, right? We got Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Syria in that Group A. While in the Group B, we're looking at Bahrain, Lebanon, and United Arab Emirates.
Oh, yeah, that is going to be the grand final, a best of 3 that we're going to be calling. We'll have a bit of deeper look at who's going to be playing just a little bit later on. And then moving on to our next conference, the African Conference, again, going to be played today. We have a semifinal to come and then the finals. 2 groups once again. Group A, over there, we have Ivory Coast, Egypt, Tunisia. And then in Group B, we have Gabon, Madagascar, and Togo. Again, 2 returning teams in the Ivory Coast, the current champions looking to defend their crown, and Gabon. But also then 4 newcomers, Egypt, Tunisia, Madagascar, and Togo. And really, really looking good.
And now looking at the European current generation, also from 23rd to 25th of April, a bit later on this month. And now we're looking at Group A. We have 4 wonderful teams: Estonia, Ireland, Latvia, and Poland. Also in Group B, Andorra, Armenia, Russia, and Ukraine.
You bet. Then in Group C, we've got Bosnia, Herzegovina, Cyprus, Iceland, and Serbia. And in Group D, Austria, Lithuania, Montenegro, and Portugal. The largest of the conferences. Next weekend is going to be really action-packed. The exciting kind of feature about all of those teams is we do not have a previous champion in that conference, European current gen, which means we are going to have a brand new champ for the first time. Okay, then moving on to the North American current generation conference right here. Again, will be played next weekend, April 23rd to 25th. And we have 4 participating countries in Barbados, Costa Rica, Honduras, and Mexico. And 2 returning teams in Costa Rica and Honduras.
Yes, you're not wrong. Costa Rica and Honduras once again returning back this time around. Barbados and Mexico making their debut. And it'll be interesting to see. We'll do cast only the grand finals. It is, again, a best of 3, and, well, that will be happening from on the 25th of April, right? Moving on to the European next generation teams. We have, 3 groups here, 2 groups of 4, and then Group C with 3 teams. Now in Group A, Denmark, Slovenia, Switzerland, and Turkey, as well in Group B, Spain, France, Germany, and Luxembourg.
You bet. Then in Group C, we have Belgium, Great Britain, and Italy. Now, these games will be played 7th to 9th of May, and a lot of familiar faces here. We have 2 champions returning to play in this conference in Turkey and Italy, and then we have 2 runners-up in Group B alone in Spain and Germany, not to mention the French joining in for the first time, their first FIBA Esports Open, so expect fireworks from what proves to it's just looking like it's going to be an absolutely incredible conference there. Then moving on to the South American Conference, which will also be played on the 7th to 9th of May. We have 2 groups there, a Group A and a Group B, simply put. And in Group A, Argentina, Colombia, Guyana, and Uruguay. And then in Group B, Brazil, Chile, and Venezuela.
Well, we have seen a couple of those teams before. We have some newcomers, but our eyes are, well, on Argentina. Argentina is not only good in football, but here in FIBA Esports, they have already participated twice. FIBA Esports Open 1 and 2 and got the first place. And they have their eyes on the prize to get the third one.
Trying to do the three-peat. Hard to do.
It's hard to do, but it's doable. And now moving towards the North Central America, the final one of some 7th of 9th of May. One more time, we saw very familiar faces here. We have Team Canada, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, and USA participating here for this. And as I mentioned before, really familiar faces. They participated last time around. United States got that first place, winning in the finals against the Dominican Republic. But it's a really close battle over here.
Oh, yeah. Those 4 teams, which will be playing on Next Gen. So that's the Next Gen North and Central America. They are massively competitive when it comes to the international 2K basketball scene. Not a lot between them. You could toss a coin. All 4 teams really fire. So let's move on to having a look then at today's schedule. Okay, and we're going to break down a little bit later on kind of greater detail of what we've already seen, but started off with the Southeast Asia Grand Final between the Philippines and Indonesia. And as you can see there, Philippines were victorious. They sweep it. It was very close as the score lines dictate their commiserations, of course, to Indonesia, but the Philippines, 2-time champions now. That was brilliant. Now, coming up in the game we're about to call, I should say the series we're about to call.
Well, the series we're about to call is the Middle East Grand Final. Yet another Grand Final, and that's Saudi Arabia and Bahrain taking their place on the court. And we'll see the game very soon. But then right after that, we have the semifinal from Africa Conference, Madagascar and Egypt.
Yep, absolutely. And then we will have, once we obviously have our team determined for Madagascar and Egypt, waiting for them already in the African Grand Final is Ivory Coast. To be determined who will be joining them. The times you are seeing on the screen are local times, which means you can set your alarm, set your clock, get all your housework done, whatever you got to do on your Sunday, walk the dog, find a babysitter, sit back, relax, put your feet up, and, well, let's be honest, everyone's going to be sitting forward on their feet, cheering at their screens, cheering on their countries. Now, let's have a look here at the story so far, the group stage standings for the Middle East Conference and how we got here. Over in Group A, Saudi Arabia went undefeated, and Kuwait split there. They obviously, defeated Syria, lost to Saudi Arabia, but came through and managed to really, I think, hold a good account of themselves in the semifinal. A moment, unfortunately, Syria, due to unforeseen circumstances, could not participate. But showing up and being involved in the FIBA Esports Open on the international stage is the first step to getting better. And then over there in Group B, well, take it away, Leonards.
Well, thanks, Chris. We got Bahrain and Lebanon there on the first and second place. So now Bahrain running with the 2-0. Their 2 games, 2 wins. Pretty sweet victories there against the Lebanon and United Arab Emirates. And, well, the same thing as Syria there for unforeseen circumstances. United Arab Emirates were not able to participate in this case, but still making their steps over here. Well, first thing is to be here and, well, give it a shot. And maybe next time around we'll have that another tournament. Maybe they will show up and get their hands on the prize.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's have a look at the playoff bracket here for the Middle East Conference at the FIBA Esports Open 3. If you're just tuning in, Lebanon gave the Saudi Arabia team a scare there, and it went to overtime. It was a thrilling game and ended up winning 73-67. However, Saudi Arabia showing what they're made of. The hearts of champions, real just, men of iron, coming back and then sweeping the remaining games. And again, a very close game in game number 2 there, but a blowout to finish off things. Have to be feeling confident, booking their way into the final. You were on the desk. What stood out for you from Saudi Arabia?
I rewatched at home the last seconds of the first game. It was 1.5 seconds where Lebanon were 3 points up. And Saudi Arabia had 1.5 seconds just to make it into overtime, and they did. They made it into overtime. didn't really get the enough points maybe to win the overtime, so Lebanon taking that one home. But then Saudi Arabia coming back with some strong mental, some strong game plan. You can see in that third game, just total destruction.
Now, an MVP will be crowned from whoever does win. Just before we have a look at the other semifinal, who's standing out for you early on, though, for the Saudi Arabia team? Who do we need to keep an eye on? Who do the folks at home need to keep an eye on in this final?
Well, we got two players there, Uchika and Maher right there. Uchika with in those 3-game series there, in that best of 3, he got 56 points on his own name.
Wow.
So that's quite a lot there. He played really aggressive, but I want to give a shout out to Maher as well. 8 out of 10 3-pointers in the last game there. So
wow.
You have to keep eye on him. Don't definitely let him to be on that 3-point line. Definitely have to kind of cover the guy. You don't want to let him just get those 3 throws over there.
Absolutely. Now, look, semifinal number 2, Bahrain and Kuwait, the 2 newcomers. Very, very exciting stuff right there. Probably gave us game number 3, arguably the game of the tournament. The lead changed 9 times in the fourth quarter. Bahrain booked themselves a seat in the final. Pretty exciting stuff. So no matter what, at least we are going to have a brand new runner-up, potentially a brand new champion here. Saudi Arabia really have their work ahead of them, I think, if they are going to compete with Bahrain. And Bahrain, I think it's agreeable, and I just want to make sure we're saying his name correctly. Black Cobra is looking really, really nice. He had a couple of 40 burgers in the semifinals right there, and absolutely probably produced the game of the day there in game number 3. And I believe we have the player lineups to have a look at exactly who is going to be representing their nation here in the final. Starting with Bahrain, we've got Kampoop, who loves to eat up the glass. Really kind of classic big man. Black Cobra, Bumodi. We've got Rodman and Clutch Gamer.
While looking at Saudi Arabia, we got X-Men, Maher, Sami, Uchiha, and Ray.
There we go. And those are the players who will be representing their nations here, the e-athletes, pulling on, as you can see in these photos, real jerseys. They're sitting in real jerseys, pulling on the digital jerseys as well to represent their countries. Really, really exciting stuff.
Yeah, I did mention Maher right here, and we're seeing him back on the track with the team as well. And, Black Cobra, you mentioned before, and I'll mention it again. I looked at the scoreboards in that last game and that they played against Kuwait there in the semifinal from Bahrain. And Black Cobra, you mentioned, the 17-year-old. 117 points he scored on his own name for those 3 games, and that is 53% of the whole team score in that semifinal alone.
So Operation Shut Down Black Cobra, and we are just waiting now for the players to emerge from the digital. Here we go, the digital tunnel ready. It's going to be Bahrain here in the grand final, wearing the white. This is of the Middle East Conference FIBA Esports Open 3, and of course Saudi Arabia in the green. Exciting stuff.
Well, Saudi Arabia, no big afros over here for this time around, but that doesn't really matter too much. It's all about the gameplay over here. And let's see who gets that one here. Kampoop as well. I mean, in that first game that they participated against Kuwait, they did really, really well here. And, there's the number 99. Cobra with the pass. Roadman over here in that wing. Oh, good interception here. Maher, well, I mentioned before, the player to watch as well from Saudi Arabia, team.
Yeah, and good hands up in the passing lanes for both teams early on here in this one. Just putting their opponents under pressure. That's what you want to see. And it's going to be Raid trying to tote the rock here. Top of the key, working that pick and roll game for Saudi Arabia. Trying to get the first bucket. 5 to shoot. Pulls up on the 3. It's a clanker. Kampoop eating up the glass, starting off as he played in the semis right there. Here's Black Cobra. So dangerous from beyond the arc right here.
The number 99 with the good. That was a good plan over there, but Saudi Arabia read it like a book, and now with that. That was a little counter right there. And Uchiha with the little slam dunk over there. But in the end of the day, that didn't really happen. And still the score is 0-0, nearly a minute into this grand final. First game, though. The first minute, we can already see some nerves, maybe some missed shots, so to say. Some great opportunities, but still the score is dead 0 until I say so. And then, 2-0 already for Saudi Arabia.
Nice dunk right there. Just taking care of business, Uchiha. working it into the paint, slamming it home. Here comes Black Cobra trying to work some magic of his own. One-handed pass out to Clutch Gamer, working on the wings, probably, finding the open man, Rodman. Green, 3, Bahrain on the board. And there you go. Rodman can really sharpshoot from those wing positions.
Yeah, Rodman is the first one in the final right now who scored a three-pointer, but there's another try, and, well, those three-pointers ain't falling really in for Saudi Arabia here. Not yet, at least. A couple of the chances for them. Chicha now from the side. Ray, again, and then Maher. Well, we mentioned before, Maher and Chicha, those two star players, number 10 and number 14. Definitely want to keep eyes on them over there. Uchiha really visible in terms of also the customization there with that green hairstyle.
Definitely, which is what's so good about Pro-Am mode, right? It's the customization, the swag for your country's colors. Camp Hoop wide open. You can't leave the middle of the key that open. Camp Hoop will take advantage with a ferocious dunk every single time.
Yeah, I feel like Uchiha over there fell asleep. I believe he had a great opportunity to move a little bit back and to kind of save the basket over there, but he was kind of jumping on the spot and not really covering anyone at that point. And there was just a free space just to go there and I'll score a point. And there's, again, the
nice
player that we
drive.
mentioned, the Black Cobra.
Nice drive. We had a three-pointer from Maha there as well. It's a really, really nice drive from Black Cobra. A tough shot to make in traffic. Maha did well, though, to stroke a three and keep the Saudis in contact. Green again from him, and another three. That's 6 points straight. He's knocked in for the Saudis as they take the lead here.
That is very well played by them. And now Saudi Arabia 8.8 and 7.8. Black Cobra losing the ball, but then getting it back, and then ping pong, basically. We're playing ping pong at this point. But now Gampo with the big one. That was pretty sweet one. Getting 2 points for Bahrain. Now 9-8 to score-wise. It's only -1. And it's, point-to-point game.
Yeah, I love a 1-point lead in basketball because that means the lead changes potentially with every single possession. Ray trying to work his magic. Green again. Oh, the Saudi Arabia team came to play here. Wow, 3 straight threes for them. Bahrain are defending pretty well on the perimeter. Black Cobra showing he's got the skills to pay the bills as well. And now it's another 1-point lead for Bahrain here. Saudi Arabia looking to answer with a play of their own.
I'm pretty sure that Saudi Arabia know about Black Cobra. They probably watched the last game there for sure, and they know that they have to cover that guy. They cannot let the number 99 get those free shots over there. Doesn't really matter, 2 points or 3 points. Just don't let him even try. And there's another one. You see, 2 players were strictly running right just to block the shot, but they were a little bit too late, and the 3-point for Black Cobra. One more time for number 99.
Really nice stuff right there. Really good execution.
Oh, that was just nasty. I really like that the players are a little bit, I don't know if they're a little cocky or maybe they're just kind of like to celebrate they like to celebrate the baskets a little bit early. When they see it's green, it's going in, they already know.
Yeah.
And I like that they can do that. I like the game. I just like that way.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of the more fun functionalities right there. As we see an easy 2 dropped in for Bahrain. 1-point lead. Oh, Maher is breaking ankles there.
Oh, do we have medical staff over here? Because someone just broke their ankles a little bit there.
Yeah, replacement ankles needed on court 1, please. Yeah, that definitely looked like it hurt. I really love what we're seeing here. Ma's in again. He is on fire early on. He's activated his takeover. But you can see Black Cobra has also activated his takeover. So it's a shootout early on here between these 2 amazing players.
It's 14 seconds left on the clock. Bahrain with the ball. It's a slightly early release over there, but still the bounce back now. Chicha, well, Saudi Arabia with the ball. They're probably willing to kind of leak the that was a little bit interesting Chicha move, but I do believe that will not really count, or will it? No, it did not. It was after the buzzer there. But it's still pretty
good defensive effort.
It was good defense.
Good hustle.
It actually worked because the points didn't really it didn't count. It didn't count. And just because of that little move, otherwise it would have been blocked.
Yeah.
So Uchika had to kind of wait out until the block goes away and then the free basket, but the time's already over. So anyhow, even if he didn't block the shot, he did block the time.
Yeah, really impressive stuff right there. Okay, Black Cobra working his magic. They're working this pick and roll, pulling the trigger. Again, the release wasn't quite there. You're going to have to back yourself as a shooter, though. He's shown he can do it. Really impressive stuff. AX missing a 3 from the corner. Uchiha kicking it out. Maha, green, 3. And all of a sudden, Saudi Arabia with a 7-point lead. A well-timed timeout right here from Bahrain. Stop the momentum of your opponent. Regather your thoughts. Get some communications in. You could see they fell asleep defensively right there. Now, this can't be an empty possession because then Saudis will have a chance. As we see green, it's not going to be. I'm not even going to finish that sentence. Bahrain back on track there. 4-point lead to the Saudis.
Yeah, Bahrain coming back a little strong here with those 3 points. They definitely still need to score a couple more just to equalize the score here. It's 24-20, so 4-point lead to Saudi Arabia. And here, well, that was a good chance to score 2 more to increase it by 6 now. But
good defense there. They actually, they played the pick and roll pretty well, made it a contested shot. That is always, man, triple teamed. Bahrain are going to get the ball back. Baseline inbounds with 15 seconds left. Look for one of these direct. Oh, I was going to say, probably not the angle there for an alley-oop. But here we have a clutch gamer. Pump faking here. Looking dangerous. Oh, tough pass. Uchiha did well to get a hand up in the lane and get that steal. Here we go now. The Saudis and a foul here. Oh, look, I think if you see the big man pull up the rock, it's so tempting to reach in there. So we'll allow them that. Here's Maha. He has been so solid. You called it. You said to the folks at home, look out for him. There's another green 3. The lead is back to 7.
Like I mentioned before, 8 out of 10 3-points in that last game in the semifinal when they played against Lebanon. Although the score-wise, it was 93-37 there, a total blowout, so to say. But he still showed up that he can score those 3 points and definitely bringing out, lining like a light into his team.
Definitely. Look, there's no pressure in a blowout. This is a grand final, and you're right. He's still doing it, showing what he has here. 2 to shoot. Rodman in the corner. Oh, he's normally money from that spot. He'll be kicking himself. That was actually really good ball rotation. Raid going to pull up. Does he have it? Missed right there. Great rebound from Uchiha. Maha's got it, though. 10-point lead, Saudi Arabia.
The vision control there from Uchiha. He saw Maha there completely free and open.
Yep.
He gave the pass back to him. The communication worked out pretty well for Saudi Arabia there. Got the ball, got the 3 points, and now X-Men with a nice dunk over their number 19.
A great steal, quick transition, turning steals into points in about 3 seconds there. Saudi Arabia have come to play. Bahrain have got to step up here. They really, really do. They've got to be a little bit sharper than that when passing the ball. Look at this. This is too many deflections. Saudis are here to play. Rodman green on that occasion. Foot on the line? No, 3-pointer. That's what they need. Now they need to stop at the other end, Bahrain. But the Saudis likewise want to keep the pressure up here. The pedal to the metal, missed communication alley-oop right there. So Bahrain, as we get a steal, though, straight back the other way, and a quick timeout from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, that was a great 3-pointer from Bahrain. The Rodman, the 24-year-old, the tax accountant, getting the taxes paid over here for this one.
Oh, yeah.
And definitely making his time on the court pay pretty well.
Making a declaration of his own right there. Maha, wide open green. They've got to get a hand up on him there. And the lead is as large as it's been. It's a 12-point lead here for Saudi Arabia. Bahrain still within touching distance, but they have got to find an answer from Maha. They've got to find an answer defensively. Quick, easy 2 points there. You're down double digits early on, 1:24 left here in the second quarter.
We see Black Cobra over here tonight, only 13 points. And interestingly enough, what do you think, Chris? Is that his first tournament, or do you think maybe he participated in previous ones?
Oh, yeah, he's been around, right? I mean, he's potentially on an international level.
But, yeah, might be, yes. But then again, it's this. Well, he mentioned that it is his first, maybe like one of those big tournaments. He participated probably in a smaller ones. But then again,
Perfect. And here we are. We've got end-to-end action here.
Ooh.
Maha did drop in another 3-pointer.
Rodman
open green. Foot on the line there. Yes, so that's only going to be worth 2. 11-point gap here. The Saudis probably want to slow this down a little bit, work the clock, go in with a lead, and at the moment, it's looking pretty commanding. Maha green again. Wow, this is the largest the lead's been. 14 points now.
Yeah, it's 41-27, 30 seconds left on the clock right now. Bahrain, they have to activate a little bit over here, a little bit more forwards, a little bit more in that defense play. Can't let us free buckets over there. And again, Maher Ooh, on the side, X-Men.
Good steal right there. This is an opportunity for Bahrain just to get some points. Kicking it out. Rodman contested. That looked like a foul. 9 seconds left here in the first half. What can they do? The Saudis already up by 14. 5 to shoot. Trying to work something here. It's good.
It's good. It's
unbelievable.
0.2 seconds. Don't think it's really possible. We have returned now. Saudi Arabia 44-27 for Bahrain. We see Maher 33 points on that. Wow. What a
33 points in the first half alone. He is already activated. They get a chance to double dip here. The damage is nearly done. 17-point lead. And again, it's green. 20-point lead. It's getting away from Bahrain right here. Saudi Arabia looking to three-peat here at the FIBA Esports Open. This third quarter is going to be massive. Bahrain need to turn the corner somehow.
They have to kick in the second gear already, and it's already the third one. The third quarter here, they have no time to slow down. Clutch Gamer now from the wing, looking to find maybe like an opening, how to get inside. But the really great defense so far from Saudi Arabia. They're not letting Bahrain play for free, and now 4 more seconds on the clock. Black Cobra, Roadman. Got to go for that 3. No, a little bit closer to get 2 points, but not in the basket. And now here it is. Maybe a Maher with the chance inside of the paint. Go back to Ray on the wing. And now trying to fake a couple here. And that is a 3, and that is in.
Boom. They've scored 9 straight now. This is really getting out of hand. A 23-point lead for the Saudis. Bahrain look like they're panicking as well. The shot selection has really, really failed them here, since about halfway through the second. And when the Saudis started to dominate this one, look, again, contested shot. Solid movement off the ball. That's more like it if you're Rodman. Someone needs to step up. And it's Rodman in the corner, maybe just easing the nerves a little bit. And now Bahrain just needs to start getting a few stops defensively. Saudi Arabia, on the other hand, just keep pouring the points in.
Yeah, you don't want to let those players move just move around the court for free like that. Maher again trying to find a space over here. A little great pass with Chica right, and back to Maher with the 3. And why score 2 when you can do 3-pointers really well? And that is 53-30. Like I mentioned before, Maher so far those 3-pointers, brilliant.
Yeah, he's flawless right now. The rim is just as wide as the ocean. He is pouring in points. Cobra trying to get his teammates open here, works some magic. That's a deep Clutch Gamer 3, and he misses it again. The shot selection has been really, really poor. It has to be said. Big alley-oop dunk there.
Well,
Chia.
Yeah, Clutch didn't really clutch that one in, and now Chica, as you can see, it's 8 points there, but the 3 assists also coming into the play, and definitely making, for his team, for the money. And then, again, another clear interception here. Maher, good bounce right in the front, and that's an alley-oop, and 57-30.
Wow, it is getting ugly in this one. A 27 lead here for Saudi Arabia. Bahrain need to find that form that they had, in the first quarter when it was such a close game. But the Saudis just relentless and really showing their class here. Nice drive, good offensive board. He gets the ball back, Campoop, kicks it back out. Look at the tenacity, though. The Saudi Arabia defense, they're everywhere as we see another attempted alley-oop. Kicking it back out. Mars open again. 30-point lead. They've doubled Bahrain.
You just can't. I don't know what's happening over here. Saudi Arabia, as far as the game goes, it feels like every single time they're on the offense, the ball ends up in the basket. Anyhow, even it's 2 or 3 points, and it just every single time, maybe except this one. But no, Chica's still with the ball running away. Sammy looking for to score 3,
Boom.
And there it is again. Another 3-pointer.
Sammy getting in on the action there. 33-point lead. Saudi Arabia can do no wrong. Bahrain, it feels like they're just out of answers. It looks like game number 1 is going to be going to the Saudis. And now, if you're Bahrain, you've got to switch your focus. We get another steal here from Axe and a quick ball to Raid. He's not gonna. Oh, he stepped out of bounds. Unlucky right there. Looks like he just lost the handle. You've got to probably step up and start thinking about game number 2 if you're Bahrain. And I would say test a couple of tactics here as well.
Yeah, you still have the fourth quarter over here, and if you're already feeling that the game is slipping away, might as well try to go for that plan B in case they have one, and try something else, see how it works, test a little bit of those Saudi Arabian players, because if you're giving away this game around, you might as well try something new.
Absolutely. And while you were speaking there, Sammy dropped in a 3, and before that, Black Cobra dropped in a 3. So at least they're finding some form here, Black Cobra, something to hang their hat on. But look, another steal. The defense is relentless. Axe has a couple of steals in a row. Maha working his magic under the hoop, kicking it back out. They're just going to take the time. Wide open 3, boom. Unbelievable. This is really getting out of hand really quickly here. 36-point lead for the Saudis.
I think it's been quite some time in Saudi Arabia scored 2 points. It's been like a 3-point contest over here, right? It's always going for that 3-point line, just giving the ball to Maher or Ray or some, right? It really doesn't really matter who it is. It's either Ray, it's either Maher, or even Uchiha can score those 3-pointers with a pretty good style.
Yeah, absolutely. Working the pick and roll here. Raid and Uchika to the corner there for Sammy. We saw a nice bucket there from Kampoop, it has to be said, but it's just too little too late here. Raid pulling the trigger. That's a contested shot, tough shot right there. Quick transition here. This is what you need if you're Bahrain. 4.7 seconds left here in the third. It's probably not going to be enough. We're going to have to see one of the most legendary fourth quarter comebacks as we see another quick dunk, 0.9 seconds, end-to-end action here in game number 1, Middle East Grand Final, FIBA Esports Open 3. Bahrain will inbound the ball here. It's all over by the shouting, you would have to think, unless they can go on an epic run as we see more solid defense from the Saudis taking away those passing lanes. And if you want to compete against two-time champions, you have to play a perfect game. We just haven't seen it here today.
So far, it's been really, like you said, the first quarter was really point-to-point, so to say, but then Saudi Arabia kind of already got in that second, third gear, right, while Bahrain still driving on the first and making it slow, and those mistakes and those three-pointers just kept coming in for that Saudi Arabia. Now there's another example, right? Another three-pointer, 74-40. It's 4 minutes and 27 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and again, Bahrain just have to try a couple of different tactics here, have to try and find something that's working well for them, whether it's kind of ball distribution, maybe a couple of backdoor cuts as we're seeing there, some movement off the ball, 5 to shoot. Nice move by Kampoop right there in the low post. And they've just got to find something that they can hang their hat on for game number 2.
Yeah, so far 6 rebounds for Campo right there. It's good statistics there, but it's still not enough. You're looking at what Saudi Arabia is doing, 74 points, and it's even more now. 76, one of those rare cases where 2 points fall in.
Yeah, absolutely. But Maher with 44 points. On top of that, he's had a hand in 9 other buckets, 9 other assists, as Black Cobra shows that he is a deadly, deadly shooter from beyond the arc. That was from the car park. That was a deep, deep 3 right there. Nice to see Maher has just Maher's just gone off here in game number 1 of this grand final.
Yeah, I did mention him before that he had those 8 out of 10 three-pointers, and it's been falling in. I do want to see the statistics at the end of the game to see how many three-pointers he actually threw in, because it feels like it's just every single time he's at that 3-point line, you feel like you have to just cover him. You can't let those buckets in.
It's true. Sammy missing a rare miss for him. Uchia gets another offensive board. They are just going to play the clock. Sammy working it back for a 3, and Uchia again. The boxing out hasn't been great on him. Big man on big man action. Uchia is winning those solo battles. Raid with another 3, and it's in. 82 at this stage, the way they're playing with 2:45 left in the fourth. They might break the 100 here. Bahrain, shell-shocked, it has to be said. Nice 3 in the corner from Clutch Gamer, though.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia hasn't scored in this tournament 100 buckets. They were really close last time around in that semifinal against Lebanon, 93. So they're really close to repeat that number, and they're right now in a grand final of the conference here, and it's 85-48.
Talk about peaking at the right time, right?
Yeah.
Really, really important. 85 points on the board here. Cobra with a 3, rattles it home. Look, honestly, if you're Bahrain, it's hard. It's really, really hard to take down 2-time defending champions here. And Maha has shot the lights out. I think your tactic might have to be as he goes green again and another 3. Phenomenal stuff. 88 points now. They're gunning for that 100. They're going for the ton. The Centennial, the Century is in their crosshairs. Cobra has shot well, but also at times some of the shot selection and the execution for Bahrain has been a bit flawed. Big dunk at the other end from Uchiha.
Uchiha just wants to send the message over here at this point, right? Chico,
Massive.
That was only his 10th point on that number 10, but still massive double-digit number on his name now. And you mentioned that they're running for that 100th point mark. But are you so sure? Yesterday we also had the thoughts that the Ivory Coast were looking for those 100 points. They scored 99.
Yeah.
And then in an interview, they said that they were not really looking for it. But now Saudi Arabia to 125 left on the clock. They have 10 more points to score for that 100. Will they do it, though?
We'll see. Lots of time left. 128. It's definitely doable. The way they're working these three balls. Yeah, I'm feeling like they're gunning for it. I got to tell you. Only 7 points needed here.
Only 7 points needed. But if they do want to go for that 1-0-0 score then they definitely have to speed up the offense.
Full court pressure when you're up this big in the fourth quarter. I think they want it. They might even be listening. You never know.
It's like an achievement.
Yeah, this is psychological. This is psyops as well. I mean, you put up 100 in the grand finals on your opponent. It's going to be so hard for them to turn around mentally and have the mental fortitude to come back in game number 2. And here we're going to see, pulled up the shot out to Axe. From the wing, misses though. Good board here for Uchiha. Maha wants it. There you go. 96 on the board here, 39 seconds to play. This is ruthlessness, and you have to be ruthless if you want to be crowned champion.
That is indeed, if you're looking at the teams as well, the team squads of Bahrain, they have 6 players there. They'll have 5 now on the court, so they still have that substitute player. Not too sure if they're looking to maybe change a player or two around there, but it's 98 against 57, and it's only 2 more points for that wonderful 100 there for Saudi Arabia. So Saudi Arabia already beat the previous score for 93 points in that Lebanon match, like I mentioned before. They have 18 more seconds. It's just for that achievement.
I think they're probably going to do this.
Who's going to do it?
There it is. The 100 is broken there. 40-point differential. Bahrain have done well, I would say, to score, 60 as they get another missed shot there. We've only got 3 seconds left. Another miss. Uchiha with another board. Full length of, bounced out there. That is a massive achievement to put up 100 in game number 1 of the grand final. I got to tell you, Bahrain now have an absolute mountain to climb psychologically. To lose by 40 right there in game number 1, to have a team put 100 up on you. Honestly, Saudi Arabia played a near perfect game right there.
Yeah, that's a lot of points. That's a lot of points. Really nice numbers to finish it off. 160, really rounded up over there. Felt like it's just pitch perfect, like cutting the bread, so to say, right? Perfectly sized here, 160, but 100 buckets, like you mentioned, it's really hard to kind of swallow, so to say, for Bahrain there. 100 buckets in basketball, it always feels like if you let 100, then you have to score the 100 as well to make it close.
Yeah, demoralizing, I would say, is the word. Look, so let's we're gonna have statistics in a moment. We'll be able to analyze those, but let's, I guess, have a discussion about what they can do to hit the reset button. So there were things that worked well. Black Cobra, probably a little bit outside of his comfort zone as well. Being asked to make those big shots, it was, I would say, poor shot selection from Bahrain from about halfway through the second quarter right up until the end of the game. And so if they can improve upon shot selection, immediately it gives them a slightly better chance right there. Maha ends up dropping 56 points. I mean, that is a player who's putting his hand up and saying, I want that Tissot watch. I want from FIBA the MVP Tissot watch. Likewise, though, Black Cobra, by his own high standards with 27 points, probably fell a little bit short.
Yeah, I'm not really a statistics kind of a. I mean, I do like statistics, but I do need a calculator for this. But if you have 100 points and you scored 56, that's 56%. That's more than a half of the team's points overall for Maher. Mentioned before, you have to cover him. You can't let it. Can't really happen. And 18 out of the 20 3-pointers he just managed to put it in 18 out of 20.
Absolutely. That is insane. 18 3-pointers in one game. He was not missing. He was near perfect. And really, he was their entire offense. I mean, it's kind of important to have a look at Rodman, who has the ability. He only had 13 points in this game. He shot 3 from 5 from beyond the arc. He is a sharpshooter. He missed a couple of notable threes where you felt as though, you know what, like normally you could count on him to get that. I think for them to really be competitive, you know, they can probably get to around about the 80-point mark when it comes to this Saudi Arabia team, who are very, very defensively minded. If we have a look at the steal count, 10 steals for Saudi Arabia there, 5 for Bahrain. So, I mean, that is also pretty good. They were scrappy. I think it needs to be mission number 1, stop Maha. Someone just scored 56 points on you. The next game you're playing them, you've got to at least take that away from your opponent, make them find those points somewhere else. That's got to be number 1. Number 2, better shot selection and maybe better execution as well. Because I do feel as though they left points out there. They could have scored 80. And hey, if you could stop your opponent maybe from scoring another 20, then score another 20 yourself, then you got a tie ball game. It's a little closer.
It does feel a little bit closer, but now looking at the lineups, we got Saudi Arabia on the top. We got X-Men, Maher, Sami, Uchiha, and Ray. So did not change any of the lineup there for Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, they're going to be coming back. Uchiha was incredibly impressive there, wasn't he, as the center, really dominant in the paint, great in the pick and roll game there. Now, Kampoop, I thought, held his own as well. Only 17, Black Cobra 17. It's amazing for Bahrain to see 2 17-year-olds representing their country. Boumad as well, I had a pretty quiet game. Rodman, I mentioned, can be a difference maker. So can Clutch Gamer. Rodman and Clutch Gamer can both shoot the lights out when necessary. And honestly, I feel like in order to take down Saudi Arabia, Bahrain probably need 40 points from Black Cobra and 20 apiece from Rodman and Clutch Gamer. And they've got to do something to slow down Maha, who was just unstoppable there with 56 points.
Yeah, you have to activate your superpower, so to say.
Yeah.
And they have to use the power that they have, and they have to focus on the new game. It all starts from 0-0. You can see Bahrain kicking in with all red over here. Well, let's see what Saudi Arabia is looking. Okay, with those
They're going with the whites. There we go, the white and green highlights. And Saudi Arabia can smell a three-peat here. You know, verging on the territory, you know, of your Kobes, your Shaqs, your Michael Jordans, as we start off exactly the way we ended with Maha nailing an open 3 from the top of the key, making it look easy. He is in flying form right now, it has to be said.
Yeah, Maher, like we mentioned before, 18 out of 20 3-pointers. Here comes another one, so now it's 19 out of 21. I'm not too sure how much percentage-wise, but it's like above 90.
Wow.
It's looking pretty insane for Maher right here.
Yeah. End-to-end, quick transition, bucket off a steal there as well. That went from steal to bucket in about 3.5 seconds. Black Cobra nearly with that backcourt violation. They did not get the memo that Maha just scored 56 points on them. They need to stop him if they're to have any chance. We see another steal, and I got to tell you, I feel as though the stage, nice alley-oop there. Uchiha just getting it in. The stage might be too big for Bahrain. They're already down 7 here.
Maha, what did you have for breakfast? You have to tell us. At this point, if you're just going to keep...
Superfoods.
I do want to know if we do get that interview with him, I would probably ask that question, because that is some insane performance. I mean, from yesterday, you already had like really, really great performance right there. I did mention with those 3 points. And today, I'm not even sure what's going on. He's just putting everything in. Either the pass or those 3 points.
Very, very impressive performance right there. Just working the ball around here. The Saudis just waiting for that open shot. 10 to shoot as well here. Maha. Oh, they're defending as well as they can. At least they got a hand up. See, the moment you get a hand up on the ball, you're doing yourselves all kinds of favors as well.
Yeah, that is Ray now with the ball bouncing. 5 more seconds to go. Looking for the 3-point right here, but note the bounce back. Uchiha with the rebound. Maher right now. Is he looking to score another 3-pointer here? No, going past to Ray from the wing. Couple more seconds to go. Good defense for Bahrain. Doesn't really let Ray to go for the 3-pointer until he finds that opportunity just to go a little bit back and come back forwards. And now it's 10-0. 2 minutes, and Bahrain still on the drive.
Yeah, 2 minutes in, no points. desperation stages right here because, is there a big dunk? Look, they might need to mix it up a little bit. They've got to do a much better job defensively, and they've got to have 0 empty possessions offensively. It's a lot easier said than done. I don't want to sound too critical, from the commentary booth, but look, just an embarrassment of riches for this team, the Saudi team here. It's a good defensive stand there from Kampoop. An embarrassment of riches. I mean, Raid and Mahar are equally taking ball handling duties. We get a nice dunk there for Bahrain. Look at this. Raid or Mahar could get you with their threes here. It's kind of scary.
Yeah, they have really good 2 players today activated. The Maha mentioned before, Ray was not really on my radar, so to say, but now today activating as well, looking for a lot of 3-pointers. Maybe that's their plan for this match, and it's been working out so far. The plan that they already prepared for the finals against the Bahrain, and it's looking pretty good for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, that was a nice little bit of movement right there. Uchiha getting a big man dunk in the paint right there. A little bit too easy in the end. It's so hard to defend these very talented players. But Modi missing, you got to hit that Kampoop with the quick putback dunk though. At least Bahrain staying within touching distance right now. It's not panic stations just yet, but they've definitely got to step up.
And yeah, now he is the 17-year-old Bahrain player Kampoop. Well, he has his points now, 6 points for Bahrain. Trying to help out the team, but when you're down by, well, now at this point, it's not even 10-point lead. It's now a little bit more than that.
Yeah, look, that was another nice three from Ray. They're just making it look easy out here. Black Cobra trying to work some magic of his own. I hope, that's more like a green for him. I was going to say, as a shooter, when you lose confidence, no, that's the worst thing that could possibly happen. I'm glad to see him still backing himself to make those threes. They're still in this. They're absolutely still in this. It's early days yet, but they need some stops defensively.
Yeah, they definitely need to work on that defense.
There you go.
There we go. That's what we mentioned, the defense, and then the Black Cobra with the nice...
goaltending? Yep, that's going to count. Beautiful. Okay, look, that's exactly what they need. Steal to points in about 3 seconds. Coach is smiling on the sideline.
That is for sure. Now Ray with that. Wow. That was. I felt like it might not go in, but well, take a look at that.
Yeah.
3 points. It's 18-11. 7-point lead now for Saudi Arabia, and they're still looking pretty good, of course. But we mentioned before, Bahrain, they have to just play defense a little bit better, get those passes, intercept them, and go forwards.
Gotta nail that clutch gamer, and he does. They're within 4 right here, so they are absolutely making a game out of this Bahrain. Saudi Arabia can run out the clock and take the final shot right here. That's probably what they're going to do. I've been impressed with the fight I'm seeing for Bahrain here in game number 2. Grand final of the Middle East Conference, FIBA Esports Open 3. First quarter of game 2 coming to an end. 3 for Maha. He's missed it. And you got to be feeling pretty good if you're Bahrain right there, only down by 4.
Definitely. But if we remember the first quarter of the last game, it was also point-on-point, and then we know what happened afterwards.
Yeah,
so,
you're right.
You definitely don't want to step that, put your foot from the, you still have to put a pedal to the metal, and you still have to go forward. You can't back it out. It's 17-18, close game, but we definitely need to finish the second quarter until we can maybe make some calls over here.
Clutch gamer with a really nice 3 there as well. So he was listening. Mahag, we fouled him. So this is going to be, was that an illegal screen? Yeah, it looks like we're coming back the other way. We got an illegal screen. Bahrain with a rare opportunity to take the lead on this possession. Let's see what they can do.
Well, now the Black Cobra, one of the most valuable players there for the team. And, well, it's intercepted as soon as they mentioned it. Ray, good pass onto the corner. That's a great opportunity for 3-point. Not quite. X-Men here. It's green.
Boom.
It's in. It's a 3. So now 21-17. Saudi Arabia with that 4-point lead. And, Black Cobra now bouncing it in.
Yeah, got to feel a little bit disappointed. That's a good ball. Good ball rotation right there. Look, I don't know why you don't take that open corner shot. Nice cut from Kampoop. Beautiful dunk right there. Within 2, they've got to be disappointed to have the chance at the lead and to not execute and actually throw a bad pass. Oh, let's see if they can get a stop right here.
Well, they
good defense right there from Bahrain.
They have to cover all the players. As you can see, I'm looking at all the players, their positionings. They are covering the players. But if you are covering the players, then it means that the three-pointers are still there. And as we mentioned before, Maha so far with those three-pointers been on fire this finals. So even if the players are covered, they don't have to score 2 points if they can just give it the ball to Maha and hope for the three-pointers there. Because so far he's been brilliant. Remember, 18 three-pointers in the last game out of 20 chances for him.
Yeah.
That's crazy, though. I'm not quite sure how many three-pointers he scored so far. Maybe we'll see the statistics at some point. But it's been pretty good for them still.
Absolutely. Yeah, we just saw look, Black Cobra. Oh, as we see a nice tip alley-oop, very nicely done. The lead growing a little bit here. This is one of those crucial possessions right now. 7 points would be the highest that the lead is. Excuse me, have seen a 9-point lead. But that's more like it. 5-point lead. They've got to keep this gap as tight as possible here, Bahrain, so that when they do get some momentum, potentially, you know, a little bit later on in this quarter, in the third quarter, that they can really compete. Maha missing the three. Got to box out the big man. Uchiha has been winning the battle of the rebounds at the moment. Sammy Green knocks it in as well. I'll tell you what, it's getting tense out here.
It's 28-21. I don't want to call anything yet. It's 7 points. It's still comebackable. It's like you mentioned before, they have to just work on that defense. Don't let him go for those 2 or even 3 points. But even if you play the defense really good, you still have to score just to make it tie.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they're slowly doing. Yeah. But sometimes slowly isn't really good enough. Now, as you can see, Black Cobra, 3 assists, 9 points. Yeah. It's still working his part for the team and still putting the ball in the basket. But they still have to play on that a little bit of a defense over here as well. Uchika with the nice rebound here. Maher, 3
wide
points.
Open. So that is all tactic. I mean, first of all, they're not boxing out Uchiha. And if you don't box out Uchiha, we've seen that happen. Uchiha already knows automatically where Maha is going to be on an offensive board. Oh, it's a beautiful dunk right there. They're already planned. And he will immediately outlet the ball for that deep, 45-degree three, and they'll knock that in all day, every day. They really need to shut down Uchiha in the glass, and that's going to be Camp Poop's job. You can see right there, they are just losing the rebound battle. And another 3 off a rebound.
I have no idea how Maha just keeps doing it. It's just
phenomenal.
Whenever he has the ball, it just feels like you said, the basket is the entire ocean. You can't miss it.
There are 60 participating nations here at the FIBA Esports Open 3. These are the national e-basketball teams for their countries. These are the best of the best 2K players in their countries. They are e-athletes. They are training like e-athletes. They are effectively, in some cases, some of them even professional e-athletes. That means they do it for a living. Maha is really showing the skills to pay the bills here, and why. Oh, as you see a missed alley-oop, a rare mistake there from Uchiha. Showing why he is one of the best in the country and potentially even the world.
Yeah, I don't think his teammates will be too upset about that mistake since they have
nice
the lead.
3.
But definitely cutting it down for the 4 points.
They needed that. They really needed that.
They really needed that. A 3-pointer, one of the rare ones, because Bahrain hasn't been really scoring those 3-pointers that many times. Now Ray.
Oh, honestly, it's either Ray. It's pick your poison, Ray, or my word, so hard to defend. 17 seconds to the half here. No shot clocks. They're trying to work their magic. Trying to work a good shot here. 8 to shoot. Looking for that pick. Good cut. Got to take your points. Rodman dunks it home. 3.9 seconds. Now we've seen what Saudi Arabia can do with 1.7 seconds. Here we go. 2 to shoot. 1 to shoot. All right, here we go. And look, what's really, really good and encouraging to see for Bahrain is that they are hitting 80% of their three-pointers. However, they are being dominated in the paint. And it's only a 5-point game. We have now seen twice Uchiha secure an offensive rebound, kick it out to one of his teammates for the 3 immediately. Rodman stroking from deep. We spoke about Rodman pregame. He has to step up.
Yeah.
It's grand final. Game number 2. Lose and you're going home. Win and you're in for one more. They've got to step up right here. Backcourt violation.
Whoa,
they just can't do this. He did it 4 times yesterday in one game. You cannot do this in a grand final. But these are the things you learn about yourself. It is Bahrain's first tournament. The Saudis, two-time champions, they've been here under the spotlight on the big stage, done it before. Another rebound here to Uchiha.
Yeah, you can definitely see the nerves of the team of Bahrain. It is their first tournament here in this FIBA Esports Open, right? They already made it to the finals, so that's already a massive, massive step for them. So, but still, when you have the chance and you're playing against the two-time champions right now, and when you can play against them that well, point to point, so to say, just fix those little couple mistakes that you were making there in that defense, maybe, or just like these silly mistakes right here in this. And just like that, just taking the ball away, and then just a big three right here. And
steal to three-pointer in 2 seconds. I mean, this is the level that you're playing at. And just like that, a 5-point lead, turns into a 13-point lead. The third quarter is so crucial. And you can just see mentally the Saudi Arabia team were ready for it. Look at this defense. That's a sure thing, that dunk, but 3 players contesting the shot means it's a miss. Alley-oop at the other end, and just like this, they've now got themselves a 15-point lead. They've added 10 unanswered points.
Yeah, 3 minutes and 28 seconds left in this third quarter so far. It's Saudi Arabia game right here now. They have the lead, and now Black Cobra bouncing it. Almost looked like an air ball there, but it did hit the hoop, so bounced back out, and still now with the ball, that is the Saudi Arabia. They have their offense now. It's their time, and they have plenty of time. Uchiha with the hands up over here, kind of hyping up the team so far. They have I'm pretty sure that in the voice chat there, they're definitely having a good mood there.
Beautiful dunk with authority, changing hands, slamming it home. Yeah, that's a 17-point lead out of nearly nowhere. It does seem as though Saudi Arabia were just mentally ready to go, as we see another alley-oop dunk right there, contorting his body, a 19-point lead. Uchiha slamming it home. It has to be said, Bahrain just weren't mentally prepared for this third quarter.
And what a big block by team's captain of Saudi Arabia there. The 29-year-old from Jeddah right there. Uchiha so far, I mean, he's looking pretty good. I mean, the captain's doing team captain things, and now what a desperation there. But it worked out, 35-51. They need to get those points. They need to get those points.
They really needed. That was their first bucket. It was getting ugly. They have completely switched off defensively, though. This is far too easy for Saudi Arabia. And look at this. Like, they're all activated now. Look at them. The whole team. The whole team are activated. This is danger zone right now for Bahrain. It's nearly approaching the point of no return in that every single possession is vital. Wide open. No, it was slightly contested. Good job there from Bahrain. They needed that stop, and now they need a bucket. They need to be scoring on every possession.
All right, Black Cobra, just don't step over the central line.
I know. There he is, though. I was looking at that back foot as well.
Yeah, I already felt like I've been there before. Just don't do it again, right? Those tiny mistakes. Those are like the silly mistakes.
Yeah.
You can't really have those. There's no way you can make those. And now 1 minute 33 seconds left on the clock. 53-38. Rise looking to increase the lead, and he does it.
Wow!
Yet another three-pointer.
Just stepping back, beautiful ball control right there. Well, look, as the saying goes, if you come for the king, you better not miss. In this case, if you come for the kingdom of Saudi Arabia, you better not miss. And at the moment, Bahrain are missing.
They are missing indeed, but now Maha, he's definitely not been missing quite a lot of the shots he's taken. So now Sammy with the ball here, number 69, going for it.
Oh my word! And look who it is under the board again. It's Uchiha.
Back to Sammy. Will Sammy try again? 2 times, good times? No? Okay. Uchiha, are you looking for it to give him the third time maybe? Or is it Uchiha not letting any more for Sammy? Let's see Maha now. Maha will show how it's done. Oh, maybe not.
Third offensive rebound in a row for Uchiha. Nearly spills the pill, but picks it back up here. Green, 3, money, making it rain. This one is nearly in the books. I cannot believe what has happened here, what has transpired in this third quarter as we see another steal, but going just ping-ponging backwards and forwards here. Good transition. Clutch gamer wants to pull the trigger. Uchiha, who else with the rebound? Another quick transition bucket. Loving it.
Those long passes from one side of the court to the other.
Let's put this into context for one moment here as the third quarter is winding down here. 6 to shoot. Black Cobra trying to work something from deep, misses as the third quarter comes to a close here and will come to a close. At one point there, it was 32 to 37, and it is now 38 to 61. That is just a devastatingly ruthless, amazing third quarter performance from Saudi Arabia, who look as though they're about to be crowned triple champions. The first time in FIBA Esports history we've had a triple champ.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia putting the traps under the Bahrain's feet over there, and they're always stepping on the same kind of hole right there, always in, and they just keep digging it deeper. Now 41-61, 20-point lead, and they have 4.5 minutes to go to even equalize it. And we still know that Saudi Arabia will control the ball. The time is their friend now, and they definitely don't want to. They don't even need to score. They can just simply hold the ball and just let the time run.
The clock is well and truly their friend. Look, at this stage, if you're Bahrain, I know it's going to be somewhat demoralizing. I would say this. It's been a much better performance from game one, where they allowed 100 points to be scored on them, to this game right here. Now, the quarter isn't over yet. They could still potentially go on a big run, but I doubt they're going to get 100 again here. I feel like Bahrain played superbly in that first half. It has to be like a night and day performance from game one. But in that third quarter, they just switched off, and I think that is all to do with experience, and all to do with having been here, done it before. Look, Saudi Arabia knew that they had to come switched on in the third, and they just dominated.
Yeah, the backs against the wall for Bahrain. Maybe that also kind of played their dividends in this match, and making it gets in their head, because you cannot, when it's going point to point, you already know you cannot lose this.
Yeah.
The nerves are starting to kind of kick in. Your hands are getting sweaty, and you might have those silly mistakes like you saw before, just crossing the central line. They're giving the ball away for free, making some mistakes, or where you lose the ball in the center and you lose the ball in the offense. You're giving away some free passes there, weird shots over there from different angles that it's hard to beat and hard to hit. It definitely pays out in that kind of field.
Absolutely. Look, you touched upon it. Mom Spaghetti, right?
Mom Spaghetti.
Absolutely. A good steal here from Bahrain. Look, they're showing their class and their determination. That's a nice three from Black Cobra as well. Black Cobra had a couple of games where he dropped 40 points. Let's give credit where it's due. Their first international tournament to make it out of group stages, win what was arguably the game of the weekend. As we see Green again here. Right, that was right, wasn't it? Phenomenal shot right there. Look, it's really, really hard to fault them, I think, in terms of their first international tournament here at the FIBA Esports Open 3. A great showing for Bahrain.
Yeah, if they even return maybe for a next one, who will know, right? And if there is a tournament like this, then they could be like there will be the runners-up, and you all definitely have to keep eyes on the team, because they definitely have good players. And as you mentioned before, Black Cobra, right, one of those shining stars. De Campo as well.
Yep.
Even Clutch Game and Rodman. All of the players actually in the team are performing to the level. But if you look at the champions, we're looking at Saudi Arabia, the two-timers, and now really close, 2 minutes away to become the three. They're definitely
gonna again. He dropping it in.
Yeah, they definitely. The Saudi Arabia definitely will hold that Middle East conference, and for 3 times in a row, it's going to be hard to beat.
Absolutely, and look, it's really, really important that they do take this time. They take this time to actually, come back and develop even further, and come back and I would say just grow. And I hope that in Bahrain there's a whole bunch of other competitive 2K players watching right now and seeing your team in the final, and that you're proud and that you want to get involved. And this is all about inspiring, future generations. That's what the FIBA Esports Open is all about. And so a good steal here. Boom, Black Cobra slamming it home. 1:24 left, trying to cut the lead a little bit there. He's had 19 points. They've spread the ball around a little bit better, and they've played a lot better defense, it has to be said, as Maha kicks it back out. Sammy with the rock now. reach-in foul. You can't fault them at all for trying to get a quick steal. 18 points in it. A minute 14 left. It is over, I would have to say, unless we see something miraculous, especially now 19 points, potentially 20 points. But they've done well. They've done well to make it, and I think that first half performance was really sterling.
It was looking good to start the game. Feels like it is the start of the game, but then you still have to keep focus for not only for the first quarter, you have to keep focus for the second, third, and fourth as well. You have to keep playing your game, and if you just disconnect for a minute or two, you can the lead can grow and grow for the opponent team, and you can see it in this side of things where just Saudi Arabia just started to just put the ball in, right, and the baskets just kept falling in, and Bahrain just couldn't really do anything about it. And Uchia once again
continues to just dominate on the rebounds, right?
Exactly. If you take a look, 14 points, 6 assists tonight for Chiha in this final match was against Bahrain. They're 1-0 up, and does look like it's 43 seconds to go, and I do believe that is the final game. There's no way that Bahrain will really make a comeback. 40 seconds. They're still scoring some points, but I do believe the Saudi Arabia can already start to celebrate it. Just have to end it on a high note, so to say. Maybe some style points, those 30 seconds to go. Maybe some big slam dunks or some kind of crazy pass or maybe some three-pointers.
Absolutely. Campoop with a nice steal right there. Did well. Alley-oop. Oh, he called for it. He's going to get the 3-second violation, though. He pitched a tent down there. He was camping in the key. You can't do it. Needed to come just a little bit earlier there.
But Sammy now with the ball, 17 more seconds to go. They can just simply control the ball. Or just Sammy going to put it in. Just another three-pointer.
I like the fist pump right there, the emphatic fist pump. A 20-point lead established. And they're just having a bit of fun. Rodman dropping in the three from the corner. 8 seconds to play in this one. Saudi Arabia will be the first ever 3-time champions at the FIBA Esports Open here. They must be celebrating. Bahrain, commiserations, a much improved performance here in game number 2 of the grand final. Middle East Conference. Impressive stuff, Linards.
I enjoyed the game. Good effort from Bahrain. You can't even say nothing really bad about it. That you mentioned the first quarter always been a really good, even in the first game and the second game.
Yep.
Even in this game, actually, in the second quarter, they also were point to point. Yeah, they improved. The other one, because in the first game, I felt like on the second quarter, they already kind of slipped down a little bit more. This time, they at least kept it on the level. So it's a little bit below, right? They still were points down, but they still managed to play pretty decent for the first two.
Have a look at the scores here, right between. I mean, the marked improvement is obvious. They didn't manage to score as many points, so 59-60 and then 59 points. But look, defensively, they did a lot better right there. And Saudi Arabia kept their foot on the gas all the way to the end as well, so they weren't taking it easy. A marked improvement defensively. You touch upon something there that's incredibly important. It is so hard in esports and real-life sports, but esports as well, to actually give a full game performance. A lot of teams will drop a quarter here or there. They can focus for a half and then maybe another quarter, but putting together a full game of intense concentration without errors, very difficult to do. Again, we saw it earlier from the Philippines as they were crowned champions. We're seeing it now from Saudi Arabia. And there you go, the FIBA Esports Open 3 Middle East Conference winners. Your three-peaters, Saudi Arabia. Phenomenal stuff right there. And the winning team stealing all day. X-Men, Maha, Mad Ghazi, Sammy, Uchia, Radox. We have picked our MVP. I will give you the honors of letting the people know at home who the MVP is from that lineup right there.
I'm looking right in the eyes. The age 23, and there's only one player with that age, and that is Maha. So big congratulations on the MVP over there. And if you look at on the right for us, it is with 23 points in that game. 7 out of 12 3-pointers. Last time around, we had 18 out of 20.
Yeah.
Now 7 out of 12.
56 points in game number 1 of the grand finals.
Yeah, you just simply cannot put him away. I mean, of course, the whole team performed. It's a team game in the end of the day, but Maha did his job, and he pretty much carried the entire team and made a really good plays for entire squad.
The unsung hero as well, and I want to mention him. We're going to be speaking to him anyway. The captain, Uchia.
Yeah.
Look, 2K gave him an A+. That's all you need to know. He had 14 points and 16 rebounds to go with 6 assists and 3 steals and a block as well, and a foul for good measure. Why not? That was a masterful, beastly performance there. The paint beast living up to his name there. Uchiha was brilliant. What a captain's performance as well in the final when you needed to step up and really just, take control of the game. I noted on 3 distinct occasions he would pull down the offensive board, kick it right out to it's part of their tactic, a waiting three-point shooter to knock it in. We have Uchiha on the line here, the winning captain, 3-time champion. Uchiha, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Welcome back once again. You're getting used to making these interviews. First of all, look, congratulations, the first 3-peat champions when it comes to FIBA Esports Open history. Congrats on that regard. What does it mean for you to represent Saudi Arabia here?
Thank you. Of course, it's an honor for me to represent my country in this big tournament. And it's an honor on my chest. And I hope we can do more than three times champion in Middle East.
Yeah, well, hey, I mean, we are told it is the 3rd and final pilot program of the FIBA Esports Open, but air quotes, more to come. So we're sure there's going to be more, big global tournaments for you to participate in. How did you prepare for the grand final against newcomers, in Bahrain that you might not have had a lot of tape to be able to study? How did you guys prepare as a team?
Actually, we play a few games, friendly games, and we studied too much for the Bahrain team, and we know what the power in their team, when the weakness also, so we can handle the weakness for us, and we can win this game. And yes, alhamdulillah, we win this game.
Brilliant. And look, what would you say was the major key to victory? If there was one thing or a couple of things you could put your finger on and just say that's what won us those games.
Yeah, for me, I saw that their center not helping too much when I set the screen for point guard. So this is the biggest weakest in Bahrain team. So we take this advantage for us, and just like you saw in the first game, Maher just scored I think 86 or 85. I mean 58.
Yeah.
Yeah, 58. Yes. So this is the weakest in the Bahrain team.
Yeah, I wanted to. I just wanted to ask one more question. It's like I was like trying to read the rule set of the basketball again, because I felt like you were like the goalkeeper, so to say, of the basket. Getting so many rebounds over there. I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
You had like, what is it, 16?
16 rebounds.
16 rebounds. You were just like standing there guarding the net. It's crazy. I wanted to also, as you said, Maha scored like over 50 points. Also, he had 18 3-pointers out of 20.
Amazing.
I'm not too sure, guys, what you had for breakfast over here.
Yes.
It's crazy to know.
Yes, what we need to know. That's the fun question.
What the champions
what are you eating for breakfast there in Saudi Arabia?
Actually, if I told you something, maybe you will be shocked.
Go on, tell us.
We are fasting now. We are fasting maybe for more than 12 hours.
Oh my God!
We didn't eat until now.
So that's what champions eat. They just eat nothing.
So you literally starve yourself. I love it. You fast, and that's what gives you the edge. You may have literally. Honestly, we might now see all of the other national basketball federations asking their players to fast before grand finals. We
already taking notes. Taking notes.
You're onto something. But look, we're going to let you go and celebrate. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We always like to give one last opportunity for you to grab the microphone. If you want to give a message to fans, family, friends, your countrymen and women watching, and the next generation who are watching, the young men and women at home who want to be e-athletes, the microphone is yours.
Yeah. First of all, I want to thank my family, my friends, my teammates, all the people who support me in this tournament. And I want to thank to our country. And it's a very big honor to me to represent my country. And I want to tell a small message for the next generation. The upcoming years, the esport will be the meta. So if they want, or if they got the talent in playing in esport, So they must focus in this game.
Absolutely, and practice and dedicate
practice,
themselves.
Of course.
That's a really good message, and look, obviously we completely agree. So that's brilliant. We won't hold you any longer. Congratulations, three-time champions. And by the way, you heard that Maha is going to be winning the MVP and taking home the Tissot watch as well. So maybe you can ask him the time next time you see him.
Yeah, of course.
Brilliant. Look, thank you so much. Okay, Uchiha, have a great day there. Congratulations. We hope to see you at the next tournament, and take care.
I hope. Thank you.
Well, there we have it. We now have crowned 2 conference champions today. Already Southeast Asia and Philippines, and right there the Middle East and Saudi Arabia. Exciting stuff, Linards. We've got lots more to come, though.
We have a lot more to come. We still have we have a couple more games to go, and this time around we had those 2 finals went into 2-0 fashion so far, but we still have, like I mentioned, we have a couple more games to go, and you never know. It's best of 3s.
Yep.
Maybe I feel like today we have a couple of the games that might go into those 3 series.
Yeah, definitely. What's going to be interesting is we're going to move on to the African Conference after the next intermission, and the first game that we'll have for you is going to be Madagascar, Egypt in their semifinal. Okay, and waiting for them in the grand final already. Sitting are the champions, returning to the grand final to try and go back-to-back is Ivory Coast. Let's have a quick look at the schedule here. Want to remind everybody that the times you are seeing are local times. So there, Africa semifinal number 2, Madagascar versus Egypt, local times on the left. That will be after the next intermission, a best-of-3 series, and then we'll have our best-of-3 Africa Conference grand final. Local times on the left. Ivory Coast looking to defend their title. Already there. They looked very, very competent yesterday. But no matter what, we're going to have Madagascar or Egypt booking a place to the final. So a newcomer into the final as well, which is very exciting.
Ivory Coast already waiting and warming their hands for the finals. So they're definitely looking for that semi-final. So whoever wins the semi-final, they'll have that information. So they have to gather it all up, have to quickly study the tape, so to say, like a quick one over there, and have to understand how to beat their opponents in the final.
Big time. Well, look, national pride is on the line. We have a 50-minute intermission coming up, and then you're going to see the next game beneath me right there. It's going to be an absolute humdinger between Madagascar and Egypt. Best of 3 semifinal for the African Conference coming after this intermission. FIBA Esports Open 3 action. We'll be back in 50 minutes.
See you later.
Oh, you could. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You would have had it all. You would have had it all. You know you would. Yeah, you know you would.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Gon' play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Mine need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what stage at. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did, and they twist and they worse till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, find me back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that lambe. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone.
I know that they watching me, trying to figure me out. Like, what's my life like? Am I committed, devout? Perception is relying on what you trained your sight like. So what you see is whatever gets permitted by your eyes, right? I'm guessing that it's okay if they follow me, as long as they know that the praise is never no, not to me. No, not to be condescending. My philosophy is artistry presented should never become the god of me. Pros become the cons, artists kind of me. But to become content with this content leaves room for the kind of pictures that in the concept. Why you sit at the feet of beneath this monolithic object, not painted in the image of God, but chiseled in the image of flaw. Sinner spitting redemption presented under a continual clause. Covenant of the brothers pulling out the rug from under you all. Standing on solid ground, mud can't hold a structure for long. Let me ask what you're building on, corruption or the word of y'all? Constructed a constellations with curse of universal wordsmith. In 6 days I stand in awe on the seventh fallen worship. Captured by the Sabbath as I chill with the Nazarene, and unplugged for the madness. The calf is golden, hands open as they scream.
It's right as we go through this land, all we can feel is sin, so we can feel. Lord, will you take our hand, on you we stand. When the water pours out, we go. All of your people, we need a hero. We need a hero. We need a hero. Are you the rock we stand? American Hebrew.
As I'm walking through this place, and the valley is the alley, and darkness covers my face. The folly followed by Hollywood, the hearts of the harlot, hardened by the law and their disgrace. Longing to find compromise and replace the godly. They got more of the Sodom in me and my people. Riding beside them, I whisper asylum goodbye, but won't deny them asylum. Praying for guidance as we march in the desert. No weapon drawn against us could prosper, even the pistol with the clicking and popping. If it hits me from a distance, cling to the promised land beneath my feet. I don't mind slipping inside it, knowing I will arise with the gift of a body. Everlasting vision of the king in the sky when I'm flying. Absolute conscious dividing the saints and the scholars. The fate of the faint-hearted despising the wake of the ship that we riding. All overboard and we sinking. I cling to the raft named Jesus.
It's right as we walk through this land, all we can feel is sand, so we can feel. Lord, will you take our hand, on you we stand. When the water pours out, we go. All of your people, we need a hero. We need a hero. We need a hero. Are you
for the victory lap, though. Whoa, whoa. They ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I stress overcome, what for? Train in the trees, please pardon my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lands, and stormy shore seasons in the year, yeah. Ain't no challenge for champions and chain no fear. Yup, the champ is here, switch gears. We keeping haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat, and tears, and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear. It's a day, we break through. 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 I know it's lonely at the top, but that's not by speculation. But the position that I got, I climb too high to fall, way too hard to drop. Stop clocks on the speed bag. Every out under pressure, no jet lag. This is greater than trophies and saluted flags. Titles are paid, the cost is paid. Yay, I carried the cross I made. Deal with the dealer. Baby, the hand was played. New level, next stage. Learn to lead as a legend. Now tell me what's my next stage, yay. I said the champ is here, switch gears. We keeping haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat, and tears, and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. It's a day, we break through. 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 It's a day, we break through.
I think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead at every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck. See my dad, he in debt, and my mom, she upset. That's way back when 408 on Seminole was the address. I saw things I shouldn't have, though I love the fam to death. Way back then it was a mess, we was living check to check. Now my shirts are getting pressed, your girl see me, she impressed. And my fans are quite obsessed, I owe them everything, I'm blessed. Made a living making art and aiming closely at they neck. If you think I'm not a threat, I'm like, incorrect, yeah. She call, I put her on block list. I call that options. They can support it, get dropped quick. They be my stock pick. I get some back in the cockpit. Turn the whole crowd to a mosh pit. I make it hit like a drop kick, cause I got the key like a locksmith. Think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead at every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck. Enough to hop in the ghost and I be a ghost. What I do is a hobby for most, a comedy roast. So I'm on my own, I gotta be known, I gotta be toast. I'm in an really know. You would never put the motherfucking work into the dreaming. It's obvious, not about everything and everybody it shows. My revenue growth is out of control. I'm ready to blow, I'm ready for war, I'm ready for smoke. You ready to go? I really think I'm playing chess. I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead at every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck.
Okay, I've been working like 3 jobs. Probably why I never see ya. Probably why I never have time for the fake friends that won't be ya. Oh God, I've been running now. Up early when the sun is out. Not setting out my own soul, but those real ones, they coming out. Oh, look who's reaching out. Old friends wanna feature now. They don't work, so they need it free. Ooh, you reaching out from the west side of that old town, but there's no shows till I go down to the open mic. Show love to the real ones they know now. Some of y'all don't know now. In a couple months, you gon' find out. Been blowing up from the underground, and they stepping on and land mine now. And he knows it's my time now. Coming up, I'm on a climb now. Everybody claim they been bottom, but it's looking like they took a time out. Okay, I'm working on a Wednesday, then up again the next day. So-and-so is popping, man. I skip him like he leg day. Kick it like I'm Pele. I never care what they say. Put myself on Spotify, so every day my payday. That's right, I'm coming back like OJ, like a running back in his old days. Still rocking those OJs. My paychecks get a little bigger, but that don't change me or make me richer. Money come and the money go, but my guy's here and he's staying with you. Blowing up off the internet. All these haters need to introspect, cause they been hating while the rest love him. And I started going down their intellect, cause I've been a threat since day one. No money or bank funds, since y'all been saying you can do it better, but none of y'all ever made one. That realness don't feel this, but I've been sick, that illness. I've been fresh like Will Smith since 94, man, I built this. Stressed out, X'd out, missed calls from my ex now, but I'm staying focused in the lab, baby. I don't need your calls or your text now. God say the boy blessed now. Who am I to say Rondo? And the way that I sell ticks, they been calling me Rondo. 23 in my prime though, finna ball like Lonzo. Go and tell everybody talking stage better be in that convo.
Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. You're more close to me than air I breathe. God, I wanna see your face. Nothing's stolen, cause you're holding me. I'm wrapped in your embrace. All things are gone and they gone, though. I died to the past and the wrong, though. You the love that I'm standing upon, though. You my security, yeah. You so good, save me when I never could. On my own, I was never good, yeah, I never had a clue, though. Now you love making me new. Just teach me, I'll go back to school. As long as I run into you, going up is the way that we move. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. I get a cross on my neck, look, cresting these demons like Westbrook. Why would I run for a check, I'm just gonna kick out the best next. This ain't my penny, no checkbook. I'm just gonna stick to the textbook. Save my life and now I see something new. Don't let me run from you. You gave me everything. I know your love is true. Yeah, you're my resting place. I cannot leave you warm embrace. Healing my broken faith. You show me that there's a way. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever.
I swear I like your style. Put you in Chanel cause it's just perfect for your smile. Girl, I swear for you I'd run the world, I'd run the miles. The way you look at me, I think I'm going insane. It's crazy how we started out to what the love you can't. say my name. Don't ever hesitate. It's 2 a.m. outside. When I'm with you, I feel way too high. You know you got me going crazy, baby. I just need to know that you will stay, please, yeah. With you, I feel too high. Got me going crazy, stone cold up, but my blood keeps crazy. Ay, if you run, then I'm chasing. Girl, you number one. I know that you know you're amazing. Okay, I swear you got me high, and I ain't talking about no drugs. So all I need is you. I swear your love is like my plug. Hey, baby, I might come and steal your heart. I'll make a crime scene, designer on your tight jeans, some diamonds for your timepiece. Yeah, yeah. You know you got me going crazy, baby. I just need to know that you will stay, please, yeah. It's 2 a.m. outside. When I'm with you, I feel way too high. It's 2 a.m. outside. With you, I feel too high. I feel too high.
Don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now. I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now. In the moment that it happened, I can tell by your reaction that there's nowhere left for you to hide. With all these things you kept inside, so we face it and determine as of right now it's not working. So just leave me by myself tonight. I need some space to clear my mind. I said it's okay, so much that I won't say. Miss me with your games, guarantee you that I won't play. Live this thing out, you ain't what I need now. Balling off a rebound, you can't touch the team now. All of the time, you took my mind into a place I couldn't stand. So won't you just leave me by myself tonight? Leave me alone. I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now. Up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now.
Yeah, I can tell the truth, but I just keep it suppressed. Harder to be humble when they feel you the best. Harder to believe it when they say you were next. All your business pushing past you while you waiting in mess. Crazy I do lately, why I'm feeling so bad. We two different systems, I may need a reset. Things my pops had never taught me, let me in stress. I've been praying for forgiveness for decisions and get no space. I need a way, I need to pray, I need to escape, I need to read, I
need a thing. I need His grace. Sorry, but please. I need my space. I need a way. I need a break. I need escape. I need a read. I need a thing. I need His grace. Sorry, but I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now. I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now.
Instincts going no, looking bad like a bat with an eye patch. All black through the woods with a backpack and a lit match. Spark one time, get the whole city looking like a dark shade of orange when I burn it down. What it is, what it do, whole clique getting live on the talk of the town. Lemon City had a mouth and it wouldn't shut up. On a hunt for a crown, when they get it, I'ma burn it, cause nobody in the game right now even deserve it. What I need a crown for anyway, I should have a halo the way that I made a penny turn to gold. And a penny for your thoughts, I bet a penny for your soul. You know you want the riches and the money and the fame, so take a bite of the fruit if you choose. Let the juice drip down, then awake to a pie full of gold. In a house up on a lake, 10 holes, on the grapes, new clothes, and a row full of J's and a lemon in the garage. Looking like a zoo in here, whole crew in here. What it do in here? Think I lost my mind. Loose screw in here, then I walk outside. And everybody looking at me while I got them all in my sights. Picking them off, taking them out, looking like daylight in the night. And I'm killing so many if they really wanna get involved. And everybody falling from the elevator, now I'm bright rice in this. It's like I'm rice and take a bite, it's nice. And I have a nice time with it. By the time that it finds the way to the right side of him, not even a Heimlich can save him. A selective finger to you imbeciles. Tell me what's been getting into you, envy will kill you. She said I'm a gentleman, I admit a lot of women set up on my ottoman. I don't give a damn like an auto with no time to kill. I've been feeling like the opposite of work, it's a work. And it never been a purposeful thing to me. I just do what I love and it works for me. So I'm breaking every check, I put the money in the pushing me to be gunning to the finish. And the getting of it up, but everybody know I'm working in the sky. I do it differently, so only time will give me everything that I deserve. My id.
I just bought a new whip. Spend a couple thousand just to cruise it. Shawty said she love me, but I swear she'll never prove it. I never tell her, but I put it in the music. Well, that's okay. All I wanna do is make the best of my whole day. Thank the Lord up above, get the cream on the side, make you laugh to no end. That's the stuff that I love, la da da da. We can be friends if you wanna. We could just talk if you wanna. We could hold hands if you wanna. Hey, tell me what you wanna do. We could just laugh if you wanna. Late nights under stars if you wanna. We could just kiss if you wanna. Hey, tell me what you wanna do. It's like the story of my life. Best friends, but we rockin' all the same things. Say you need me, but you really tryna change lanes. Well, I don't even care. In my life, I don't battle with no fear. Fighting dragons, always been a real one. Hate you saying showing love, you a real chameleon. Get the facts freaking straight, always on repeat. Like, we could be friends if you wanna. We could just talk if you wanna. We could hold hands if you wanna. Hey, tell me what you wanna do. We could just laugh if you wanna. Late nights under stars if you wanna. We could just kiss if you wanna. Hey, tell me what you wanna do.
If they yes, where I'm at, stand beside a giant that resides, no fear. Oh no, I never ride so low. I hear them cry, hold on, we gon' fly. Aye, 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 aye. On cloud now, we go so high. Can't bring us down, we so fly. Hold on, I know it won't be long until we see his face. It was well worth the wait when we meet him in the sky.
I'm deep as the crevices on the ocean floor, but I can fly, see me walking through that open door. I'm no longer reminding them how I broke the law. So dope before I left a ball with a broken jaw. So much more I can focus on. I'm noticing hope is gone. Y'all beat us in the head with these bogus songs. They ask if I really believe in God. Why would he let evil people eat while his people starve? I tell them every question asked don't need to be solved. Like when they ask why I named myself after Vietnam. No need to be alarmed. I might not, can't read a palm, but I can see the future as clear as tomorrow. I'm down, surrounded by murder by the pound. Death row, the boat further down the Nile. The Nile is the P-Nap. They have it in the air till he see now. For years off top like a real
freestyle. That's where I'm at, tell them I'm right here. I stand beside a giant that resides, no fear. Oh no, I never ride so low. I hear them cry, hold on, we gon' fly. Aye, 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 aye. On cloud now, we go so high. Can't bring us down, we so fly. Hold on, I know it won't be long until we see his face. It was well worth the wait when we meet him in the sky. Until then, I'm sitting here on heaven's steps. If minutes is millenniums, there's only seconds left. They chasing a meal, eat a slug before they second breath. If they make it to the table, fine, there's only seconds left. What you expect to get or recollect from those who never represent heaven sent a teacher? If I'm speaking, it's a lesson and it's completed. Infinite evidence placed within a grace that is measureless, measured by what could never be measured with. They say we gotta see it, take a hike, never buy what they peddling. You can keep it, plenty liars and stick with the penmanship. Put me in the Coliseum with the red letters that pray I stay strong. Even if they bear arms on your boy, call me the Reverend, son of the Father, servant, staying true to his purpose. Pray to Yahweh alone and find rest in his worship. I look through the throne whenever I'm stressing, I'm worried. He leads me by the still waters, I'm never hurried. If they ask where I'm at, tell them I'm right here. I stand beside a giant that resides, no fear. Oh no, I never ride so low. I hear them cry, hold on, we gon' fly. Aye, 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 aye. On cloud now, we go so high. Can't bring us down, we so fly. Hold on, I know it won't be long until we see his face. It was well worth the wait when we meet him in the sky.
Our people perish due to lack of knowledge, not in macroeconomics, but of God's solid promise. More relevant today than it can never be tomorrow. And we don't fear your pistol, so that tip you want is hollow. Hoping the resurrection, so that pit you dig is shallow. Reaching for it's easy, cause the best the leaders follow. Call me the harbinger, tool in the hand of the carpenter. That is stereotypes in the way that they like to market us. Fist up for my people that ain't pride, it's solidarity. Truth is a rarity, we don't deal with your relativity. We want for certain, and we don't want your bread and circus. Power the eyes, people with implication and purpose. Bigger than pound symbols and phrases without spaces. Timelines updated with prophetic application. Grinding from the basement, but we always been fly. Reaching for that maturation, cloud 7, 8.
Yes, where I'm at, tell them I'm right here. I stand beside a giant that resides, no fear. Oh no, I never ride so low. I hear them cry, hold on, we gon' fly. Aye, 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 aye. On cloud now, we go so high. Can't bring us down, we so fly. Hold on, I know it won't be long until we see his face. It was well worth the wait when we meet him. If they ask where I'm at, tell them I'm right here. I stand beside a giant that resides, no fear. Oh no, I never ride so low. I hear them cry, hold on, we gon' fly. Aye, 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 aye. On cloud now, we go so high. Can't bring us down, we so fly.
let it go when the moment passes. I guess I'm only average. Blessings always come, but they go the fastest. I can't hold it back no more. I can't hold it back no more. Yeah, know you got a lot to give. Yeah, I've been on the longest trip. I know I did you wrong, I did. I tried to get along, I did. I don't wanna lie. Are you right or die? Got me like bye. Whoa. I can't let it go when the moment passes. I guess I'm only average. Blessings always come, but they go the fastest. I can't hold it back. I can't hold it back no more. 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 When the moment passes.
I've been stuck too long in this traffic, yeah. All these people fake, yeah, they plastic, yeah. Now I feel like Shaq with the magic, yeah. Now I feel like Messi with the hat trick. I've been waiting now for this too dang long. You ain't know me back then, please don't ever hit my phone. I don't sign no merch, I need my name up in that stone. I've been on the road, I swear I do not got a home, yeah. I can't let it go when a moment passes. Guess I'm only average. Blessings always come, but they go the fastest. I can't hold it back no more.
No way, no way. Rolls up on the pedal, little homie, no way. Move all week, little homie, no breaks. Lighten up the streets just for the city's sake. Roll with the beast, yeah, I know his face. If you pick a team, little homie, win the place. Us be defeated, little homie, no way, no way, no way. Little homie, no way, no way.
T-Vision with the optics. Boy, I'm making magic when I'm looking down the scope. Y'all boys acting out of pocket. I be in the cockpit, flying over coast. Sell your soul for the profit. Instagram likes, clicks on the video. You can miss me with the gossip. All that clap trap, you can leave it at the door. Meet me in the end zone, she didn't want a friend zone. Now I got a dime like woo. Me and my kinfolk, get it like tenfold. We ain't got no worries, no. Timmy, he don't need a limelight. He wants you to find Christ, he give you the divine sight. Whoa. 2020 hindsight, pull me up the sideline. Now I'm making highlights. Woo.
No way, no way. Rolls up on the pedal, little homie, no way. Move all week, little homie, no breaks. Lighten up the streets just for the city's sake. Roll with the beast, yeah, I know his face. If you pick a team, little homie, win the place. Us be defeated, little homie, no way, no way, no way. Little homie, no way, no way.
My team don't know what the beat is. When you see me flexing with them dubs on swole. Now I see these rappers wanna be friends. All up in my inbox, steady blowing up my phone. Boy, Ben Wallace with the defense. Blocking up the boards, but I gritted up the throat. You know it's street light season. Nothing they can do to stop us reaching all our goals. I step into the goal line, praise to the most high. Watch me hit the vote like only got the gang as a cosign. White that is so fine, know about the kissing like Boy, I'm Chef Rizzy with the sauce though. Got it on a gold like I'm Costco. Know I got a condo in the gospel. Team strong, everybody hot shows. Trying to get some peso with these nachos.
Rolls up on the pedal, little homie, no way. Move all week, little homie, no breaks. Lighten up the streets just for the city's sake. Roll with the beast, yeah, I know his face. If we picking teams, little homie, win the place. Us be defeated, little homie, no way, no way, no way. Little homie, no way, no way. No way, no way. Rolls up on the pedal,
morning and I got my mind on loop. I never sleep cause they smoke up in the Bugatti. I woke up in the coupe. It's a G. 35 gin and juice where I woke up feeling like Snoop. And the whole team ready about the action and we didn't come to loot. Now we didn't come to loot. A certified polymath, I am living proof. And I just kick it, I do my business, and then I visit the obituary when I hit the booth. And I did it all on my own, cause nobody showed me no love. But now they say, damn man, he's grown. You should've known. Now what is to come? They say, oh Lord. They don't really do it like us. They don't really live that life. They don't really got that buzz, so we say, oh Lord. Carpe diem, it's about time that they see how many days that I've been seasoned. And right now I'm like my mama always told me just to go for it. Every time they see me, they say, oh Lord. And it is what it is, so why you so mad at me, lad? But there's so many rappers that they all started calling me dad. You wanna battle me, somebody will end up dead. And I'm bored with the flow, oars on a boat, he better roll the death row before his boat never sail. I'm getting better still, old money, old bread, guess I like it better still. And she's on me, dog, and I don't wear designer cause I got a better still. You peons can be on my level, I'm clever, so be gone. I know you see the lights flash neon, bright as hell, by the bell. But we don't save these hoes. And these girls bad as hell, so we say, oh Lord. They don't really do it like us. They don't really live that life. They don't really got that buzz, so we say, oh Lord. Carpe diem, it's about time that they see how many days that I've been seasoned. And right now I'm like my mama always told me just to go for it. Every time they see me, they say, oh Lord. We don't hear that jargon, what you talking about? It's my time, time to take my targets out. Make a move, pray to God you dodge your tune. Cause when I make a move, I tell everybody, move, bounce.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You can call me David Rams, hey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model, you wear a new kid, we full throttle, just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man, ayy. Every day been making plans, ayy. They don't really understand, ayy. Gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam, yeah. Only worry about the fans, yeah. I won't compromise the brand, yeah. I've been saving other bands, whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I in it. I reinvest, stack and put it back in it. Spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work, yeah.
Some of that, baby, I like it raw. Some of that, drop, settle down, open up shop. Some of that, yeah, yeah. Some of that, yeah, yeah. Some of that.
Memory helps make us who we are, whether recognizing loved ones, recalling past joys, or just remembering how to walk and talk and fry an egg. Memory is the chain that connects our past to our present. If it breaks, we're left untethered, incapable of leaving the present moment and unable to embrace the future.
Remember when there were no MP3s but CDs? Didn't care about germs, no concern of disease. Street lights came on, we high-fived and we leave. Back in the days it wasn't so hard to believe that I would wake up as the Black Power Ranger, never scared of danger, snapping my fingers to the beat of my drum. Became addicted to fun, we would fight with our hands, never needed a gun. We would gladly chill in the house, play mom and daddy. The greatest feeling was when nobody could ever tag me. So happy, not being the last to be chosen, to run to the candy lady to buy us a Frozen. We were just kids up to no good. Remember the first time you watched Boys in the Hood? Rat tail in the back while my barber faced me. Do you remember when? Yes, no, maybe.
When you would hear a song you like and you felt like it was about your life. Remember when you would write a letter to your girlfriend and she would read it to all of her girlfriends. Remember staying up all night, talking on the phone. Remember skipping class with your homeboys.
Yeah.
Remember G.I.
Hey yo, I wrote this shit up all day. A long stay in the hallway. Harking back to an era of the tape play. Hitting on the track well, on a Maxell. With the spitting the beginning of a rap tale. Elastic scoop and Luke shine vividly. In due time produce rhyme synergy. And for the longest caught the blinking of the torment. Till England of performance still thinking of us dormant. And so it be, who hold close and kept dear were left there, won't know folks by next year. For ties cut, invest shares, perplex peers. Rise up and flex fear, for hex snares. The rest cheer, know we did it for a purpose. Poem of a kid who never did scratch surface. Until they own it, respect the craft for proponents. Cause it ain't over till the soul.
Remember what? You would hear a song you like and you felt like it was about your life. Remember when you would write a letter to your girlfriend and she would read it to all of her girlfriends. Remember staying up all night, talking on the phone. Remember skipping class with your homeboys. Remember G.I. Joe.
I used to play Mortal Kombat with Matthew. I swore he used to cheat. I swear I could never beat him. Those sour jawbreakers, I swear I could never eat him. Baddest chick in the school, I swear I could never meet her. Until I wrote her a letter telling her I'm a singer. Me and Terrence would draw pictures of sneakers. Me and Ashley used to be in the class singing. I wrote my first rap in the back of the class thinking, I'm feeling it, yeah. Feel alive, did you get feeling alive? If you feel it, raise your L in the sky. I remember selling my mixtape in high school. They was really kinda supportive at my school. I was selling cassette tapes for $5. I was making my own beats, I was beatboxing.
Brown, brown sugar, that brown, brown, ayy. 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 Brown, brown sugar, that brown, brown, ayy.
Welcome back, dear viewers, to FIBA Esports Open 3, where we continue with the second part of the day here. And I mean, we've seen so far some action-packed games in the grand finals in the previous conferences that we covered. My name's Renars, and alongside with me is yet again Linnards on the commentary.
Wow, I mean, yes, I've returned. I've been here. We just saw this wonderful game between Saudi Arabia and Bahrain. There, great finals, Yes. We had some close games there on points at the very start, but then again, Saudi Arabia kicked it in the second gear and got their third already.
Yeah, so let's give dear viewers a quick breakdown one more time as to what this whole thing is about. And firstly, a huge thank you to FIBA and NBA 2K for coming together, creating this project where national federations from across the globe can participate and show off their basketball skills, as well as in the meantime, of course, we get to see that amazing experience of finding out who are going to be the strongest nations within each of their respective regions here. And all of the games, of course, are going to be played on NBA 2K21 version here, and they're going to be played in a little thing called the Pro-M mode.
Yes, Pro-M mode is that NBA 2K Pro-M allows you to play in a 5v5 format where a player will control only one single character in-game that is very deeply customizable, so you can see those great good-looking jerseys, those hairstyles, very interesting arenas and courts, and everything else in the matter.
All right, well, I did briefly touch on the fact that teams are joining in from across the globe here, so let's have a look at the global map and see all those beautiful regions that players are coming from, and we actually had to divide the players into geographical regions, and the reasoning for it is very simple, Linnards, and I believe you give the best explanation about this.
Well, I have the info that this full event, of course, is played online. So therefore, in order to have fair conditions for all the participants across the globe, to avoid all this delay, the lag, everything that is produced by the distance to the service, we have conferences grouped geographically. So it's all interest of the fair play.
Absolutely correct there. And one more new addition to this FIBA Esports Open 3 iteration is the fact that we have some of the conferences are split into current generation and next generation conference. And essentially what that means is that the current generation conferences are being played on PlayStation 4 consoles, and the next generation conferences are being played on the PlayStation 5 consoles. So the world is moving on, and so are these players. But in order to have a maximum amount of national federations participating here, the decision was made to allow for both of these platforms to be present here. So let's have a closer look at the conferences. Some of them already have concluded. The very first conferences we're going to have a look at here is the Southeast Asia Conference, where we had Group A and Group B. Of course, this was taking place over this weekend here. And in Group A, we had Maldives, Philippines, Vietnam. In Group B, we had Indonesia, Mongolia, Sri Lanka. And here, Linnards, as you can see, we already have a winner.
Yeah, we already have that Philippines with the 2 cups on both sides. Yeah, the Philippines, they already won the first FIBA Esports Open here, and now last time around they were the runner-ups, and now back again, the champions of the Southeast Asia. Good for them, right? The 2-timers, and it's great to see. But now moving towards the Middle East Conference, we have also already happened here on a Friday. We had the group stage now over the weekend. We already had the semifinals and the finals concluded on the Group A: Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Syria, while the Group B, we got Bahrain, Lebanon, and United Arab Emirates.
Yeah, the most interesting part about this here is that Saudi Arabia, for the very first time in the history of FIBA Esports Open 3, have managed to get 3 consecutive championship titles. And I mean, if there were any doubters still out there, without a doubt, you must admit that Saudi Arabia in the Middle East Conference is definitely the strongest team right now. Moving forward to the Africa Conference here, and again taking place over this weekend. We also have 2 groups here. Group A has Ivory Coast, Egypt, and Tunisia. Group B has Gabon, Madagascar, and Togo. And a quick preview, dear viewers, here is the fact that, well, we're going to be proceeding to viewing these games closer in just a second here. But, I mean, previously as well, some of these teams already have participated here, right?
Yes, we had the Ivory Coast last time around bringing out the victory in that FIBA Esports Open 2, and now they are already in to the finals, but we still don't know the pair who are they playing against, and that will be a little bit later on. But now moving towards the next conference, Europe, current generation, that will be over that 23rd to 25th of April. We have 4 groups, the biggest The biggest groups we have here, we have wonderful amount of teams in the Group A. Estonia, Ireland, Latvia, and Poland. While in the Group B, Andorra, Armenia, Russia, and Ukraine.
Group C has Bosnia and Herzegovina, Cyprus, Iceland, and Serbia. And Group D has Austria, Lithuania, Montenegro, and Portugal. And the fun fact about this particular conference, apart from it being the biggest one that we have, none of the countries that are seen on your screens here have actually previously won the European Conference. So no matter how this is going to play out over the next weekend, we are going to have a brand new champion here. So that's always exciting to see here. Moving on with the next conference, that is the North and Central America Current Generation Conference. And we have 4 countries here. Those are Barbados, Costa Rica, Honduras, and Mexico.
Yeah, Costa Rica and Honduras making their return from the previous FIBA Esports Open. Didn't really show the best results there, but the experience is really what matters, because Barbados and Mexico coming in completely, so to say, without any experience in this kind of tournaments. But we'll see what they have to show. You never really know how it's going to go out. We'll see the grand finals in the best of 3 over the 23rd and the 25th of April there. But now moving towards the next. Over here we have the European Next Generation Conference here. We're looking at a Group A. We have Denmark, Slovenia, Switzerland, and Turkey. While over the Group B, we have Spain, France, Germany, and Luxembourg.
Group C has Belgium, Great Britain, and Italy. And the fun part about this conference, and that is going to take place from the 7th till 9th of May, so a few weeks from now, is the fact that, well, look, Group A has Turkey in it, which previously won the European Conference back in FIBA Esports Open 2. Group C has Italy, which won the first FIBA Esports Open in the European Conference. And then we have 2 runner-ups in the form of Spain and Germany in Group B. So overall, this is a super stacked conference, and most likely these are going to be the closest games to date that we're going to see over in May here. So very excited for these up-and-coming games. South America is the next conference that we're going to have a closer look here as well. We have 7 countries in total, 2 groups. Group A has Argentina, Colombia, Guyana, and Uruguay. And Group B, Brazil, Chile, and Venezuela.
Yeah, we can already see that Argentina, with so far looking like the most favorite, like the biggest favorite, so to say, in this one. They got the first place at the FIBA Esports Open, number 1 and the number 2. So they're 2-timers and looking to go for that 3rd title, just like the Saudi Arabia just did. And we'll see if that really happens, because Uruguay, I mean, last time around they were the runner-ups, same as for Brazil in the first iteration there. So there could be a big battle going on for that first place. And now moving towards also North Central here from 7th to 9th of May as well. Finishing off with 4 really familiar teams. You might have seen them before. And that is Canada, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, and United States of America.
Playing on those juicy PlayStation 5s. Previously, USA were able to obtain the victory in this conference here. So now, obviously, Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico were participating last time around as well. So did Canada. And I must say, both the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico had very close games. Canada was in the mix there as well. So I think this time around, USA will really have their work cut out for them. But again, as always, we'll just have to wait and see until we get to that point, because there's so many interesting games we'll see. And once we get to this conference, we're just going to see the grand final. So we're going to see pretty much just the dessert of all matches there is going to be served. Let's have a look at today's schedule, what we've seen so far, and what can you expect up next, dear viewers. So I kick things off in the beginning of the day with the Southeast Asia Grand Finals, where Philippines were able to take and secure the win over Indonesia. And a pretty close affair, I must say. You can see even by the score, low-scoring games, meaning that it was just a very tight affair, and obviously the defense was all over the place. And then afterwards, Leonard,
well, if you're looking at it, it's quite the opposite over there in that final, I would say. Saudi Arabia just absolutely with the 100 points over there in that first game, over 60 on Bahrain, and then a little bit closer, so to say, with that score 76-59, still running away with the game, and 2-0 there.
And now, speaking about the South Africa semi-finals, number 2 in the Africa Conference, Madagascar going up against Egypt up next to determine which of these 2 is going to be the one that's going to proceed into the grand finals. As you can see on your screens, Cote d'Ivoire or Ivory Coast are waiting for their opponents, and we're going to find out just now how it's going to go. But first, we need to have a look and see how did the group stages and the playoffs played out for the countries up next in question. So Group A, as you can see, Cote d'Ivoire was able to secure that first position. Egypt came in second, and this time around Tunisia just missed the mark there to pass on into the semi-final stage here. And of course in Group B as well, Madagascar securing 2 victories here. Togo, a single one to its name, and Gabon, unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, was unable to participate here. So hence, pretty much the result that we're looking at. And I mean, look, the playoff bracket as well is looking pretty good here. Ivory Coast, you know, having that game that you had the chance to cast, Leonard, so perhaps a few words from yourself.
Yeah, 99 points. Yesterday I already thought that they might be going for the 100, though. They're finishing on the 99 mark. I feel still 99 is quite a lot of points, even a great number themselves. And then in the next one, 74-20, and that is just the perfect defense by the Ivory Coast over there. And that is the lowest scoring match that we've seen from Togo. 20 points only in the whole entire game. You can see that Ivory Coast defense definitely on the high level, but then again we see Madagascar and Egypt on the play, so we'll see how that semifinal goes. And then I'm pretty sure that the Ivory Coast is already looking and watching the match right now. They'll be watching. They'll be closely watching their opponent.
Without a doubt, you can be absolutely convinced of that, as Madagascar and Egypt, both of these teams are starting to prepare for this game. And I mean, look, both of these countries first time on the international stage. Only one of them will proceed into the grand finals, where again, literally a more experienced team here in the FIBA Esports Open will greet them, and it's going to be an incredibly tight affair here. I'm now just looking at the results in the group stage here as well. For Madagascar, they had a very impressive point differential playing in groups against Togo, where they managed to finish the game with a 60-plus point differential, almost 70 there. Whereas for Egypt in their Group A, it was a more closer affair. So it's kind of hard to judge, obviously, just based off pure numbers as to how those games went back. That was still in Friday. But here, considering this is going to be a best-of-3 series again, right? So it's not just a one and done and you're through. You really have to put back-to-back victories here in order to advance, and that always puts us in an interesting position here as well on the caster desk, because there's so many changes of pace, changes of momentum, changes of who's in the lead, and at times it can get quite hectic. We even saw yesterday an overtime as well. That is also not out of the question here. And overall, I mean, looking at these two pairs, and if you had to take a wild guess here, which of the two do you think would advance?
Well, I have a counter question to you. Are you a greedy caster? In terms of, do you want to have 3 games, or do you want to go for those 2? You know, I'm a greedy caster.
I always want to get those 3.
Of course, we hope to see those 3 games, and we're already hearing that the lineups already over here. So now pulling up onto the screen, we're looking at Egypt over here. Now, we've seen those 5 players on the lineups here for you. So that is Tahert, Killer Matter, Mohamed Jones, Body, and Forgive Us, yes.
And for the lineup of Madagascar, we have Ranto Andri, Johan Andriana, Roba Andri, and Frankie Andri. So a lot of Andries there, so we're just going to cut it down to Frankie Roa. But look, let's have a look at the roles here a bit. We have 3 power forwards on the side of Egypt, so they're looking probably for a more sort of in-your-face game style, right? Just really going for those drives, plowing through the defense of the opposing side here. As for Madagascar, we have a more balanced, I would say, overall approach. They do also have 2 power forwards, so it's going to be really a true brawl here offensively and defensively between these two teams and those roles in question. So I'm very curious to see how this is going to play out, and what sort of the pace of the game is as well, because if you have power forwards but they don't move fast enough, I think that might create some issues.
Yeah, if we're looking at the Team Egypt over there, we're looking at the second player there, the power forward, Killer Manor. He is definitely the voice of the team, like the big face of the team, because I've looked at their group stage games they played against Tunisia there. They lost 60-69, but out of those 60 points, Killer Manor pulled 47 in. That's 78% of the team's overall score just on a single player alone. So you cannot definitely count him out at all. So he's going to be the one to cover. While on the Madagascar's team, they played against the Togo, right? They, as you mentioned before, it was over 60, even nearly 70-point lead. But despite that, Rova Andrea, right there we see on the screen, the 21-year-old, he scored 35 points, and magically, out of those 35 points, he scored 8 out of 9 3-pointers. He scored like 8 of them, so that's it's crazy amount. But we don't want to count out Adriana. Adriana, yes, there in the middle of the screen, a 23-year-old. He also scored 31 points. So definitely they have those 2 star players from Madagascar. But Egypt, they have the Killer Manor definitely going at it. So we haven't seen a lot of the games by those 2 teams, but they have the clear plan. If you just look at the games that we were able to, so to say, scout out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at just these both lineups here in terms of experience and in terms of how long these players have been playing. It does look like Madagascar has the slight upper hand because they've been playing back to like 2K08 version, whereas on the other side here, they only have one person. But let's not waste any more time here. Let's jump straight into the second semifinals of the Africa Conference here in FIBA Esports Open 3 to get a final saying as to which of these 2 countries will get the chance to proceed into the grand finals. And for some, unfortunately, well, this is going to be where that path ends. So let's find out right now as Madagascar lining up in your red jerseys there. And I mean, look, beautiful customization as always in your whites is Egypt. And the tip-off is there, and it's good for Egypt.
It's good for Egypt, and there it is, Killer Manor, number 29. That's the one you definitely want to look at, and that's an excellent pass, and right away from the wing, it's a 3-point. It's not even 10 seconds into the game, and we already have an open score. And now that's a good pass, but interception, great pass again. Forgive now. Is he going to forgive? He will pass to a Killer over there. Looking maybe for a 3-pointer. No, Tahert, try at it again. That's bounces back now, Adriana with the ball.
Yeah, I was looking for that back-to-back agenda, but now Madagascar, slightly spilled there on the dribble as Rolla, but does manage to regain possession here. Frankie on the 3-point line has 2 defensive players drawn to him. You can see that Egypt extremely active on their defense. The slam dunk does go through, and it's got to be a single-point game.
All right, so now, again, Killer Manor. Great pass, Mohamed, and there it is with a slam dunk over here on that one. So that's 5-2 now. Egypt with a little bit of a lead, 3 points. Not much there since that's really easy to equalize. Just throw a 3-pointer, right? Why 3 points when you can get 2 for sure? Why not 4-5 now? Still with Egypt in the lead.
Now, full 4 minutes remaining here as they're just, looks like they're just feeling each other out right now, right? Looking for those holes in the defense, looking for offensive opportunities. That hurt. Amazing performance so far from the corner there as well in the 3-point department, and it has to be one of the hardest shots to make as well from the corner. The distance to the loop might be deceptive here. Rova goes for the drive. Instead, it's going to be a pass here back out to Jonah, over to Ranto, and now Andriana. What's he going to do there? Gives it to Frankie. A lot of passing here, but not a lot of time left to shoot. Someone needs to take the shot. Rova, an Elliott attempt. The rebound is still good, but they don't get it through the hoop as Body now on the offense.
What a great robbery over there for that one. Good block, good play on the defense over here. But again, Killer Manor now with the ball, tries to pass it. Mohamed now with the side. Again, it was a good plan over there, but, well, there's a play already covering the other end. Well, the ball's out of the court now.
Egypt to put the ball back into play here. Full time on the shot clock, so definitely plenty of time to put themselves in position in order to find that optimal approach. Again, look at this defense. Both teams incredibly active, not allowing for these opportunities, and that's why these steals so easily do happen. As Frankie now on the offense, back over to Andriana's play is slowed down a bit. Frankie with a 3-pointer attempt, rattles it home. Looked to be almost over, but thankfully the ball finds the hoop safely.
Yeah, 7-8 now. The score is only 1 point lead for Egypt. Now Egypt, Killer Manor, the man with the biggest amount of points for his team in the last couple of the games for his country, and now still with the ball bouncing around. He has like 3-2 players already. You see the 2 players, they're sending 2 players just to cover one single person, and he still nails a 3-pointer.
Yeah, that is very impressive. You obviously need to time your shot absolutely perfectly in order to be successful in that situation. Adriana now on the three-point line. Is tempted to go for it himself. Nice pass out to the sideline there, right-hand side. Johan now, difficult shot to take. Too many defensive players. It is going to be out of bounds. And it's actually going to be Madagascar's ball here still. So 7 seconds to work with. Few passes around the board. Adriana, does he go for the drive there? No, lingers a bit. And now time wasted. Instead turns around, goes for a huge slam dunk.
That's a nice-looking dunk indeed. Now Killer Matter again with the Egypt starting their offense over here, but that's a little.
That's a charging foul. He was standing still, was knocked to the ground, so it is going to be a turnover.
But now again, Madagascar from the side. Adriana now plays with the ball for Rova. Frankie with the great release on that three-pointer, and that is 3 points for Madagascar, and now they're in the lead with only by 1 point, but still getting it all back since Egypt basically started this game off with a slight lead at the very beginning, and then Madagascar, now with the lead a little bit.
Yeah, I love how close this game is so far. I also see that both teams are playing very, very similar defensively, so a lot is going to ride on how these offensive possessions play out here. For Give with a nice three-pointer of his own as well. I believe this is the first one. He does get through so far, and with a full minute still remaining, surely there will be more opportunities as Rova now looking to find Frankie in the corner there. Jonah layup, and that is good against the glass there.
14-14, Egypt and Madagascar now. I really want to see if you take a look at the number 29 for that Egypt, their Killer Matter. You already see two players always falling, while one of the players from the Madagascar trying to cover two members of Egypt there. So just to get that number 29 covered, so not to let him go for those 3 points or not even try to let him move forward, so to say. But if you can get a pass to that one man who is free, then they can score points that way as well.
25 seconds remaining in the first quarter as Roa puts up another beautiful clean three to even out the game here. 17-17 as Egypt might have the final say here in the first quarter. Killer Manor again looking for that play and instead goes for a quick three-pointer of his own. 18 seconds and a chance for Madagascar to even things out.
Yeah, they can even stall the time if they want to and maybe end the first quarter with the lead if they score. Well, not they can't really get the lead. Maybe to just equalize it if they put a three-pointer or just get a 2-1 in, so 19-20. But still, maybe 7 seconds, they can still maybe get the ball on their hand and then maybe go for a counterattack if they find space and time for it. But Killer Matter with trying a three-pointer, but in the end it doesn't go into the hoop. So that is the end of the first, and that's 19-20. Oh, here's still Egypt with the slight lead.
Yeah, well, I mean, so far it's such a close affair. You can't really predict how this game is going to go, so a lot is going to be, again, riding on that second half here. The nice rattle home here on the two-pointer for Madagascar, 21-20. Expect more lead changes alongside here because neither of the teams are really looking to give up and give in as Frankie gets the seal through. Rova, he has to this absolutely needs to be a basket in that situation, but the defense was just amazing from Egypt there, ruining Madagascar's plans. Another attempt at the steal there. Need to be careful not to get a reach-in foul in this situation. Screen will be set up for Killer Manor there. Takes left-hand side swing and puts up a three-pointer here.
That is a wonderful from Killer Matter, the 23-year-old there from Egypt playing his heart out, and he knows and his team know what this game is all about. It is the semifinal. They're trying to get the final there. The Ivory Coast is already waiting for their opponent, so this game is very important. It's best of three still, so we're only in the game one, but this game has a lot of to be played for.
Killer Manor again forced to linger on this three-point line. Those two defensive players and even the third one running in for a second, but that leaves Forgy wide open. And of course, he's going to nail that shot. Had all the time in the world to prepare for that one. And finally, a 5-point lead here for Egypt. So we're starting to get a slightly bigger gap between the two as Roba now back over to Adriana, who's looking for that drive. But when you have so many defensive players around, you can't really do much. And the rebound is going to fall in the hands of Egypt.
That is in Killer Manor. Now, I really like the way that Egypt is playing. I feel like they're already prepared for something like this, that Killer Manor will be one of those players to be protected, that they're going to send 2 or even, like you mentioned, 3-man forward just to cover one single player. And in that case, they have the plan B. Just, all right, if Killer Manor gets protected, gets just like 2 or 3 people sent, there has to be someone who's free. He could just give the pass to that play to the person and, just let him dunk the 3-liner here.
Oh, almost out of bounds there, but Egypt does manage to regain control of the ball here. Killer Manor again lingering here for a second. Forgive this time. Passes over to Body, back over to Killer Manor. Not really too keen on going in paint. Even though, in my opinion, he did have a chance there. Now with 5 seconds remaining, a play needs to happen, and he just make sure the defense is absolutely out of position to open up that wide open 3-pointer shot for him. 32-21 now, and Egypt starting to build a bit of a gap here. 2.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, even if you saw that moment, Killer Manor was literally at that 3-point line, not going any deeper, just so he can get those 3 points instead of 2. And now Rova with the ball as well on that 3-point line, cutting it in now, giving trying to get the alley-oop over there, but didn't in the end go for that. So 32-23, 9-point lead for Egypt, and now Killer Manor number 29 over there. So many times we mentioned his name. Good pass over there, back to him, Killer over here. He's looking maybe to cut it in or try to find a pass over there. You see the number 9's cutting it into the paint, but didn't really give the pass to him. Now Killer, look at your side, Tucker, willing to go for its dunk, and it is a dunk, and it's in. It's 2 points. It's all that Egypt really wanted.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of Egypt not utilizing those high percentage opportunities. I mean, they had 2 chances to go in paint and just finish the job there and then, but they're really looking to play this one out and ideally trying to play off of that 3-point line. And you can see here Madagascar as well unsuccessful in their offense, kind of lose the ball there. Tahir from the corner there. That is going to be a few points again in the pockets of Egypt here as 1:20 still on the clock before halftime, and Madagascar really need to start answering here.
Yeah, now Ranto again with the ball, pass to Rova. Exiting the paint now, back in the middle. Adriana now, number 21, dribbling the ball, getting closer to the basket, and I felt like that was meant to be like a pass, but no one was really there to receive it. And there's a little bit of a mistake by Killer Manor, the man himself. And look at the 3 players right there jumping and blocking the basket, not letting Madagascar score points, but they still in the end get the 2 points in.
Yeah, I mean, again, he had the opportunity to go till the very end there. He even managed to fake out 3 players, and, well, it is what it was, as you just saw here, but Rova still quite resultive, I would say. 9 points to his name, a few assists on top. That's a very far and a very difficult 3-pointer attempt. Rova manages to obtain possession here, but it is going to be out of bounds. Team Egypt. It looked like a bit of a miscommunication.
Yeah.
Perhaps the player just left the corner as the pass was being presented, so might be just nerves right now.
It might be it's already nearly we're halfway through with this first semifinal match, and Egypt is just running away with this for now, at least 39-25. The lead is just getting bigger and bigger, making Madagascar work for their points over here. Otherwise, if they can't keep it up that way, then Egypt might be running away with this really far away.
12 seconds remaining here, and Madagascar absolutely need to do something right before halftime. That's a clean 3-pointer that they were looking for. A very, very needed points, narrowing down to 11. Egypt has the final say before halftime. Can they even do anything? A steal goes through. A shot attempt will be made, and it's good. Welcome back, dear viewers, for the second half in the second semi-finals for the Africa Conference FIBA Esports Open 3, where Egypt currently up by 8 points as we kick things off here in the third quarter. Madagascar in possession, and Adriana already with the shot. Unfortunately, hits the glass there on the side as Frankie was going to attempt to correct this with a 3-pointer of his own, but the ball simply refuses to go through the hoop here, and Egypt now on the counterplay.
Yeah, now with the Egypt with the slight lead over Madagascar here, but Killer Manor already scoring. I do believe it was 18 points after half the game, and 18 points out of 39. That's basically like a half the points again. And like I mentioned before, he's been really dominant over for his team, even when they won Ivory Coast in the groups. Groups actually, yeah, they did. And Killer scored 29 points out of the 55 that they scored overall, so that's basically half the points.
Ranta now is going to pass over to Rova. Rova, ooh, a dangerous pass to make, but again, I must say, an excellent play from the defense of Egypt here. Finds the correct timing to reach out for the ball, tried to go for the intercept there. Didn't really pan out, but still it cuts down the shot clock a bit more here for Madagascar. So only 13 seconds left here to work with. Frankie quite resultive so far in the scoring department. I believe about 17 points to his name, as Frankie's going to be stuck in the corner here. Andriana needs to make a play happen, goes for the drive, passes it off in the last second. That's going to be a shot clock violation, and a clean one at that. Egypt's ball, and Egypt is in the lead by 6. And I mean, it's really these sort of errors that might bite you in the back in the long run.
Yeah, I felt like they had to release the ball there and had to go for that. Not even a 3, maybe a 2-pointer there. Try to shoot it from somewhere, but in the end, the time was really not their friend this time around. And now Killer again with the ball. A couple more seconds left for him, but he releases it in a perfect moment at the perfect time, scoring a 3-pointer. Show Madagascar how it's done.
42-33 here, as Rova is still looking together with his team for answers. Somehow Andriana as well tries to go for that drive there, but you can see as soon as anyone approaches paint, there are 3 defensive players, so that's really not an easy option right now to take. 7, 6, 5 seconds remaining here. Rova, an attempt made on the passing department. Andriana, can he take it home? The ball refuses to go through, but the rebound is still there, so Frankie now on the 3-point line. That should be good. Oh, no, just bounces out at the second there.
That was a very long one over here. A really long offense there, but Tachert now in that middle there. Pass to Jones over here, but then again, Killer, number 29, once again with the bounce. Couple more seconds left. All the teams are basically using their all attack time here. Last couple moments over here. They have to do something. Killer, I'm not too sure what was really that, because I mean, it was a good defense play by Madagascar. They're not letting Killer to go even further forwards there, but he had to at least for an attempt over here, maybe for a rebound.
Well, in those kind of plays, we are 1-1 here because both teams have had a situation like that for now. Madagascar does call for that timeout, obviously wanting to reposition, shuffle the players around a bit to perhaps slightly change up the plans here. Andriana holding on to the ball, goes for that drive. The layup is good there as well. Nice and easy over the hands of the defense there. And again, a much needed sigh of relief on the side of Madagascar. They need to keep scoring here. At this stage, you should focus just a bit more on gaining any sort of points rather than how you gain them. Mohamed, great drive, but the defense is just too good with the rebounds. And Rova now able to answer quickly. No.
That was not a good defense play by Egypt over there from both sides, actually, from one to another basket there. But again, now Killer Matter, number 29. As you see, 2 players still. Oh, he goes through between them. Somehow both players fell asleep a little bit there. Great pass, and that is the end for 3-pointers. 45-35, again, double-digit lead for Egypt. It's 10 points, and it's 1:34 left on the clock.
Rova, player 99, reaching foul here happening. So as the play will be reset. 18 seconds on the shot clock here. Long pass over to Andriana. That is an alley-oop there. A beautiful way. Like when the defense hands are just too close to the ball, it's just pass it over them and let your teammates slam it home. Killer Manor here. What's he going to do?
Well, as you can see, there's some players I'm looking right now that are free, but at the same time, they look free, but at the same time, they're not quite free because those Madagascar players, they're really quick with their movement and they can instantly block the shot or just get the ball in their hands. And now Forgive with the last second chance just to put it in, but it really bounces out. And now Frankie, great pass. And they still can't really find the basket in the end, passing right between all the players. I felt like they just wanted to give pass to everyone, just so they feel that they're in the offense.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, judging by the Egypt's defensive plays, it was the only option really as well. Incredibly active team defensively. Tahir there on the 3-point line. Left-hand side corner seems to be his signature move so far. So good. Mohamed with the rebound as well. Gets it through the rim 40-47 here as we're approaching the end of the third quarter. Madagascar have managed to narrow down that point gap, which was already in the double digits beforehand. And Frankie now is going to look to see if he can put up a few points of his own, forced to pass over to Rova. And there were two defensive players, so slightly a rush on the passing department. Should have perhaps had a quick chat with his teammate, but obviously it's very difficult to do live when you only have 24 seconds to work with. Tahert again from the corner. Not going to be good. Mohamed again with the rebound. Still regains possession. Gives another chance here for Egypt. No time to shoot. This one not going to be good here as we transition into the fourth and final quarter here in the semifinals, number 2 of Africa. And again, the team that is going to be able to win in this series will proceed into the granals. So very, very important games for both teams here. Egypt so far in the lead.
Yeah, it is the best of 3, like you mentioned here. So it's 40-47, 7-point lead. It's not that big of a lead, right? So definitely Egypt cannot relax, so to say. And, well, Madagascar cannot click on the brakes. They only have to go forwards. They are a little bit behind, and they're working on it. So another 2-pointer here for them. So 42-49, still 7-point lead for Egypt, but it's still doable. They have more than 4 minutes to go.
And look, Madagascar started utilizing those high percentage shots, and as you can see, the point gap is not really extending any further right now, and I feel like Egypt are feeling the heat as well. Mohamed, very convincing grab of the ball there, but still needs to take it home if he wants to score here. 2 seconds to play. It is going to be out of bounds here, but what can Egypt do with 2.2 on the shot clock?
Well, they have to give a quick pass and then a quick 3-pointer. I feel like we've been here before with those 2.2 seconds left on the clock, right? We had a moment before there with Saudi Arabia with that 1.5 second left where they scored a 3-pointer just to take it to overtime. But now a good defense play by Egypt there. So once again, and now with the ball, Fahert, Mohamed right there in front of the basket and is giving a dunk over here, 51-42.
Must commend Egypt on their defense. Incredibly mobile there. Johan tried to go 1 versus 4 defensive players. Nice attempt, but at the very end, the ball was knocked out of his hands. And Tahert, again, left-hand side corner there, is going to pass over to Manor. Manor on the 3-point line, struggling with 2 defensive players, trying to break some ankles along the way, but that frees up Mohamed, who just slams it home.
That was a great pass. Found a way how to pass it with the little bounce on the floor. So it wasn't kind of instantly into your hands. It was just a little bit of bounce, so he couldn't really capture it. And now Adrina with the ball to number 21, giving a little push, and that is in. So now with a 44-53, still Egypt with the lead. It's 9 points, and as you can see, Adrina 10 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists. He's been doing pretty good so far.
Yeah, definitely good in the assist department there, and the rebounds, of course, always come in handy. But a reach-in foul will stop the play at 16 seconds on the shot clock here for Egypt. For Give, putting the ball back into play instantly, goes into that right-hand side corner. He has been quite dormant now for a few minutes, and I believe Egypt might start to utilize that opportunity. Mohamed needs to be careful of lingering so long around the basket. In the meantime, though, another 3-pointer will be put up by Egypt, 56-44. And now extending the lead up by 12, 2.5 minutes remaining. Nothing unreal for Madagascar to deal with here, but Egypt yet again with that steal, and Forgive instead opts in for a pass instead of taking it home. Tahert with the 3-pointer, not going to be good this time around. The rebound is going to fall in the hands of Madagascar as Johan with a fast pass over to Frankie in the right-hand side corner, back over to Rova on the 3 on the left. And still not good. It's a scrappy game right now.
It's really fast-paced, I would say. It's another dunk here for Egypt, 58-44. It's like from one basket to another, it takes a couple seconds just to go for those really quick attacks. You see again, another offense, another basket. It just goes point to point right now, but still, the lead that they built up all over these quarters, then it's definitely helping them out right now.
Yeah, and here Egypt's probably just trying to get to a comfortable lead in terms of the points that they have. They currently have 14, perhaps a few more, and then they're going to really start to run down that clock. But obviously, Madagascar are trying to do everything possible that is in their hands. And Manor here together with Mohamed. Again, nice attempt, but the defense was there just in time right now. Rova, he's going to pass over to Frankie, right-hand side. Not good. These passes, they're trying to continuously pass through the defense of Egypt. And I mean, if 3 times where the ball was intercepted was not a hint enough for you, they really need to think about a different type of way how to pass the ball around, as Mohamed does. Get the rebound, another 12 seconds, and they're Killer, of course, with the three-pointer, probably has about close to 30 points to his name right now, and that's half of what Egypt has.
Yeah, it's always been his trademark, so to say, in this tournament so far for Maher, scoring most of the points, if half at least, so to say, for his team. But then again, Rova now, Adriana, a couple more seconds to go, and he's going for that dunk over there. But, well, good defensive play from Egypt over there. So no free throws over here for Madagascar. Over here, Adriana with the ball. Let's see what how does he do this one? I do believe it's the first one we have in this match. We're already nearly at the very end. Let's see, can he cut it down to 13 points? Yes, he can. So now 13 points still lead for Egypt. Now 62 seconds left.
Madagascar need to be quick on their feet and quick in their thoughts if they want to outjoust Egypt here. 53 seconds remaining as Killer Manor again in possession of the ball. Just running down the clock here and probably is going to go for a play together with Mohamed. He's going to get the ball. Passes over to Booty. Tries to go for the three, not good. And now a long pass should happen from Madagascar. Frankie does get it in time. Adriana on the three-point line. Can't really shoot from there. The archetype doesn't really allow for that. Adriana tries to go for that drive. But again, so many defensive players, you just physically cannot get through them. And it is going to be out of bounds. Still Madagascar's ball. 24 seconds on the shot clock. 30 seconds overall remaining here. Is it even possible right now to come back into this? He does get the three-pointer, but they do need a few more. But first, they need to get the ball out of Egypt's hands.
Yeah, because right now Egypt, well, as I always say, the time is your friend when you're in the lead. And now when you're scoring yet another two, it's 22 seconds on the clock. There isn't a lot of time really left for Madagascar to work with just to play in this game in semifinal. That's the very first game, so there's another one at least to go. And, there's Madagascar with another three-pointer. He's cutting it down to 9, but it's 11 seconds. It very feels unlikely here that they can do anything to this one, so I believe let's see how Egypt plays this one for the final seconds.
Tahir with the good old classic, run down the clock. Mohamed slams it home in the last few seconds here. 2.6 remaining. Too many points for Madagascar to come back with. Rowo with a three-pointer attempt. Not going to be good here as Egypt managed to secure the first game in the best-of-3 series here over Madagascar. And what initially seemed to be quite a close affair, I would say. I mean, looking at how these teams were playing, the defense on both sides initially was very active. But once a few slips, a few cracks started to appear in the defense of Madagascar, that's really where things, in my opinion, started to get a bit hectic. Madagascar tried to play Egypt's tempo, tried to play Egypt's approach, and as soon as you start to play into what the opponent is doing, the game does sort of start to slip away from your hands. And as I said, I mean, really, I think here Madagascar could have done probably a slightly better job if not for those passes through those defensive players. So obviously they're calling for the combination that needs to be played, and people are trying to play that combination automatically, but then of course the super active defense from Egypt really ruined their plans.
Yeah, Egypt's defense was really on the high level in this game, and also I really liked that they had Madagascar knew what Egypt is all about. They knew that they have this killer monarch, the player, basically, so to say, the one-man army, and if they stop him over there, then they have a chance, and that's what they try to do. But guess what? All right, Matter been kind of diffused a little bit on the side there, right? It's two players, send them in, but still, if you send two people on one, there's got to be at least someone who's free. Matter gets the pass there, and then they still score a bucket.
Yeah, exactly. And that's all. And if in case Matter does miss, Mohamed is there always to pick up the slack. Let's have a quick look at the points here. Rova has managed to secure 23 points to his name for Madagascar. And the one that stands out, of course, is Killer Manor with 29 points on this side of Egypt. Either way, like stellar performance in my opinion. The styles of play here are very similar as far as I can tell. Obviously, yes, Killer Manor being that wild card factor that Egypt currently has, but I believe that as long as Madagascar can manage to tame him just a bit more here, Madagascar really have a good chance of taking the series back to their name. And now that obviously the players are going to be swapping jerseys in the process as well, and having that little bit of downtime to talk things over, I hope I really hope that the players have managed to notice these small details here, perhaps even a bit more that we might have as we are talking here, because obviously I'm pretty sure these two guys, these two teams have managed to meet in the online era beforehand, feel each other out, perhaps a bit of studying to be done here, because there's definitely not lacking in the experience department. Technically speaking, Madagascar might have a bit more experience on their side, considering how long they have been playing NBA 2K4, but again, it's more about that chemistry as well here. I think, a lot rides on team chemistry.
Yeah, and also you mentioned that even in the last time around when Saudi Arabia played against Bahrain, they said they played friendly matches against them. So maybe in this case also, maybe Egypt and Madagascar, they maybe also had some, maybe even before the tournament, maybe they had some friendly games that we had to study. Maybe now as well they had study. So as you said, it's always about the mental at the same time, and it's hard maybe when your back is against the wall, when you're 0-1 down. So it's also, like you said, about the mental. You have to reset. You have to forget what happened. Just keep in mind those mistakes that you've made previously before. Try to fix them if you can, and move towards for the second one.
Well, look, I personally think that Madagascar are probably not feeling too bad about this game, considering what the point differential was here. It's a lot easier to brush off a game like that instead of like 130 game. That's a different tale to be told. But here, Madagascar, as I said, I think we have a real chance of going all 3 games here. Obviously, Egypt are going to be doing everything that is possible in their hands to try and prevent that from happening, because of course for Egypt, I think the stress really for them is going to kick in around that 4th quarter. In case that is going to be a close game, perhaps there's going to be a more scrappy game again towards those stages of this follow-up match. But yeah, look, I really love the tempo here. I love the pace. Not a fan of the passing department, to be honest, on either side really, but then again, who am I to judge? It's these teams' approach. They have decided how they're going to play this one out. Obviously, a lot of study material available as well. And hopefully later on we do... we're going to have an interview with one of the teams who's going to win here as well. And perhaps we're going to hear a bit more behind the scenes so we can understand better how these teams took their time to prepare for these games. And speaking about preparing for games, we are just expecting for the players to jump into the next game as soon as possible. Probably, as I said before, just having those final few words exchanged.
Yeah, you have to talk it out. You have to brush it all off, and obviously, even you won the game for Egypt, right? You don't have to get ahead of yourself, because again, everything starts from the zero, and now it's a new game. It's a fresh start, and you never know. Maybe Madagascar is really easy. They're like, okay, we had a close game, we slipped up here or there, but right now, let's just not do that anymore. Let's have a little better play and maybe get the game early, get the early lead, so to say, and then put maybe Egypt on against the wall, so to say.
Yeah, so just again waiting for the players here. And I mean, one thing to note as well, both of these teams, again, this is the very first time they are appearing on the international stage, so a lot is riding on this. A lot of, national pride on the line. As I'm looking through the player sheets here as well, most of the players haven't previously participated in any NBA 2K-related tournaments, as far as I can tell. So a few there, only 2 players have some previous experience on the side of Madagascar here. So for everyone involved as well, being it the first tournament, there is a lot behind the scenes that might not be said out loudly, even amongst the players themselves. And, as well, if you are a player that tends to be slightly more nervous, you really at times don't feel like sharing that with your teammates, because you don't want to put everyone else on edge as well. And it's an interesting process that a lot of these players go through, but that's the same as with any other sport as well. You do have the jitters before your first official international match about your performance. Obviously, everyone really wants to put up their A game here on the board. And I mean, if we look into what else could potentially be changed here for the play style of Madagascar, they're doing a very good job of trying to move the ball around. I would be attempting perhaps a bit more jump shots from around the key there. I think those were high percentage shots that were quite easily to put up, because we see that as soon as they go for drive plays where they try to plow through the defense, just simply not working. There's instantly 3 defensive players are around. So I hear the players are starting the game, and I believe we can jump to that in a second here.
So now let's take a look. What do you got? Egypt here running into those red jerseys. Now, Egypt, of course, in the high spirits. High spirits, as you can see, their in-game characters also in the high spirits there after winning the last game here, 67-56, if I remember it right. And now let's see what Madagascar is running. Ooh, they're running with the whites and white and greens over there.
White and greens for Madagascar here. Let's see if they manage to get the ball off the tip there and perhaps kicking things off strongly. Either way, I do expect, judging by the previous scoreline as well, it's not out of the question that one of these games might go into overtime here as well. So that could be a nail-biter of a match between the two.
Yeah, it's a really close game the last time around, but Egypt did control the lead, but Madagascar wasn't really that far away. So if they fix those early mistakes that doesn't really go too far behind, then they have a really good chance to put the game in their hands and win it and push it to that third and decider game.
Manor again on the three-point line, looking for that opportunity. As always, it's going to be forgive to pass over to Mohamed, who was left wide open, kicking things off here for Egypt with a big, big slam dunk.
Yeah, already opening up the second game of the semifinals here, and still looking at Ryan. And now Johan trying to find a teammate over here. Now Rova, number 99 over here, 9 more seconds to go. Trying to find some teammates, trying to find some space to put it in the basket. In the end, they find it, but the basket is blocked, and that's really good defense over here.
Manor far pass over to Forgive in the right-hand side corner. Somehow the ball rattles out of the basket. Mohamed there as well in a position where he can't really adjust it as needed. Again, he's going to be left wide open, but what a huge block there. Out of bounds, still Egypt's ball, but only 6 seconds to work with.
Wow, it was a really good block over there, not letting it go. Killer Manor again, running out of time. And it's not really in. It bounces out. So I felt like it's going to be another violation there on the time, but still, in the end, it really didn't happen. And wow, what a great offense there from Madagascar. Even 3 players from Egypt there tried to even run back to the basket and block the shot, but a little bit too late.
Yeah, I mean, Rova there's very successful with that fast conversion. I think that's what Madagascar might have been lacking beforehand. Just drive it home straight up and as I say that, Manor straight up puts another 3-pointer here to his name. You can see that obviously Madagascar are paying close attention to where he is, but the fact that he's able to just shoot at will, that's probably the biggest problem that any team might have if you're playing against a player like that.
Yeah, it felt like he was like looking for that one, and they lost the ball there. Now Killer Manor, great pass from one side to another, and in the end it bounces out of the basket, hits the rim, but doesn't really go back to Egypt. And now again, Madagascar with the ball. Johan drawing it there. They're already in the paint. And now there's a foul. That's a reach in. So that's still ball to Madagascar. 14 seconds on the clock for their offense over here. Rova on the side. Great pass for Anton. That is in. So that is 4-5. Egypt still with that slight lead. But now with the ball for Killer Manor, looking to find their offense. Well, somebody falls down there on the floor.
Yeah, I was surprised there was no foul called here, but obviously the ball wasn't involved. In the meantime, Manor got another 3-pointer for his name. 2.5 minutes still remaining in the first quarter here. I'd say it's looking pretty decent for Madagascar so far. They have a good tempo. Now the game does look to be a bit more even. Nice drive from Angiana, but a shooting foul will be called. So on the free throw line he goes and really needs to put up these points.
Yeah, Adriana now 1 versus 1. It's you versus the basket, so to say. And let's see, that's a 3-throw. That's in. So at least 1 point scored. Now Adriana looking for yet another one, and that is not in. So, well, at least 1 point for Madagascar. They're still 8-5. So in the lead of Egypt, still in the lead. Killer Manor bouncing it in. Ooh, he goes through between 2 players. Finds a great pass right there under the basket, and that is in. So now 10-5, doubling basically the score of Madagascar there for Egypt. Number 99, Rova. Great run. Frankie on the pass. And that's Adriana now with a good pass for Ranto. And Ranto with a little bit of a jump shot, so to say. And well, still didn't really put it in.
I mean, Mohamed here as well. The duo with Manor together really shows off as Mohamed, the paint beast, definitely staying true to that archetype. But Madagascar able to get in possession of the ball here. Frankie, left-hand side corner 3. That is clean as ever. And very much needed points for Madagascar right now, keeping the game alive. And it's a very close affair here as well, as we are barely in the double digits, and we are getting closer and closer to the finish of the first quarter here. Minute and 20 seconds still remaining. Matter needs to be mindful of the fact that the midcourt line is quite close, and what a far clean three-pointer from him.
Yeah, the midcourt line, as you mentioned before, we've seen some of the players go backwards and losing the ball that way. And, that was a great showhand chance, but the good defense by Egypt, though, they're not letting it go that easy, but there is a three-pointer from the Madagascar. So 11-13. As you mentioned, it is still close game here, and it's, there you go.
We called for it, and we got it.
Yeah, we got Caster Curse. Caster Curse, it happens, and you have to kind of think if that's... if you can't really allow those kind of mistakes, you're into a new game, and it's 13-11, and now they have a great chance to even maybe score the lead, but one gift to another, and now Egypt with the ball, playing with their, playing with it and trying to find maybe an opportunity to increase their lead. They're only lead by 2 points. Now Killer Matter bouncing it between the two players there. They're pushing him out from the three-point lane. They're basically asking him, daring him to go for that three-pointer. He does go for it, but still bounces out of the rim, and now ball to Madagascar, and they have potentially the final say of this first quarter.
Frankie slightly lingering here, waiting for Rova to take his position. Frankie still open in the mid-line as well. He's going to take the ball, give it back over to Rova there. 3 seconds to shoot. Somebody needs to make a play happen here. Instead, it's going to be Egypt to steal the ball, and 3 seconds remaining before the first quarter can finish off here. Matter goes for the shot. It's going to be good as we are finishing things off here in the first quarter. Egypt up by 5 points over Madagascar, and straight into the second quarter we go here. I must say it is a closer affair here, so definitely a few adjustments have been made from Madagascar as the three-pointers are rattling home for them. Let's see if they continue it up.
Yeah, I really didn't like that last offense over there from Madagascar. Too much time was spent basically trying to find position and trying to find a play when they could have maybe tried to score some points. I feel like they felt a little bit greedy, maybe going for those, trying to find maybe a three-pointer just to start the second quarter with the lead, and couldn't really find even the 2 or 3 points over here.
Yeah, it's a bit of a struggle right now as the ball just refuses to go through the hoop. Matter going to pass over to Tahir this time around. They're not going to allow for Tahir to put up those three-pointers. Mohamed here as well, forced to come closer and put up a screen there for Manor to work with. Body is going to give it over to Forgive again. Ooh. An attempt to pass over to Manor, and overplaying it. Rova instead from Madagascar will take it home. Easy 2 points, and that's exactly what Madagascar needs to continue doing here. They need to utilize those high percentile shots. There's no reason to overplay your plays. Obviously, Egypt quite effective in the stealing department when it comes to taking those balls away from Madagascar, and you really don't want to overdo it. Just do it simple Jack style. Just go, take the ball, do the solo adventure, and take it home. A second to shoot. Egypt, shot clock violation. Those could have been easy 3 points that they're not going to count. You can see the ref there as well, making sure everyone sees that the ball is not in.
Yeah,
reach and foul.
Interestingly, that it's not the first time they did it. I believe in the last game they had like 1 or 2 times where they run out of the time there as well. And I don't know if that's if those are the nerves playing on the Egypt there or what's going on. But most of the time, Killer Manor is with the ball, and he just simply lets the time run. I like it. He plays with the time and knows that time is their friend, but maybe not in this case. The score, you are in the lead, but only by 1 point, and you definitely don't want to just play the time at this point at the game.
Yeah, second quarter is not the time to do so. Egypt, in the meantime, has managed to put up a three-pointer for themselves, so extending the lead by 4 right now with 3 minutes still remaining. Frankie looking for Rova, finds him. Adriana is going to slow things down here. Fast pass over to Rova again. Getting those defensive players around him. Adriana with an attempted drive here. The body will stop him dead in his tracks. Matter now over to Tahir with a three-pointer from the left-hand side corner. It looked like he didn't even have time to post up, but it looks like he had all the time in the world as the shot was very clean.
Yeah, now 22-15. They're increasing their lead. Egypt over there now by 7 points up in front. Now Madagascar with the ball, so they have to start doing something. Got to put some baskets over there in. Otherwise, you can't let Egypt to run away with this. They're already 1-0 up in this best of 3, so they cannot let it really happen. They don't have any other options. They just have to go forwards. And now good defense play by Egypt. Now Killer Matter again with the dribble there, but actually with the reaching foul there.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Madagascar are keeping this one close, they should be all good for them. There's still another half to work with. Manor now not going to be stopped, but he's going to actually give the ball away here. Finds himself in the open, but again, not a lot of time to go for the shot, and that just shows it wasn't enough time to prepare for it. Andriana can go through himself, but is going to be stopped. There's 2 defensive players now. Rantel is going to pass over to Frankie Rova on the 3-point line. Again, looking for those openings. You see the defense from Egypt is just all over the place. Nobody can find a clean opening. Johan can't really post it up there as well against the glass. It's going to be Tahir to take it home again for Egypt with a 2-pointer this time around, not 3. 24-15 with a minute and 30 remaining.
Yeah, and another good pass intercepted already. Once again, those mistakes again starting to happen. We've seen them in that last game, and now we're seeing them once again. And now Killer Matter with the ball. That is a foul. Yeah, that is a reach-in. Yeah, he tried to stop him, and he did stop him, but with a foul onto his name. Now again, a couple more seconds then for Egypt to bounce in, and let's see Killer Matter again with the little dribble over there. Tries to find a space there. Tahir right in the corner. A couple more seconds to go. They like to play with the clock. I do see it now. Once again,
another missed basket. Another missed points here for Egypt. Just continuously running down the clock. And as I said, I think a lot of it is because the defensive styles are so similar for both sides here. Perhaps that's something that they have picked up from each other. Is now Rova. Give it over to Frankie Andriana. The screen is being set up for him. Not really taking advantage of that fact so far. As only 4 seconds remaining. Ranto over to Andriana. Again, both Madagascar and Egypt are just running down the clock here. This is the 3rd shot clock violation I've seen in a very short time span, and it's concerning, but at the same time, it just goes to show how important this game is. The teams are trying to use the maximum amount of time available to get that perfect play in, to get those guaranteed points, but, the answer just sometimes simply evades you.
Yeah, it's 24-50 even the score-wise. It's not even like that big of an amount of points even scored. It's already near to a half and into the game here, and it's 15-26. The lead is increasing, but the amount of points even scored in this game is not that a lot. I mean, if you just saw, like you mentioned, the 3 time violations there, right? You spend time and you're just not putting in the basket at all.
8 seconds remaining before halftime. Can Egypt finish off strong here? 4 seconds to shoot. A steal will happen. Madagascar has a chance to answer right before halftime. All right, back we go into the second half here. The second game in the best-of-3 series between Team Egypt and Madagascar in the second semifinals for the Africa Conference. Here, ladies and gentlemen, I will remind you that whoever wins this series will proceed into the grand finals, and Egypt so far already has 1 foot in. It's just a matter about taking that second step over so further. And Manor is going to be looking to do exactly that.
Now Matter with a little dribble and score, trying to potentially put the 3-pointer there. Almost went in, but then it went out, so to say. And now I don't know if that pass was really needed, though.
Well, it is going to be Madagascar's ball regardless, so happy days for them. 17 seconds to work with. Ranto is going to give it over to Johan. Johan, that's a jump shot you absolutely need to nail. Nice, beautiful block there from Mohamed. On the Egypt side, Frankie now 5 seconds to work with. The clock is running down faster and faster. Adriana has to go for this play and is successful at doing so.
Yeah, well, he had an opportunity to go for a three-pointer there, but then decided to go into the paint and dunk it in. And, well, thankfully, the risk paid out. And, scoring 2 points better than scoring none. And Madagascar definitely need to score any type of points as they are falling down and behind over there from Egypt.
Yeah, well, for Adriana, it would be quite interesting to see power forwards putting up three-pointers on a regular basis. So, obviously, he had to kind of go for that drive in that situation just to sort of guarantee the points. Luckily, the time was in his hands, and now Madagascar are looking to perhaps repeat defeat as Frankie finds himself wide open, gets that big dunk, stretches his arm till the very maximum length to really slam it home.
Yeah, 29-19, 10-point lead, and, Egypt with the ball. That's a great pass, and I'm not quite sure. I do believe he could have tried to dip it in, but in the end, I do believe the Madagascar's defense was the one reason he was a little bit afraid to go for it, because they had already 2 players below the basket, so to block the shot. So it was a valid effort.
Madagascar 10 points behind Egypt right now. Rova, nice easy jump shot. There we go. That's the high percentage shots that we're talking about. And just a few more of these, and in no time they'll find themselves even out with Egypt, unless Egypt, of course, pays close attention to what the game plan is right now. Manor, however, finds himself wide open for the three-pointer. Of course, he's going to take advantage of that fact.
Yeah, and that's 32-21. Solid three-pointers here from Matter. And, Rova, again, cutting into the paint here. And Frankie, there's a lot of passing going on there from Madagascar. They're not really confident to try to go closer to the basket, and as they do, it bounces out. And now with a great offense again, and, good passing from Egypt as well. Now Killimanner looking to find his place, and that's a three-pointer. Good effort. Bounces back. Tachert from his side of things in the corner, but it's still not in the basket. It's like it's there, but it's not there. The ending is not quite the one they're looking for there. Now, again, good defense there from the Egypt, and that is a foul. But the ball back to the red over here.
11 points between the two. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. The third quarter previously has been quite the storyteller when it comes to FIBA Esports Open 3, and this time it seems to be no exception as Egypt are starting to extend their lead ever so further. What a beautiful alley-oop dunk here as well. Let's see how Madagascar responds to this. Johan is going to pass over to Rova. Frankie on the free throw. 3-point line. Excuse me there, but he does manage to knock it down to only 10 points right now. And Frankie previously has been quite successful in the shooting department. I think more passes should go for him than now, seeing that he seems to be on a bit of a roll.
Well, yeah, Killimanner now with another 3 points. It's like 3 points, 3 points after 3 points. So now teams are not really trying to cut inside. Oh, that's a little bit of a tripping, so to say, blocking foul there. Both of the players fell down, and a little high five over here from Egypt there. But in the end, that is Madagascar's ball now. So they have 1 minute 33 seconds left in that third quarter. And Adriana completely free. 2 steps forward and almost put it in, but in the end, it doesn't really go into the basket. Great pass.
Nice block.
That was a solid one. That was a real solid. That's a good pass and a great read from Madagascar there just to block that shot, so there's no way that Egypt scores that one. So now still have to fight for it. So Madagascar definitely making Egypt work for it.
Bit of a reaching foul here against Egypt one more time. Madagascar needs to be careful here. Egypt is not far off from being in the bonus as well, 37-24. Egypt have a solid lead, so running down the clock a bit. An alley-oop attempt, but a miscommunication there. Mohamed was not ready for it, so Manor puts up another three-pointer instead for his team, kicking over the 40-point mark here. 16 points between the two. Madagascar need to dig deep and need to go far here in order to come back into this. 16 points behind is no easy feat, but not impossible in my books, as Andriana looking to pass over to Rova. It's going to be Frankie again with the ball. Can't go for a shot. Decides to take it. Not going to be good, but the rebound is, and an and one on top. Madagascar in the bonus. Holy moly. Madagascar are definitely still in this.
They are definitely still not trying. And now, if you score this one, and that is in. So that's basically 3 points for him now, and that's 27-40. The lead is pretty big there, 13, but still, like you said, it's pretty comebackable. Just not have to let it in, and just got to go and use those 3 moments that they have and those potential shots that they can make. And there's a 3-pointer as soon as I say Egypt, 43-27.
Yeah, I think Madagascar might want to just not leave Monar open even without the ball, just always have a player around him. Perhaps that's going to narrow down the list of your issues, but Angiana with a huge slam dunk there always boosts up the morale for the team. 43-29 as we're finishing things off here in the third quarter, and the final 5 minutes for Madagascar will begin very shortly here, and it's, as I said, still manageable, still doable, but a lot of concentration needed there, and even finishing things off with a 3-pointer for Egypt.
So 46-29. 5 minutes unless Egypt makes it even and puts it into an overtime here. But they have a mountain to climb just to make it, and then it's 5 more minutes to go. And they have to go for some kind of miracle plays or some sort, so they have to find the baskets. And if Matter, that's the man I mentioned before. He's been that team sniper, so to say, and putting those baskets in those group stages and been really hot with his team. And, well, he's showing up again.
Definitely so. Tahert with another attempt from the left corner there. Not going to be successful. It was a contested shot, to be fair. Now Johan with the drive. Simply not too good. All five Egypt players were there to pick up the rebounds. You can see Egypt are leaving nothing up to chance here. They want to have the possession at all times. 15 seconds on the shot clock there. Killer Manor could have gone for a drive play instead. A reaching foul against them, so it stops the play here at 14 seconds on the shot clock. Egypt still with the ball, and let's see how this is going to pan out. Very far pass over to Buri, and a 3-pointer attempt, not good, but Mohamed there with the rebound. Gives it over to Bari again to go for the shot, and this time around it's going to count. 52-29 there, and Egypt continuing to extend their lead. What a nice interception.
That is a great one here. They're going for that. Oh, that's a little alley-up canceled. Killer Matter now with the ball, trying to get through a 3-pointer. That is in. And why score 2 when you can score 3?
Yeah.
That is 3 is bigger than 2. Math checks out.
Yeah, it was just like, when Matter puts up points like that, what can you do apart from, as Madagascar just showed us, they are able to respond with the same, but I'm really keen to see a bit more points here coming out from Arova. 11 to his name currently. Definitely not a small feat, but, as it goes, the rebound is going to be good for Madagascar here.
Oh, now Rova, there's the player that you mentioned, and, well, he does get it. I think you heard you over there mentioning that he has to score some points. Well, he does score a 3-pointer, so 34-55. It's still quite a lot, only 21 points, and they have only 3 more minutes to go. So they definitely have to just take the ball away from Matter. Matter is definitely playing the time game. We already seen that. I feel like Egypt's been playing time game already from the second quarter.
Ooh, dangerous pass there. Rova does manage to still regain control and possession of the ball here. 12 seconds, and there we go. What a beautiful dunk to finish things off. That's one from the slam dunk contest. You usually get to see a bit of a action there with the hands, and a reach-in foul there from Madagascar, slowing things down. Still 24 seconds, of course, on the shot clocks, and 2.5 minutes remaining. What can Madagascar come up with here, as they seem to still having problems of stopping Manor with those 3-pointers?
Yeah, Killer Manor. Now one of the rare cases where just guts it in and goes into the paint, and now with the big steps forwards and just jumps in for the 2 points over here for himself. And now Roa with a quick release over there and still goes in. That felt pretty smooth.
Yeah, those are back-to-back 3-pointers for Rova. A very positive tendency that starts to appear for the Madagascar side. Manor is going to be basically boxed in by 2 defensive players. Mohamed as well. Left open for a second there. Gets dangerous for a moment. Forgive now from the corner. Bit of a blunder in the passing department, but it was Madagascar that last touched the ball, so it is going to be still Egypt in possession with 9 seconds remaining. Pay close attention to Manor.
Yeah, that is Matter again with the little dribble pass to Fachert, going for that three-pointer. Bounces back again. Now for forgive. Is he going to forgive? He does. Buddy now coming in for that ball, and that's a great interception now. A little bit less than 100 seconds to go into this fourth quarter here. Frankie with a quick release, and that is perfect. It's 3. That's Madagascar. What exactly you need. 42-57. The lead
Another
is still
steal off the bat there. Rova on the three-point line. Pass over to Adriana. Oh my God, what's happening? Of course, the reach and foul is going to happen because Egypt just felt pressure to slow down the play.
Yeah, Egypt, you have the lead, but you cannot disconnect like that and just give the ball away because Madagascar can still put some numbers. They have enough time to go for it. But as soon as I say that you cannot do that, Madagascar does exactly the same. And now Matter playing with the ball. And now, wow, it's just a mistake.
It's backwards and forwards now. It's backwards and forwards between these two. Both teams want to advance. Madagascar fighting to stay alive in this event as Egypt is looking to proceed into the grand finals here. 15 seconds remaining, 15 points between the two. 50 seconds still remaining in the fourth quarter here. Reach and foul, and Egypt in the bonus now puts them on the free throw line, and Manor, of course, is not going to miss here, right?
Yeah, that is number 29, the man that we mentioned even before the game. So many points in his name, and I do believe he scored a lot in this one as well. Once we, if we'll see those score lines at the end of the game, we'll definitely check that, how many points he scored in this game. But Rova now, that's a good alley-up over there right in front of the basket, and that was a clean pass. Really good communication there. It's 44-58. 44 seconds.
44 points for Madagascar. 14 still to find, and they leave Manor wide open. Make that 17 points to find. 37 seconds remaining. Zdrova looking to see if he can answer with something here. 31 seconds on the clock. Rova on the three-point line, a reach and foul, and of course both teams being in the bonus.
But now
puts him on the free throw line.
Number 99, Rova puts it in. Will he make it 2 out of 2? And there's a release, and it's in. So 46-61, and that's 28 and 28 seconds left to go. 25 now. Mohammed now with the number 31, bouncing it in. That's a foul. That's Angie with that one. So now number 31 right onto that line, and now.
You know, I'm pretty much expecting here to have free throws till the very end, if I'm honest with you, because surely both teams are going to go instantly jump for the ball as soon as possible. Mohammed of theirs, of course, puts up the free throw, and it's starting to look bleak as their uniforms for Madagascar right now, getting all white and pale. But Frankie with a huge three-pointer here, perhaps still keeping this one alive. 17 seconds remaining. Will Egypt proceed into the grand finals? Booty left wide open, goes for a pass instead of just scoring. Tahert boxed into that corner. Madagascar cannot get the ball out of Egypt's hands. Manor running down the clock over to Booty in the corner. That's another three-pointer, and that is the final say here. Madagascar calling for a timeout, but what can you do with 17 points between the two? 3.3 seconds remaining. Rova puts up a three-pointer, 1.5 seconds remaining, but the tale has been told between the two, and in this best-of-3 series, Egypt are managed to grab the win, and they are going to proceed into the grand finals where they're going to go up against Ivory Coast. But first, let's quickly recap what happened.
Let's quickly recap. Exactly. You basically ran out of breath over there because we got, interestingly enough, I tapped down the scores. Last time around, Egypt won with 67. Now they scored 66. So very similar offense play over here. Madagascar did score a little bit less than the last time around, but still, it looked like a similar game that we had from the last time, but it was a little bit closer, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, look, from my perspective, I think the game plan was pretty clear for both sides. I say defensively they did look quite similar in their individual styles and their approach on how they play their defense. They both were extremely active. The only real problem that Madagascar was having was controlling either Mohammed or Monar there. And the duo as well, with the chemistry between the two, seemed to be very, very on par. They were very in sync with their moves. And so as soon as Monar was drawing two defensive players to him, that leaves Mohammed open and vice versa all the time. And it was a bit of a ping pong between the two happening there, of course, with the help of their teammates as well. passing department can be theoretically improved in the future, but there's a lot that goes into this. It might be communication. It might be also just off the fact that the plays are happening just a bit too fast and the players not really keeping up with that. Looking at the stats here as well, Manor was able to put up 36 points for
36.
Egypt. So, look, that's just insane.
36 out of the 66 total. That's
more than half.
More than half. He's been very consistent with his name and always getting those more than a half the points for his team. So he's been like the main guy. But then again, we can't discount all none of those team players for them. For example, Mohamed there.
Yes.
13 rebounds. That's quite a lot.
That is definitely a lot. The coaches are going to be happy with that one. And looking on the side of Madagascar there as well, nice discrepancy of points between both Frankie Rova and Adriana. Rova was able to eventually put up 22 there as he started to open up with those three-pointers during the latter stages of the game here. And you can see here in the series as well, 67-56 and 66-52. So in both instances, a very close affair between the two. And you can see here in the brackets as well. So Ivory Coast was able to secure that win over Togo in a very convincing 2-0 so far. So Togo definitely are going to be looking back at that replay, and they rightly so, because there's plenty of lessons that you can learn from losses, and really that's really the only way how you should be looking at those. But Ivory Coast, off the back of that win, was able to proceed into the grand finals here, and you just saw that Egypt was able to do the same. Now, Egypt, for the very first time on the international stage, and already have managed to get through the grand finals here, and I think the grand finals are going to be incredibly close between these two. So I can't wait until we get to those. But beforehand, we still have a few things to discuss. We are waiting for an interview right now from a representative from Egypt. I believe that's going to be Mohamed that's going to be joining us on the call here. Just waiting to get in touch with him. Obviously, first and foremost, the high fives need to go around. Virtual high fives, if not possible in the real world. Still, congratulations to Egypt on managing to put up a stellar performance for us here for the first time in FIBA Esports Open 3 for them.
Yeah, that is their first time, as well as for Madagascar, also first time here playing and participating in this kind of tournament. So now Egypt, the only thing is right now Egypt, they don't have much time to kind of relax as they are going against Ivory Coast here. Yeah. So Ivory Coast coming in with so to say with cold hands, while Egypt just had those two games. There's already warmed up, but I believe that Ivory Coast definitely been playing maybe even more than the Egypt, or they're practicing, kind of working out on the strategies, kind of. It's like sculpture, you know. You have to craft the sculpture, edit the edges, so to say, so it's perfectly and smooth. So they've kind of been doing the same. I'm pretty sure they
just really perfecting their game plan, essentially, is what you're saying here. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. And as you said in the beginning, before this game started as well, Ivory Coast probably was watching closely, you know, taking those last-minute notes there, making sure that they know who they need to cover. But probably that game plan already became clear earlier on there for them. So we're just waiting to connect here still with Mohamed. I have a few questions to ask him. I believe you too as well. And I just want to hear what the whole vibe is right now for Egypt. It has to be hype, right? You come in fresh into this conference as the new guys on the block. You get through groups quite successfully, if I may say so. Then afterwards, you proceed to win the semifinals as well. And a bit of a Cinderella story starts to emerge. Now the only final challenge is in front of you. And a little while later on, they're going to take on Ivory Coast there. And we're going to find out in the final series which of these two teams were going to be crowned the champions of this Africa Conference. And I mean, I'm very excited to see that, you know, something tells me we might have new champs on the board here. It might be jumping the gun on this, but
could be an interesting lineup. They did play against each other in the group stage as well. So, and Egypt did get ahead of it, 55 out of 50. So that one game that they played, so Egypt had the best of it. So maybe they have the little mental advantage against Ivory Coast now. But then again, it's only 5-point difference. So if Ivory Coast can just like wash it out, it's only 5 points. It wasn't like 100 against 30. So it wasn't like one-sided game. It was close affair. 5 points. We can definitely work on it and. You know, put basically make an interesting final.
Yeah. While we're waiting for that connection, I will quickly remind you, dear viewers, that these grand finals for the Africa Conference, those will be available on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitch. The broadcast will end, but as I said, Facebook and YouTube will still be available for you guys to tune in to those grand finals for the Africa Conference. So make sure that if you are on Twitch, to just quickly open up a new tab there. But still, I want to hear from the man himself, Mohamed, age 25-year-old, playing that power forward position, having that paint beast archetype, definitely staying true to that archetype as far as I can tell. I mean, he was just continuously a problem in paint for Madagascar, and perhaps he has a few secrets to say as well here, because he does say that he's a real basketballer. He loves music as well, so motion goes in play, so to say, and he really seems to find his flow here.
And also it's his first tournament, and as I said, Egypt also participated the very first time, the first tournament, so kind of fresh new page and already reaching the finals. So definitely something to put on the resume.
Exactly, and hopefully, of course, this is going to help them to advance in the future as well. FIBA Esports Open project in general, this is the third and final iteration here. So again, a huge thank you to NBA and 2K for coming together and putting this one for all of these teams a reality. And for some of them, definitely their dreams already have come through. Obviously, FIBA has told us there is going to be more to come in the future. And obviously, we just still don't know what that is, but we always get great surprises at the end there.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, look, we started off with 17 countries. We moved up in FIBA Esports Open to 36 countries. This time around 60 countries. This is just the first weekend out of the 3, and already we've seen so many interesting things happening. We had overtimes. We had crazy last-second plays happening, a single-point game winnings, and we also, of course, have had the good old classics, the 2-0s in the series. You can't really avoid those. Obviously, one team is going to be stronger than the other, because that's really the only way how you can crown a champion, right?
That's sports. I mean, if you go for those best of 3s, best of 5s, you still have one of those teams that will get the best of it, so to say, and definitely wear the crown, get the cup, get that golden medal, right?
Yeah, so whilst we're still waiting for Mohamed there to jump on the call, probably just a lot of celebration going around the board for the guys. So hopefully we get that call through soon here, because I really want to hear from him as well. I want to find out, how the guys were preparing for the whole event. And I believe we do have a connection. Hello,
Hello,
Mohamed.
what's up?
Hey, can you hear us loud and clear?
How are you?
I'm doing quite well. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
There we go. Happy days. All right. Well, Mohamed, in your own words, first of all, I would like to congratulate you that you've made it so far, and now you made it into the grand finals. Let the world know, what does it mean for Egypt to be represented here for the very first time?
First, thanks a lot for congratulations. It's a very difficult match against Madagascar.
Yeah.
Big honor to reach final for Egypt. That's our first time to reach something like that in esports.
All right. Well, that's been an incredible performance coming out from you guys. You looked really prepared for this game. Can you perhaps tell us, how did you prepare for this match? Did you watch some replays, or what was the process like?
We play against Madagascar before as a friendly game, and we watch their games against Togo. They play with 3 centers, just 2 point guard. We play against them zone 2-1-2 to can stop their big man.
All right, so the plan was to just stop them in their tracks, and then, of course, you have a beautiful synergy together with Killer Monarch there. Is that something that you practiced on, or is it just something that emerged naturally?
Killer Monarch is from best player in Egypt, 2K. He make huge games.
Yeah, we've seen. I've typed down the points, and he's literally in those group stages. He scored in every single game you guys played. He scored like 50%, if not even more, of the team's points. So he's definitely been the man on fire for your team, and So he's definitely earning those big points for you guys. And you don't have too much time, though. But how are you going to prepare for the finals right now? You have only you do have a little bit of time, though. But what's the plan against the Ivory Coast?
We'll take rest before the final. The final, it will be difficult. It's we have iftar time in the final game, but we will not eat at this time to play the final, and we'll practice after 15 minutes, I think.
Yeah,
we'll
more
take
or
a rest
less.
for 15 minutes.
Yeah, so not far off there. So we're not going to take up much of your time anymore. Make sure that you have enough time to prepare. In my opinion, you are doing everything that you need to do to take this even a step further and actually win the whole thing. I hope you guys all the best there and best of luck in the grand finals.
Thank you, and I hope I come to you again after the final.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
All right, you heard it yourself, ladies and gentlemen. The men have done their studying. They had a friendly game as well against Madagascar, so they sort of already felt each other out during those friendly matches. Now they have to prepare for Ivory Coast. A quick reminder one more time, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals will be available on Facebook and YouTube. The Twitch broadcast will end here. However, we're going to see you there in about 40 minutes or so don't go too far. And when we come back, it's going to be the very last match of the day, the grand finals of the Africa Conference in FIBA Esports Open 3.
Brown, brown, sugar, that brown, brown, ayy. Brown, brown, sugar, that brown, brown, ayy. Brown, brown, sugar, that brown, brown, ayy.
I mean, we were just sitting back, you know, chopping it up, reminiscing about the good old days and all that. You know, tracking my roots, where I came from and where I'm going. But like I say, man, always said it. It's not about the destination. It's all about the journey. It's all about the journey, baby. Ain't nothing changed but the weather. The dangling carrot that hang from the rear view. Your dreams in the past ain't nowhere near you. Backseat drivers got nothing but 2 cents. Shotgun riders too biased, they all liars. I should get an A for effort, I'm too tired. But I'm never giving up, that's why I'm kinda admired. Role model, like it or not, I gotta play it. Sugarcoat the rhyme sometimes, but still say it. Said I was quitting at 40 is just a fib. I'm still a kid that's wiping the food off of my bib. You ever wanted something so bad that you could taste it? Cried over every opportunity wasted. Good and bad news, which one you want first? Either way you pick, the bad still gon' hurt you the worst. I never got to bask in the fruits of the labor, and I never got the cash from that dude from the label. I'm just thinking back. Can we go way back, way back, way back? Can we go way back, way back, way back? It's time to go way back, way back, way back, way back. You see, in retrospect, I would've did it the same. In hindsight, I'm the only one to blame. I ain't picky, I'm just real specific. I want nothing less than terrific. I know y'all get it. I'm aggressive, so our style is clashing. Killer instinct, and I play with passion. I'd rather be hated for being one of the realest than get a lot of love for these overrated appearances. I can stand on skill alone, but I'm a package deal. I can write the whole song and rap for real. I got my head in the cloud with a pun intended. I don't need to see nobody, I don't want no visits. Introverted, I just flirt with the music. Small circles, how I choose it. Stay away from squares, they the one that look like a L7. I've been doing this since I was 11, and the shit gets real. When I'm in the building, grown man flow, I ain't got time for the children. Now you can boo me, jump off, I'm winning. I still love you though, shout out to the women. Watch, you was cool, they was acting wild. Walk in, leave drunk, it was packed for aisle. Belligerent students, man, the shit got messy. Remind me of my first show I did at the Red Sea. I ain't had no DJ, just the tape deck. Opened up with Son of Star Child, I love that. Met this cat named Larry, he was with the Avengers. Showed me how to make moves and walk with the winners. Soon went to the pen, I never seen him again. But I did a couple shows with his friends. Lumberjack, brown clown, so-and-so, and do with the orange pants. 10 years later, now I'm rocking the orange pants. But they jabos though, you know, fresh to death, always and forever. Don't get it twisted, #1 listed, Nitro, with the nice flow, you know, it is. Take a picture, baby, it'll last longer. All in your mouth, yeah. In retrospect, I'm just thinking back to the time when it was all good. The golden era.
Rise up. When the waves of life come crashing through you. You be given everything you need, you a precious seed. Don't ever let it keep you when the waves of life come crashing down. Rise above, don't ever let it sink you. Me, I don't like to tell people what to do, but I'm speaking from experience. If I can help another person out going through this hell, then I hope they're hearing this. Like when you're going through the hardest times, what you read the book. You can hit the bar, cold hard, get it shook. You a son of the most sign, not a crook. While you on the block, bad boy with a hard look. I've had a hard time since I was a baby. Struck down to the ground, my life crazy. Tragedies hitting my family. Cope was no longer coping like day. I've gotta do the hardest thing that a man gotta do. Bow down, give it up, that's real talk. If you wanna go your own way, that's death without life. You outlined the right chalk. Already real, recognize real. Everybody want the truth, yo, I don't wanna blow it. We living in a culture where the people turn up, but they better humble down before it's too late to slow it. So when you wanna be picked up, raise your hands up to the Father like a little baby do. You ain't gotta live your life on your own. When the waves start to crash, have a team by you. And I ain't talking about a team where you have to be initiated just to be accepted. This is your rite of passage, you a human being, come and get connected. When the waves of life come crashing through and they knock you down, gotta get back up, you do what you do. When the waves of life come crashing through, when the waves of life come crashing through, you rise up, when the waves come, rise up, when they knock you, rise up, gotta get when the waves of life come crashing through, you rise up, when the waves come, rise up, and they knock you, rise up, gotta get when the waves of life come crashing through, you rise up to the tip top. You are not a floor mat or a flip flop. Sometimes the rain comes down, drip drop. Wait, is that flu under hip hop? We could be a little backwards, upside down. Sometimes you will look at us sideways. I love my Lord, He picked us up off the hedges and highways. All His people feel this. They know that He's the realest. Even demons shaking, they sure that shout Jesus is Lord, He's legit. See, I don't wanna follow anybody else. When the waves come, He can just raise His hand, calm the storm, bring the peace. Point blank, period. He's the man. When I was at my lowest and I had nowhere to go, another sea share 100 and waves down low. I reached to the Father when I didn't know Him. I just heard of His name and He grabbed my hand. I was running for a while, but He made me right there. All of those years saying life is not fair. I never would have made it on my own, that's clear. Looking back now, no doubt God was there. You were never on your own when you're going through it. When the waves come, stand firm, get through it. But you gotta know the one who will get you through it. He'll or her heartbreak change, yeah, He'll do it. Never forget to bow down to the Lord who will heal with His touch. Do not blame God when you're going through hell. He loves you so much. When the waves of life come crashing through and they knock you down, gotta get back up, you do what you do. When the waves of life come crashing through,
when the waves of life come crashing through you. Rise up, when the waves come rise up, when they knock you, rise up, gotta get up. When the waves of life come crashing through you. Rise up, when the waves come rise up, and they knock you, rise up, gotta get up. When the waves of life come crashing through you. Rise up, when the waves come rise up, when they knock you, rise up, gotta get up. When the waves of life come crashing through you. Rise up, when the waves come rise up, and they knock you, rise up, gotta get up. When the waves of life come crashing through you.
Whoa, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. Whoa, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. Say gon' put me all in the mad with all that mad game you been talking. Oh yeah, man, that's awesome. Yeah. Show me this plan that you brought me and this cash you ain't mentioned yet, dog. I'm done with all that talking. Yeah. No, I don't do pay to play, I get paid to play. And since you're playing games to get paid from me, man, swear to God I'm walking. Yeah. I seen the type before about 100 times, trying to undermine my abilities to be killing anything I target. Yeah. You wanna be a boss with them reins? That power don't come cheap. All my life I've been moving them chains. Now you wanna love me, I see the way you think. You're all about you. And that's cool, you do you. But me, I've been doing my own thing, I swear to God. I be killing everybody, tell me if you wanna get involved. Lyric or revolver that is aiming at the center of your thoughts. Yeah, they tell me everybody in my city that I'm finna love my songs. Cool shit, saying pretty please with a cherry on top is a cool way. Whoa, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. Whoa, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. I don't see a reason they should be hating the way that I'm making a way. They don't see all of the stress and the problems I deal with like every day. Envy will kill you and misery loves all the company that it can get. To even the odds, I wish I lived a normal life, but I'm in love with this shit. Boy, I came out like a bull and I look like I took, but I came for it. Everybody wanna aim for the head of a veteran. They militants apparently angry that I have said it and screaming. Don't nobody let them get ahead of me. Independent rappers gonna make it to celebrity alone. They don't ever get a throne, never leave their home. You didn't even have a million views and they headed in alone. I said, huh? You don't even see the bigger picture, look behind me, see the army full of kings. That is man and mafia to think, that is me and me alone. You release to see my bros, I don't never miss a beat. I kill everything I'm on, every video I share my homies you didn't even know. If I ain't the greatest rapper, then I swear I'm getting close. If you really think I need you, all I gotta say is Whoa, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. Whoa, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah.
like everywhere that I go, everybody got their hands out. The body is divided, one side of defining the signs of the prodigal. We all getting money, vomit, no head in the clouds. Chase the rain to the pot of gold, hot or cold, audible to the Father in his hands, hold eternity possible. Reverend apostle, the doctor, miracle, defiant witness, blood applied to the obstacle, unbreakable, never shaking the faith of the King, unstoppable. And that's real to me. Now what's real to you? At times what's real to us might be real and true. I find faith in what made the last name absolute. The homies founded in a money-making avenue where you could cradle the fence, sit on the bench and be lukewarm, shout hallelujah. Put some fly suits on, then you all set. Bet if you ain't on yet, put up some bread and you can sit with the best of the best. A rap God still look like you got success cause you blessed. Never speak about Messiah and his sheep are impressed. Listen up, I could do it just like you. Compromise truth and live just like you. Say Messiah was only a man just like you, but that's not something I can see I do. In your face they unashamed but claim you changing. You ain't brothers, never been a late, not entertained with the pedigree of a buster. Truth remains, keep it like bread and the bread is buttered. I suffered being subtle, no I read them candy circles round these suckers. Cut the table, the brutally honest picture that I paint, that it suffocate my brush accustomed using mothers and corrupt seduction of using the front and bluffing while the blood of saints is ushered into discussion. I smell the sucking coming, yeah we running straight chasing after what is disgusting, concussed from the deduction of what is holy and covered. The ark of the covenant encompassed, made public and unencumbered by the Father when he said the Son away. Where can we run today? I ain't gonna lie, I almost cry when I think about the life that I cost. Why we ain't real? Why we ain't real with each other? Why we ain't real? We were supposed to be brothers. Why we ain't real? Why we ain't real with each other? I'm just being real. I see wolves in the field, and that's real to me. Now what's real to you? At times what's real to us might be real and true. I find faith in what made the last name absolute. Found the homies ain't the homies when they mad at you. But listen, I am not a rapper, dude rabbit with a ravenous attitude. Come from a different cloth, my fabric incompatible. Leaders claiming they lead them, but I take a jab or two, picking at the facets of what is factual. And now these actors move, I seen them, they move and screen them, delete them and don't repeat them. I read them, they cover is clean, but looks could be deceiving. Now even Eden was absent of any treason before the fruit was plucked and eaten. You can see the reasons. I spot the snakes in the grass like weeds and weed them before they become trees. This is my season and yeah, show me what to believe in. If I don't see the king or the kingdom of what they speaking, I don't believe them. I've been pushed, bullied, bloodied and beaten. The evil created by my own people. You see the needle in the sack of hay is often regarded as feeble, but I'll be that needle if I need to and prick the soul in the heel. If you try to step on what's been revealed, Messiah's here now. Why we ain't real? Why we ain't real with each other? Why we ain't real? We were supposed to be brothers. Why we ain't real? Why we ain't real with each other? I'm just being real. I see wolves in the field.
If I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool and I'm like, yes ma'am. Way you got me feeling for your body, you might turn me to a yes man. Oh yeah. 80 and I'm 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex man. We ain't gotta go outside. Two-step in the rain, wake up by my side. Don't care what your friends think. Oh, you just my type. Oh yes, you know the deal like an old scripting. You ain't the first to really sell that shit. Champagne with the roof gone. Bought this jam back in Tucson. Think I got to get a move on. Never had much to lose, but you could do better with me in the middle of the road, or the back of the Jeep. So baby, let's not talk about it, but I gotta know. If I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool and I'm like, yes ma'am. Way you got me feeling for your body, you might turn me to a yes man. Oh yeah. 80 and I'm 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex man. Why you act so extra? Let me in your section. Running through my mind,
We got a connection. Back home ain't the same. Your pop's drinking all the time. You just wanna get away. Come hop up in my ride. Two goofies on the run. Couple 40s in the backseat. Spirits in my lungs. Got my voice a little raspy. Turn me to a yes man. Before we do this, girl, I got a question.
If I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool, and I'm like, yes, ma'am. Well, you got me feeling for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh, yeah. 80 and a 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man. Oh, yeah. Flyer than your ex, like, oh my god. Right into your legs, like, oh my god. And let's go on a date, like, oh my god. I'm back from LA like, oh my god, yeah. She still think it's odd, yeah. I got all these fans, she's the only one I want, yeah. Impress me with your mind, I might turn you to a mom, yeah. You might get a pension if you work it for me long, yeah. It's gonna be a long, yeah. I don't know how they get like that. Recognize my wrongs and get them fixed like that. Booming through my city with my people all around. Is you coming with me or you staying on the ground, yeah? Yes or no, how'd it go? Where your man? Do you got one on the low? Oh, you do? I don't know. Born in 1994, you still a scrub, but I still don't think you notice how to love. But I gotta know that if I take you down, would you really hold me down? I'd be your best friend. She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool, and I'm like, yes, man. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. The way you got me feeling for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh yeah. 80 and a 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man. I'm flyer than your next, man. I'm flyer than your...
Don't give a damn about you one bit, and to think you used to have it all. Funny how the tables turn around. You take it from me on the internet, I know you do it. Can't believe I made it with the music. I know, probably think about me all the time. Probably think you're drowning in the sorrow.
Now I get it. Your intentions were so good. You would never do a thing like that again. But we both know that you would. You would. You would. You would. You would. You would. You know. You would. You would. You would. You would. You.
Now I don't wanna be rude, but I hope you never find another that can care for you. And I had a feeling I was wrong, but I knew that it was going down. Then you lie like nothing even happened when I asked you. See, but I already knew. Guess who told? Yeah, who knew? I guess you got some rats in the crew. And now I'm playing shows with the legends. Hopping out the rows and I'm stepping on the toes like I ain't been this good in a second. Self-made boss and a fire and a weapon like... Man, I'm taking shots, oh yeah, for the record. I hope this song is the one I get rich from. Maybe then you'll learn a lesson.
Now I get it. Your intentions were so good. You would never do a thing like that again. But we both know that you would.
On the board, ayy, tell her we done been off the hook. Ever since my phone had a cord, ayy, pray to God I make it where I want to. I hope you do whatever that you can. I could've been the one you felt close to, but now I'll never ever be that man. I say I've already got a plan.
either. I would feel worse, but first things first, I'ma find a loyal woman while I sip this margarita. I skirt.
You could've had it all. Oh, you could've had it all. You know you could. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You would've had it all. You would've had it all. You know you would. You would. You would. Yeah, you know you would.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Gon' play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Might need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I'll take that. Ask them now what stage at. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did, and they twist and they once till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that Lambe. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Please don't let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
I know that they watching me, trying to figure me out. Like, what's my life like? Am I committed, devout? Perception is relying on what you trained your sight like. So what you see is whatever gets permitted by your eyes, right? I'm guessing that it's okay if they follow me, as long as they know that the praise is never no not to me. No, not to be condescending. My philosophy is artistry presented should never become the god of me. Pros become the cons, artists kind of me. But to become content with this content,
leaves room for the kind of pictures that in the concept. Why you sit at the feet of beneath this monolithic object, not painted in the image of God, but chiseled in the image of flaw. Sinner spitting redemption presented under a continual clause. Covenant of the brothers pulling out the rug from under you all. Standing on solid ground, mud can't hold a structure for long. Let me ask what you're building on, corruption or the word of y'all? Constructed a constellations with curse of universal wordsmith. In 6 days I stand in awe on the seventh fallen worship. Captured by the Sabbath as I chill with the Nazarene. And unplugged for the madness, the calf is golden, hands open as they scream.
It's right as we walk through this land, all we can feel is sin, so we can feel. Lord, will you take our hand, on you we stand. When the water pours out, we go. All of your people, we need a hero. We need a hero. We need a hero. Are you the rock we stand? American Hebrew.
As I'm walking through this place, and the valley is the alley, and darkness covers my face. The folly followed by Hollywood, the hearts of the harlot, hardened by the love and their disgrace. Longing to find compromise and replace the godly. They got more of the Sodom in me and my people. Riding beside them, I whisper asylum, goodbye, but won't deny them asylum. Praying for guidance as we march in the desert. No weapon drawn against us could prosper, even the pistol with the clicking and popping. If it hits me from a distance, cling to the promised land beneath my feet. I don't mind slipping inside it, knowing I will arise with the gift of a body. Everlasting vision of the king in the sky when I'm flying. Absolute conscious dividing the saints and the scholars. The fate of the faint-hearted despising the wake of the ship that we riding. All overboard and we sinking. I cling to the raft named Jesus.
It's right as we walk through this land, all we can feel is sin, so we can feel. Lord, will you take our hand, on you we stand. When the water pours out, we go. All of your people, we need a hero. We need a hero. We need a hero. Are you the rock we stand? American Hebrew.
For the victory lap though. Whoa, whoa. They ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I should overcome, what for? Train in the trees, please walk my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lands and stormy shore seasons in the year, yeah. Ain't no challenge for champions and chain no fear. Yep, the champ is here, switch gears. We keeping haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat and tears and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear. And today, we break through. 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 I know it's lonely at the top, but that's not by speculation. But the position that I got, I climb too high to fall, but too hard to drop. Stop clocks on the speed bag. Every hour under pressure, no jet lag. This is greater than trophies and saluted flags. Titles of pain, the cost is paid. Yay, I carried the cross I made. Dealt with the dealer, baby the hand was played. New level, next stage. Learn to lead as a legend. Now tell me what's my next stage, yeah. I said the champ is here, switch gears. We keeping haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat and tears and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. And today, we break through. 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 And today, we break through.
I think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead at every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck. See my dad, he in debt, and my mom, she upset. That's way back when 408 on Seminole was the address. I saw things I shouldn't have, though I love the family to death. Way back then it was a mess, we was living check to check. Now my shirts are getting pressed, your girl see me, she impressed. And my fans are quite obsessed, I owe them everything, I'm blessed. Made a living making art and aiming closely at they neck. If you think I'm not a threat, I'm like, incorrect, yeah. She call, I put her on block list, I call that options. They can support it, get dropped quick. They be my stock pick, I get some back in the cockpit. Turn the whole crowd to a mosh pit. I make it hit like a drop kick, cause I got the key like a locksmith. Think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead at every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck. Enough to hop in the ghost and I be a ghost. What I do is a hobby for most, a comedy roast. So I'm on my own, I gotta be known, I gotta be toast. I'm in an anomaly, no. You ain't never put the motherfucking work into the dreaming. It's obvious, not body, everything and everybody. It shows my revenue growth is out of control. I'm ready to blow, I'm ready for war, I'm ready for smoke. You ready to go? I really think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead at every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck.
Okay, I've been working like 3 jobs. Probably why I never see ya. Probably why I never have time for the fake friends that won't be ya. Oh God, I've been running now. Up early when the sun is out. Not setting out my own soul, but those real ones, they coming out. Oh look who's reaching out. Old friends wanna feature now. They don't work, so they need it free. Ooh, you reaching out from the west side of that old town, but there's no shows till I go down to the open mic. Show love to the real ones that know now. Some of y'all don't know now. In a couple months you gon' find out. Been blowing up from the underground and they stepping on a landmine now. And he knows it's my time now. Coming up, I'm on a climb now. Everybody claim they been ballin', but it's looking like they took a time out. Okay, I'm working on a Wednesday, then up again the next day. So-and-so is popping, man, I skip him like he leg day. Kick it like I'm Pele, I never care what they say. Put myself on Spotify, so every day my payday. That's right, I'm coming back like OJ, like a running back in his old days. Still rocking those OJs. My paychecks get a little bigger, but that don't change me or make me richer. Money come and the money go, but my guy's here and he's staying with you. Blowing up off the internet. All these haters need to introspect, cause they been hating while the rest love him. And I start to go and die their intellect, cause I've been a threat since day one. No money or bank funds, since y'all been saying you can do it better, but none of y'all ever made one. That realness don't feel this, but I've been sick, that illness. I've been fresh like Will Smith since 94, man, I built this. Stressed out, X'd out, missed calls from my ex now, but I'm staying focused in the lab, baby. I don't need your calls or your text now. God say the boy blessed now. Who am I to say Rondo? And the way that I sell ticks, they been calling me Rondo. 23 in my prime though, finna ball like Lonzo. Go and tell everybody talking stage better be in that convo.
Jesus, my God, my King, forever, my God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever, my God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. You're more close to me than air, I breathe, God, I wanna see your face. Nothing stolen, cause you're holding me, I'm wrapped in your embrace. All things are gonna
renegando. I died to the past and the wrong, though. You the love that I'm standing upon, though. You my security, yeah. You so could save me when I never could. On my own, I was never good, yeah, I never had a clue, though. Now you love making me new. Just teach me, I'll go back to school. As long as I run into you, going up is the way that we move. Jesus, my God, my King, forever, my God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever, my God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. I get a cross on my neck, look, crossing these demons like Westbrook. Why would I run for a check, huh? I'm just gonna kick out the best next. This ain't my finna no checkbook. I'm just gonna stick to the textbook. Save my life and now I see something new. Don't let me run from you. You gave me everything. I know your love is true. Yeah, you're my resting place. I cannot leave your warm embrace. Heal my broken faith. You show me that there's a way. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever.
I swear I like your style. Put you in Chanel cause it's just perfect for your smile. Girl, I swear for you I'd run the world, I'd run the miles. The way you look at me, I think I'm going insane. It's crazy how we started out to what the love you can't. You need me, say my name. Don't ever hesitate. It's 2 a.m. outside. When I'm with you I feel way too high. You know you got me going crazy, baby. I just need to know that you will stay, please, yeah. With you I feel too high. I feel too high. Yeah, it's going on with you, I feel high. You got me going crazy, stone cold up, but my blood keeps crazy. Ay, if you run, then I'm chasing.
Hello and welcome back to FIBA Esports Open 3. The conclusion today here, of course, is that grand finals for the Africa Conference here. We've seen so many action-packed games, Chris.
Absolutely. Delighted to be back here. Your sidekick, your wingman, yet again. No better man to be sharing the table with. I appreciate it. And oh my God, do we have a real firecracker right here.
Absolutely.
Because I think we have a true contender. I think for the African Conference, it has to be said, Egypt and Ivory Coast about to do battle, and my word, I'm expecting a very, very tight affair. We might even get our first Game 3 of the day.
Yeah, actually, today it's all been about those 2-0s, and we always love that lengthy series where it's an absolute nail-biter till the very end there to find out which of the two is going to be the stronger. And you're absolutely right in saying that this new contender could potentially be a change here in the Africa Conference, but I'm sure Ivory Coast have been watching closely by. So just a quick reminder, guys, about the standings here. So Group A, Group B, we had Ivory Coast, Egypt, and Tunisia in Group A, where both of these, Ivory Coast and Egypt, well, they managed to get out of groups and somehow are meeting now here in the grand finals as well. So
you bet
they're acquainted with each other.
They are acquainted with one another, and yeah, I mean it was a pretty saucy affair. It has to be said, because Egypt managed to beat Ivory Coast by 5 points in group stages. And you know what? They also then dropped a game to Tunisia, and it went through on point differential there. Okay, for Ivory Coast to actually top the group, Egypt second place. So they played Madagascar there, and it has to be said, Ivory Coast took care of Togo. We are going to have a look at the playoff bracket now as well. As you can see there, it was a pretty lopsided affair for Ivory Coast. So they kind of coasted into the final, defending their title. Yeah. They did win the African Conference there at the FIBA Esports 2. Here we are, FIBA Esports 3. We've got newcomers. Close enough games. It looked like Egypt, though. I was watching from the production room there. Looked like Egypt had that in hand against Madagascar, so they've come to play, and it's going to be very interesting.
Well, Egypt said it themselves. They already had previously some friendly games held against Madagascar, so they probably had a pretty decent idea how they want to approach this. They did mention that Madagascar loves to play with their centers, with their power forwards as well, so they're keeping tabs on that department, and obviously resulted in a very positive win for them. And even though, it did seem it's going to be a very, very close affair. It was as well for a while, but inevitably Egypt was in control of the pace of the game here. The question, of course, is here, will they be able to transition, first of all, with that same style into the grand finals first, and second, will the pressure get to them?
Oh, look, it could do. I feel as though they've got the momentum. So to answer your first question, I think they can take it into the final. They don't seem afraid of the spotlight anyway. Semi-final time, the nerves didn't seem to get to them too much. However, they are facing a very organized opponent, I would say, in Ivory Coast, who themselves have shown, look, fortune cookie wisdom. Knowledge is power.
Yes.
You're absolutely spot on. It looked as though kind of Egypt prepped a little bit better than Madagascar for their match. But now Ivory Coast have done exactly the same thing. They have gotten so much better, it seems, night and day, their performances, and they still won. FIBA Esports Open 2, they still won the African Conference, and now they're back to defend their title. I don't know if Egypt can topple them. We were chatting pre-production. It's really hard to pick a winner here.
Well, we don't have to guess that much anymore because very soon we're going to jump into the game. But beforehand, let's have a look at the lineups here and who's going to be lining up for Egypt. That's going to be the Tahir, Killer Manor, Mohamed, Body, and Forgive.
Absolutely. Then for Ivory Coast, we have Yam, the sharpshooter, Omar, the captain, who has already put out the call to the younger generation of Ivory Coast saying, I want you to replace me, get in here. And look, certain players are answering that call. We've got Yannick, we've got Ihem, and we've got Luton. And I got to tell you, Ihem is without a doubt one of their most deadly shooters out there. Real secret weapon for this Ivory Coast team.
And one of the new guys in the lineup of Ivory Coast, if we look back back in FIBA Esports Open 2, he was not there just yet. And now as well, he's coming relatively fresh. He's coming in from back in the day of 2K16 version, so not that far off in the past. He is a point guard, and he is a playmaking shot creator. So as you said, we're going to expect a lot from him here. For Egypt as well, Killer Manor, obviously the man on your screens is someone that you really need to pay close attention to.
He is killing it from beyond the arc. And really dropping in those three-pointers. Really working incredibly well with Mohamed Younes as well, though, it has to be said. The teamwork that they're showing off is really impressive. But Killer Manor, he's got his eyes on that MVP Tissot watch coming from FIBA. He's got to be eyeing that. He definitely is their most valuable player. But we spoke about that knowledge is power. I kind of made a fortune cookie wisdom joke about it, but it is true. I guarantee you, you can see Ivory Coast have gotten so much better at the communication, the preparation, the game strategy. I guarantee you they've been watching these Egypt games here and just going, all right, we're going to take Killer Manor off the board right there. Likewise, though, Egypt were really well prepared, so they're probably looking at Omar and Yam, the sharpshooters, and Ihem as well. and just kind of saying to themselves, all right, which one are we going to take off the board? Which two maybe can we take off the board? And if they manage to take Iham Skolm is his full name there, off of the board, it's going to be really, really interesting. Let me just say that, okay? Because he is their sharpshooter. Unstoppable force, immovable object. These players are in the digital tunnel right now. We are moments away from hopefully getting onto that court and calling the action. It is going to be very, very interesting, though, because it could just be a shootout.
It could be. I mean, look, I hear that there are a lot of supporters in the chat as well.
Yes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you cast your vote. Who's going to take this one home in the Africa Conference between Egypt and Cote d'Ivoire? If you're watching both on Facebook or YouTube. And, of course, use that hashtag FIBA Esports Open to share those beautiful moments behind the scenes as to how you are enjoying these grand finals, whereas they're going to take place in just a second here. Last final players are jumping into the game. Probably last final advice being spread across the team, you know, making sure that everyone's on par, everyone's on point, everyone has a clear idea in mind in terms of how they want to approach this game. Obviously, Ivory Coast making probably those last second adjustments come against Egypt, coming off of their game against Madagascar. So it's going to be very interesting to see which of the teams is able to adapt the most here, especially if things are going to start to go south and on the fly adjustments are going to be required as well. That's also one of the pinnacles of a great team, is being able to adjust on the fly and in a correct manner, right?
And maybe, you know, unlikely heroes emerging as well.
As well.
I look at that Ivory Coast team there. I know that Yam can shoot the lights out. I know that Luton can shoot the lights out. So, you know, if Egypt decide to really clamp down on Iham, you know, maybe those two have to step up and knock in a whole bunch of three-pointers they like to shoot. But we don't have to wait any longer.
That's true, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final match of the day, the grand finals for the Africa Conference here in FIBA Esports Open 3. Ivory Coast have been there once and already have some success under their belt. One first place might not be enough for them, but not unless Egypt has something to say about it. They have come hot and prepared here, wearing those white jerseys on your screens, and of course the customization pulled out to the max. And I just love Ivory Coast jerseys here.
Yeah, me too.
Beautiful orange really pops, and of course makes it easy for the eyes to find your teammates in a very difficult situation as well. So it doesn't matter about what sort of the chaos is on the court there. They always see their players rocking that afro as well, and it seems to help with a tip there.
It does. And here we go. Ivory Coast win the jump ball right here. Iham is going to, a quick steal. I was about to say work it to the wing, but it's a quick steal here. Egypt showing their defensive prowess right away, and here is Killer Manor. Now he is the sharpshooter for the Egyptian team, and he goes to the corner. That was really well baited, and it rattles home. I thought he missed for a minute, but he came up in the clutch there. Lovely shot. And so Egypt early here, 3-point lead. And here comes Iham. Now he will work this pick and roll with, and he'll hit green and knock in a three right there. Beautiful.
Yeah, nice little sidestep to the left to strike it home. And really 3 for 3 right now. So obviously Ivory Coast saying anything you can do, I can do too. But Killer Manor puts up another beautiful three there for Egypt. And very early on, Egypt is showing Ivory Coast what they need to deal with first and foremost before they can think of a plan up their own.
Now, this is what's really interesting is here, neither team is Omar, the captain. You're going to have to watch him. He'll get 20 points for you in a blink of an eye just from the paint alone. They got to watch that. What's interesting is that they're completely playing half-court defenses, even kind of final third defenses.
Now, Mohamed there is slightly stuck in no man's land, needs to get out of there, does get the rebound as well from his teammate as Killer Manor on the three-point line. Running down the clock here, Tahir on the three-pointer, not going to go for it as Manor has to shoot. Super far contested three-pointer, not going to be good, but the rebound is as Mohamed is there as always, and Tahir still has a chance to go for this. Mohamed as well has posted himself up to go for a drive here if the ball is going to reach him, but obviously a reach and foul is going to stop that play. 14 seconds remaining though.
Yep. Can they work something here from the inbounds? It's going to be Killer Manor looking just to work that ball into Younes. Beautiful. Good pick and roll right there. Omar normally plays defense a little bit better on the pick and roll. They'll be working on that communication. And now just a little bit of man-on-man pressure there, just kind of slowing down Ihem. And you can see it works so well. As once again, Omar's wide open. They're going to have to rotate a little bit better there.
Now, that's something that Egypt has to take note of, the fact that two times in a row, Omar has been left open in that position, and obviously there's no chance really that he's going to miss being wide open there. Killer Manor now trying to get those defensive players off of him. Mohamed has to come in with a screen. It really doesn't work out the way how they intended to. Forced to pass over to Mohamed, and he has to take it home now. Instead, goes for a pass at the very last second. A jump shot, and Manor just comes in clutch.
That was really, really clutch. No time left. Fantastic defense, it has to be said, from Ivory Coast, but just a clutch shot there, showing his world class here. Really nice shot there for Killer for Egypt. That was really nice. Here comes Ihem again. Look at him. Just really working the ball. Nice. There's Yam, the sharpshooter. We mentioned him pre-match. That is his game right there, and he rarely misses.
Yeah, 10-10 so far, an even game. And it looks like this one is going to be a high-scoring game, I would say, if they keep up this pace between the two. Still 2 minutes remaining. Already in the double digits, and another three-pointer goes through for Egypt.
There you go. Killer Manor. Look, he got Omar one-on-one, and that is always going to be a lopsided battle right there. They switched up through the screen. I am pulling up as well, and he rattles home a three of his own. We mentioned it might be a shootout, and it's really, it's starting out that way. This is exciting stuff here.
Yeah, you know this one's going to be a nail-biter when the game is so close. And, I mean, I hope that we are able to keep up it this way, because obviously that third and fourth quarter is just going to... We're probably going to lose our minds a little bit here, but for now, I am trying to find that opening.
Great
Omar.
Cut. Great pass. Great teamwork right there. You could see that we're ready for that. That was really good ball distribution. And another perfectly timed three-pointer from the corner. They're making a very difficult thing look very easy for us at home here. A good cut. They actually had the three if he wanted it, but good defense, it has to be said. Ivory Coast, they were just out of sorts for a moment there, but now just getting themselves reorganized here. Fakes him out of his boots. That's always going to be good from Killer Manor.
Yeah, the man just went flying absolutely in the wrong direction, but I mean, who can blame him, obviously?
Exactly.
I would fall for that any time of the day.
Exactly. These guys are just magicians with the ball in their hands, and you know, you're trying to time everything really well. That time we just lost the rock a tiny bit there, Omar. 8 to shoot here for Ivory Coast, trying to work something. Probably just going to have to take the 15-footer. Steps back, strokes it, missed. Great board from Omar, though. And he's going to kick it back out and restart the entire offense here. No shot clock, 7 to shoot. Working with the pick and roll. Tied ball game here. 2 seconds left. Loose rock in the corner.
Luton unsuccessful in getting those points, but still, I would say so far so good for either side. 16 points apiece, 5 more minutes to go in the second quarter here for these players. And Killer with a far three-pointer. Absolutely unfazed by the distance.
No, that was from the stat bench right there. That was from the sub bench. That's hilarious. He's pretty much in the front row of the crowd, banging home the three-pointers. He knows it's a final. We said there might be a shootout. We have not been disappointed. We also predicted this might be, a 3-game series. Omar pulling up. I don't think he was ready for that.
Yeah, it looks like he was surprised himself by the pass, because if he would have gone for it instantaneously, there surely would have been 2 points, and now obviously that resulted in a turnover here. Killer Manor again with a three-pointer. Not going to be successful this time. And surprised that it is so. Luton to take it home. No, passes out. Hour 2, Ihem.
A rare miss. Good board here from Omar, though. He's going to kick it back out. And Yam there, and money again. I tell you what, old reliable.
Absolutely. I mean, Yam, very proficient on the three-point liners now, and Manor as well, just breaking ankles left and right.
Oh, good steal here from Ivory Coast. Way to take away the passing lane. And who is it? It's Yam. I was just going to comment on how good a username that is, but I'm loving it. He's just yamming it up out there. Ihem's going to dunk that, beautiful. And just like that, Ivory Coast score 5 unanswered, and they've snagged back the lead here.
And you can see as well from the defense, really on either side, players are sort of playing a bit of a guessing game as to what's going to happen here. I think anyone could have predicted that three-pointer, but as I said, you know, in the defense on both sides, players are trying to sort of foresee what's going to be the next step, and instead players surprised with a shot taken there. Omar with the rebound.
Great rebound. Yam, a rare miss for him. That was a contested shot. Now, Killer Manor has activated his takeover. Look out. What this means is that there's going to be even less of a penalty on threes. Just like that, an unlucky miss for him, it has to be said, because that is enough space for him. And now Ivory Coast, you know, left off the hook a tiny bit there. They can now take back this lead. Good ball into Omar. Takes it into the paint. Probably going to have to work it back out. 8 to shoot. What's he got here? 4 to shoot. Into the corner. Great work shot right there. Now Yannick has to make that, though.
That's true. Yannick had all the time in the world to prepare, especially that was clearly the play they wanted to make from the get-go. And as well, I mean, you mentioned before with this activated takeover now, Manor and Egypt together with him are looking to extend their lead, if possible, ever so further, but it's not really working out for them. And Yam with the fake-out pass gives it over to Iam right in the hands, and it looks like Yam is kind of expecting for the ball to come back to him.
Yeah, and look, that was perfectly executed. There you go, Omar. Very nice. Now, what they're waiting for is they're waiting for Muhammad, the help defender from the corner, to bite into the paint when Omar makes his roll to the bucket, right, and then dish it to the corner. And it's working really nicely, and so is that alley-oop. We've got a 1-point lead. I love a 1-point lead because it means every time there's a possession, there's potentially a change of lead as well.
1 minute and 45 seconds on the clock before halftime. Iam with a huge attempt at the three. Not going to be good this time around, as Manor is going to be looking to perhaps return the favor here. Screen being set up for him. Doesn't really work out. Muhammad tries to position himself for the rebound, if that's going to be the case. Nice dribble there, but...
Alley-oop! Good defense. Omar just made a pestilence of himself there. Really got in there. Yam, I think that's going to be Ivory Coast ball, yeah. But look at the dive. You got to love that. Games on the line here. Finals.
Every possession counts here, and that's exactly what you see with those leaps for the ball. Even out of bounds, Iam in possession here. Wide open. And, of course, he's going to show you what's going to happen if he's left like that.
And it's an unenviable position to be in. These two shooters are guarding one another, which is brilliant. So really it is this individual battle in the midst of this team battle as we see Killer drop in another three. They are 100% trying to outdo each other out there.
And yeah, I mean, it was a close affair in groups, and take note that the finals are no different between these two. Iam needs to work the defensive player around a bit here to build space for himself.
The pick and roll work. He just got to take that beautiful finger roll. Love that. And actually, that's a side of his game that he hasn't really shown off too much. You know, that drive, wow, to know that he can go back to that as well if he wants it. I mean, 5 out of 9 on paper doesn't feel great, does it? But he does have those 4 assists, so he's just been integral. And it feels as though...
It's the 4 that he's missing, he's making up in assists.
Yeah, exactly. It really feels as though this is the Iam versus Killer game right here, with a couple of other heroes stepping in. And here, I believe we're into... I don't know, what's that shooting? I think we're into the bonus.
It's in the bonus, yes. So Egypt will have a chance here to score.
Oh, nice shot here from the captain, Mohamed Younes, who we saw in the interview earlier, and rattles them both home. And that is a 1-point lead for Egypt. No shot clock here. So Ivory Coast can milk the clock all the way down and take the final shot and maybe the lead. Working it to the corner. Good ball distribution here. I like the idea of taking it into half with the lead.
8 seconds to shoot. Iam needs to put up a point here, looking for that perfect opportunity. It's going to be Omar to slam it home. And can Egypt do anything with 3 seconds remaining before halftime? One more chance to shoot here. Manor goes for it. Back into the second half we go as Ivory Coast is leading by a single point over Egypt in the grand finals of the Africa Conference here in FIBA Esports Open 3, the very first weekend out of many.
Absolutely. We've got 2 more action-packed weekends ahead of us here. But before that, we will be crowning a champion of this African conference. Will it be the newcomers, Egypt? Their first tournament. They're already in the final. They've got Killer Manor pulling up for threes like that. And that is a 2-point lead for them. But I got to tell you, Ivory Coast do not look at all rattled. They really, they seem to have all the answers that they need as well.
At times, I even feel like some certain moments feel like a mirrored game from these two teams. The approach is quite similar, but Yannick from the corner there with those three-pointers, very consistent with them.
And look, a lot of pressure on his shoulders. You've got to nail those shots, and he does it. He's the youngest member of the team. 20 years old. His manner says, hold my Gatorade. I got this. And drops in another bucket. This is huge. This is a Herculean.
Oh, what a steal comes through for Egypt. Manor, on the offensive.
Oh, style points. And look, he's all over the place. So he's getting a steal. Now look at the full court man pressure, just going to back it off a little bit. I like that, though. Look, they've already eaten up 8 seconds of time now, and it forces Ivory Coast to really rush their offense.
Yeah, that's true. And I am here as well. He can't really get any further than the three-point line at the moment. Timeout called by Ivory Coast. 5 seconds on the shot clock here. And well, the players are going to be repositioned. They're going to go probably for 2 passes to shoot. That's 1. There's the second,
cut.
And Luton.
Oh, backdoor cut there. Beautifully worked. That was the inbounder as well. So they gave the ball, then cut to. Oh, that was fantastic.
Amazing stuff here, and great planning as well.
Yeah.
From the team, but Manor, that's just ridiculous.
Oh, my goodness.
He didn't even try to outplay the defense. He just shot over them.
Killer Manor is absolutely showing up here in a major, major way for Egypt. This is their biggest lead of the game, 5 points. Ivory Coast definitely still in it. And look at Omar working the boards like a boss there. Absolutely phenomenal. That is a captain's rebound. Resets the clock. Something's going to have to give, though. Out to the corner, Yannick has to pull the trigger, 2 to shoot. Missed, but another offensive board. Omar kicking it out again. Oh, big steal.
Straight into the hands of Egypt. The ball goes, and of course, a dunk to finish things off. 42-35. Egypt now leading by 7, and Killer Manor already has 31 points to his name.
That is absolutely incredible. We are looking at a Herculean effort. This is truly massive from Killer Manor. I am pulling up. Oh, that was I would say an ill-fated shot. Killer Manor is activated for the second time in this game. Okay, this is going to mean
he's going for the jugular here. He wants to decide things already in the third quarter, and with 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, considering his shot percentage from the three-pointers. Look.
Oh, my God.
He's just adding and adding and adding to the results of Egypt here, and an absolute mountain to climb right now for
big dunk.
But
that's a captain's basket right there. They were hemorrhaging points there, Ivory Coast, and doing everything they could. Look, they had 3 offensive rebounds in a row, so 4 attempts at it previously, and they really needed that bucket right there. The captain, Omar, stepping up. Now, a point about Killer Manor's activation, right? That heavily contested 3 he just banged home on the last possession, that only goes in if he's activated. So that's how important this is. Good defense right there from Ivory Coast. They need a point, and they really need a score right here again.
Yeah, the timing needs to be absolutely on par when you activate those special traits, but what a bouncer there.
Yam again.
Absolutely. 45-40 here. A 5-point game now between the two. Let's see if Manor can repeat his achievements here. Mohamed as well is sort of open to take the pass, but not needed when swishes fall in like that for Manor.
Oh, my God. We are just witnessing one of the greatest individual performances in a final I think that we might have ever seen at the FIBA Esports Opens. 1, 2, or 3. A nice alley-oop dunk. I love what I'm seeing from the captain of Ivory Coast, Omar, here. I mean, he is, whenever they need a bucket, just to stay within touching distance, because I have to say Egypt have taken all the momentum here. He's providing that bucket. They're playing great defense here. Corner shot, though. Green. Forgive not.
Steps it up one more time for his team as well here. 9 points between the two and less than a minute remaining in the third quarter here as Egypt is looking to finish off strong here, but unless Omar has something to say about it. And a bit of a blunder in the passing department. Egypt is able to regain control of the ball here. A fast forward momentum, but no one there to take the pass, and Ivory Coast again in possession. Luton with a far three, not going to be good. Omar can't get the rebound here, as well as it's a scrap between the two, and with the final seconds on the way, Manor takes another shot at the three, and the man can shoot from the left, right, and even blindfolded.
I really feel like he can shoot blindfolded. You took the words right out of my mouth. And look, Ihem has gone very, very dormant here. Yam stroking the three. My word, did they need that? They really, really needed that. That keeps
just keeping it live.
Yeah, keeping him within touching distance. But at the moment, all of the momentum with Egypt as the third quarter comes to a close here. Now, Ivory Coast, every possession here, absolutely crucial. There can be no more, as we say, 1%ers, no more mistakes. Every possession is crucial, starting with this one right here. And they need Ihem to find his groove again because they need some of these threes.
Yeah, look, we're in for a show here between these two because this is only the first game in the game series and already such intense action. Mohamed now close to paint. Bast is out over to Tahir there in the corner. Previously as well, quite successful in the three-point department from that position.
Yep.
This is going to be out of bounds. Still Egypt's ball. And considering their lead right now, Ivory Coast need to stop them in their tracks.
Just a little bit scrappy there. Beautiful. Oh, what? Great effort from Omar just to contest that shot. That was one of the more odd animations we've seen, it has to be said, but it all came because Omar contested that shot. 4 seconds to shoot. Killer Manor, top of the key. A rare miss for him. And Ivory Coast can breathe a sigh of relief as they get another board here. They need buckets. They need them in a hurry. They need good shots. Yam pulling up, rattling it home. That is a massive bucket right there for Yam. We said someone might have to step up and take a little bit of the load away from Omar, from Ihem, if they're getting shut down. Now, Omar has been so far so good, but Ihem has been dormant the whole third quarter. Killer Manor, another miss for him. This is momentum in favor of Ivory Coast, but they've got to score again here.
Yeah, I think they're going to continue playing through Yam because he's found such success. He's going to be a good distraction as well. I take it back. It's going to be Luton to take it home with a three-pointer from the right-hand side corner this time around. Very successful. Narrows down the point gap now only to 3 points with 3.5 minutes still remaining in the fourth quarter here. Really, it's any man's game.
This is so exciting right here, guys. As we see, it actually went in. Oh, that was a brilliant effort from both teams. And the bucket counts right there. That's massive. Look, at one point the lead was as large as 12. It was cut back to only 3 there. I am pulling up, missing. Was that a foul?
That was a shooting foul.
He's going to shoot 3 here. This is massive. This is really big. This will bring it back to within a 2-point game if you can knock all of these home. Green once.
The screen shakes, but the hands are steady for Iam as he knocks down home 2. Can he get the 3?
I'm putting the commentator curse on him and saying, yes, easy. There we go. Beautiful. A 2-point game. We thought we'd have a real firecracker of a final right here. They have not failed to deliver. Both teams going absolutely at it. It has to be said, Killer Manor is not done. Drops in another 3.
How many points he already has? Like 1 million?
Easily.
Yeah, and a half.
1.5 million easily. 1,000,003. Look, this has been phenomenal. Ihem is now trying to work some magic of his own. Great ball to Omar. Probably just got to take these points on offer.
Time.
Yeah, quick timeout. I think that's a good call.
That was right on the dot for that 3-second violation as well, if my timing doesn't deceive me here. 8 seconds to shoot.
Now see, do they do the same play again? Yep, and now the back door. No, he's open in the corner. That was not the pass. Yam's got to shoot, though. Yam misses. They had an open man in the corner, wide open. Here we go.
Slowing down the pace here, allowing for Manor to take control of the game yet again, and he's been extremely successful, and that's even an understatement. But Mohamed is going to be the one that's going to slam it home.
The two-handed angry dunk. It felt angry right there with authority, and it's a 7-point lead here, closing in on 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter. And Egypt have really taken this game. What can Ivory Coast do here? Trying to work some magic. Yam rattles in and out. A cruel, cruel basket right there. And here we go.
That hurt.
Oh, nearly a cross-court violation.
I've seen way too many of those.
Far too many. Here's Killer Manor just trying to put the dagger in. It misses. Big board from Muhammad, the captain, though. And a quick steal, though. Okay, there is life yet for Ivory Coast here. Defending champions. They need buckets in a hurry, though. That pass really should have gone a minute earlier. They're a second earlier to Yannick. They are just making a couple of errors down the stretch here.
It's the nerves. Look, it's the last minute and a half remaining for the two, and it's incredibly important for either of the teams to get that first point in the pocket in this best-of-3 series. Egypt up by 9 points right now, and Ivory Coast, I mean, the last 2 attempts from Yam haven't been successful enough. Perhaps IAM can take a shot at the three-pointer department. Again, Mohamed has been activated, and, you know, his stance in general is going to be very key right now, playing against Omar, who's been super successful in paint.
Definitely, you're dead right. And look, possessions are dwindling now, which means that, like, there can't be any empty trips here. They need points. That's good. Oh, great defense there, though, from Egypt. And, you know, you got a minute left here, a minute of action. It's not impossible, but they need a couple of things to go their way in a hurry here as well, Ivory Coast. They need to have a sense of urgency about them.
And one thing to note here as well, Egypt have been playing a pretty clean game in terms of fouls as well, so they have plenty of attempts to stop any approaches in the offensive department. Is that an and
wow,
one?
It is. So this is going to be a potential three-point play. 46 seconds left. It is not impossible. We have been sitting right here. We have seen, I believe, a 12-point lead disappear in around about this time frame as well. It takes Herculean effort. Can Ivory Coast pull it out here? They've got 40 seconds to play with. They need to work some quick points, though.
12 points is what they're looking for here. The first three-pointer is good. 3 more to go, but first they need to stop Egypt here, who's in the bonus as well. So Ivory Coast need to be absolutely clean with it.
And look, time is your friend right here. Killer Manor says, forget about it. We don't need the time. I'll just take another 3. A 12-point lead with 26 seconds. Look, it's a mountain to climb for Ivory Coast. It is only game 1, though. Thankfully, it's best of 3. So no matter what happens here down the stretch, 17 seconds left. They will be back. Yannick from the corner. Good to see him nail that home. Listen, 9 points, 13 seconds. It's probably going to be a bridge too far right here, but a good finish for Ivory Coast gives them a bit of momentum here going into game number 2. As we count down the seconds, Killer Manor isn't done yet. Takes it out to 12 points again. I cannot believe what we saw there, what we witnessed. The individual performance, it has to be said, from Killer Manor, absolutely phenomenal.
Indeed, Egypt performing and coming up huge on the international stage for the first time in the Africa Conference in FIBA Esports Open 3. The first time straight into the grand finals, and they're one up over the current reigning champions Ivory Coast in this game series. So backs against the wall for Ivory Coast, and really let's just quickly break it down. What's not going Ivory Coast's way? So, I think it's just the three-pointers, really.
Yeah, potentially. So 12 points, double digits, it might seem like a lot, but really that is quite literally a handful of possessions maybe not going your way with the high-caliber shooters that we're seeing on these international squads. It really does come down to just playing a perfect game, taking those opportunities. And it has to be said, Ivory Coast, have played perfectly, in the semifinals onwards anyway. A little bit of a bumpy road right there. We know they dropped a game to Egypt in groups. Egypt have come back and managed to repeat that feat right there. Look, they took him out of the game.
Absolutely.
And in the second half.
That definitely had to be a part of the plan there. Yam seemed to appear as a bit of a problem for them as well, but then those 2 back-to-back misses on the three-point department, and it looks like the ball wasn't really reaching him from that point on. So no real attempts in any chances of coming back into it.
And I just want to say, what they're doing, it looks very easy when they stroke those green threes. It is incredibly that we do not want to sound, I don't know, in any way harsh. I mean, but in order to win these games, you do have to make those shots.
And you need those perfect releases.
You do.
Now, one thing I wanted also to touch upon was Omar's performance. I was incredibly impressed in terms of how active he is in the paint, and of course having that glass cleaning finisher archetype as well, staying really true to that.
Listen, kids, he is, if I'm not mistaken, he's the oldest participant from all teams in the tournament at 41. He is a young man at heart.
Living the dream.
Living the dream. He's even called out to the next generation of Ivory Coast esports athletes, saying, "Come and replace me." But you're right. I mean, a captain's performance. He's a little bit like, it reminds me of
keeping it together,
Yeah.
right? In the face of fear, perhaps to a certain degree of this running out of control, he remains in control of the game itself for his team, being the center around everyone else can play and rely on.
You're spot on. He was the one dropping in, just keeping them within touching distance, dropping them in some easy buckets. But at one stage on one possession, he had 3 offensive rebounds in a row, and literally then it was 3 misses, and then so gets the 3rd rebound, and then it was a turnover. Look, the rest of the team does need to step up, and he's leading by example, which is the only thing you can do as a leader, okay? But I feel as though they can do this, Ivory Coast. They can come back in game 2, force a game 3, force a decider, but it really is going to just demand the rest of the team to step up and help.
I think they need to utilize also Yannick a bit more.
Yep.
He's been quite good with those left-hand side corner 3-pointer shots.
Hard
so
to
I
hit.
think if they start mixing with both Yannick and Yam, diagonally they're polar opposites on the playing field. So if the ball passes correctly around, I think one of the two surely should be available for a 3-pointer at all times. So perhaps that's something that should be looked into.
Without a doubt, and you can see they executed that really perfectly a couple of times, and then another couple of times the passes just came a little bit late.
Yeah, but look at the defense of Egypt.
Yeah, the defense of Egypt. That's the other thing. We don't want to discredit the phenomenal performance from Egypt. So let's focus on Egypt for a moment. First international tournament. They've come out here and literally just, won by 12 points. Killer manner. Dropping in. We are going to see the statistics in a moment there. I can't wait to see his final score line. I'm going to predict and say high 40s.
High 40s?
High 40s. Here we go. 49 points.
Well, you're not far off.
49 points, and he literally had 15 3-pointers. That is absolutely phenomenal. And look, it has to be said, across the board there, the other statistics very even for everybody. It looks like Mohamed Younes stepped up with 15 points there for Egypt as well. So look, if you're the Ivory Coast, is it just Operation Shut Down the Manor?
Well, it has to be. You need to tame the guy somehow, right? Obviously, players are trying to keep up with his pace, but he's shown as well, like if you're going to shut him down on the 3-point line, as long as Mohamed is there to help out and set up a screen for him, he's going to just go for that drive play and going to take it home that way. And, he's really dynamic as a player. And you mentioned it rightly so, that he's not really using those opportunities that much. He's saving them for those situations where it's like, all right, I'm being blocked out here. We need those points. I know how we can get them. And he's like, here, surprise.
Look, first and foremost, he's looking for that 3. He shot the ball from beyond the arc 24 times. I mean, the team have the utmost faith in his ability. He dropped it in 15 times.
And this sort of style as well of a one-man army, I'm just surprised how many talented players are out there. It's no easy feat to put up a performance like this, getting close to 50 points in a single game for your team. I mean, it doesn't matter which game it is. That just sounds ludicrous at times.
Yeah, it does. And looking at the Ivory Coast team there, we had 19 points for Ihem Skolm. Yam dropped in 15. We mentioned him. Yannick had 9.
Yeah.
Luton only had 5, but 12 for Omar. So you had 3 players in double digits there. It was more of a team effort. And they weren't far off either. Just a couple of those threes drop in, and then it's real pressure on Egypt. And look, who knows what could happen then. So game number 2, if I'm Ivory Coast, shut down Killer Manor, but also don't move away from your own game.
Yeah, and first and foremost as well, again, I must say this, when games are such close games in a 3-game series, I personally never really had a problem in going into a game number 2, even after going in after a loss, because I know we performed well, right? I know we did good. And that's exactly how Ivory Coast should approach this, right? Just brush it off. It's a single game to be won. They know that they can keep up with the pace of Egypt. They know their trump cards as well. Omar definitely impactful on their roster there. So I think a bit of a bit more mix-up, more emphasis on him perhaps, getting those defensive players back in the paint, centered out. That's going to leave the three-pointers open. So again, Yannick, Yam, both IM as well, can step up at any time of the day here. And that's really what Ivory Coast are just lacking here, just those three-pointers.
You bet. And we're about to find out. I mean, win and you're in if you're Egypt, and you're hoisting the trophy at your first tournament.
And look, just to quickly touch on that as well, right? Going into the second game, Egypt, it's not like they're going in without a bit of a tingle back up your spine, right? You are one game away of winning the whole thing.
The pressure is on.
For the very first time here, and for the first-timers, that's always going to get you.
Yeah, I can imagine. Butterflies in the stomach. Let's see if they can handle that. Now, no doubt we're just waiting for the teams to take the digital court once again. National pride on the line. I guess it's a good opportunity to thank you, the viewers at home, for tuning in with us the entire weekend here. We potentially got 2 more games, you know, if it does go to a game 3. Shout out to FIBA and obviously NBA 2K21 as well for putting this together. And the 60 participating basketball federations from around the world, 60 different countries. We've got another 2 weekends of action where we're going to be on the desk here. You, myself, Linards. We'll have Ignis back as well.
Yeah.
Forecasters, a lot of action to come. And we are, I mean, I imagine right now the players are in the digital tunnel.
They're probably just,
tunnel,
you know, having that last chit-chat, those last encouraging words coming out from Omar to his teammates, and he has plenty of experience on his side as well to have those words. So let's have a look at the lineups one more time here, just to remind you guys which are the players that are going to be representing their countries here. So for the side of Egypt, we're going to have Tahir, Killer, Manor, Mohammed, Bodhi, and Forgive.
Absolutely. Then for Ivory Coast, Yam, Omar, Yannick, Ihems, and Luton. So an unchanged lineup right here. No subs being made from either team, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Those are exactly the same lineups here, and really I see no real reason to change anyone out here, unless, of course, you have that, you know, little secret weapon hiding in your closet. You want to perhaps risk it all and throw in the mix in the grand finals, but that might not be the time to experiment as well. It's a hard call to make.
It is a hard call to make. Look, they do have a guy on the Ivory Coast bench who we saw a little bit of yesterday, and he's just, look, a 19-year-old. He's a real free spirit. He plays,
Brian?
Yeah, exactly. Demigod. So I was expecting to maybe see him come in here. That being said, Luton, we've spoken about them. Luton, Yannick, and Yam can get going. When they start to find the green time and time again, they can drop a lot of points into the ring there. The bucket just goes as wide as an ocean, and they pour in those threes. So I understand the thinking. I don't think they were far off, even though it was a 12-point game. I think they were really just a couple of key possessions away from potentially taking the win there.
Look, if we look back to it now, thinking at the very beginning of the first quarter there were so many steals happening as well. It was just off the back of those surprising passes, but without time further ado, let's just jump straight into the game. What could be potentially the last here if Egypt manages to secure the win and potentially taking the grand finals in a 2-0 series. However, Ivory Coast looking strong and
we're back to us. There we go.
Looking at us.
Well, Ivory Coast were looking strong and looking a lot better than us
It's just the online things there, all
exactly.
right? The players are playing from the comfort of their homes online. So let's give this another go.
Brilliant. Here we go. So Egypt going to be playing in the red. Let's see what goes on. Is this going to be I think it's going to be the white Ivory Coast uniforms here with the stripes. I think we saw that just for a split second, right? So
little teaser
right there. We go. I tell you what, Ivory Coast might have won the jersey contest though for this
style
tournament.
contest.
Yeah, I think so.
One. All right, we're off. Egypt are going to be rocking the reds, and they're going to be rocking the offense here quite quickly from the get-goes. And Mohammed opens things up with a very, very impressive slam dunk.
Yes,
just to get the spirits up.
Aggressive out of the gates here.
Yam fakes it out, and it's going to be Omar to rattle it home. 2-2 here, and kicking things off, of course. Action-packed beginning between these two.
And you and I are massive advocates of just take the points that are on offer, you know. And
always.
And there's an early three from Killer. 45 degrees. Beautiful. Beautiful shot there from the wing. Lovely. He's just picking up where he left off. So the stop killer manner memo has not arrived for the Ivory Coast team yet. I'm sure it has, but it's easier said than done.
Of course, yeah, like, boom! It's one thing to say, oh yeah, you just need to stop this guy. And it's the other thing when the guy's fast as lightning and sharp shooter.
And look, Ivory Coast have come along leaps and bounds as well, but also, Drew didn't quite get the roll there. He's probably going to knock these in, though. He has been good at the free throws. Curse the commentator in full effect right here. Has to be said, though, Egypt, first international tournament, winning a game in the grand final as well.
So far, what more can you ask for apart from winning the whole thing, right? And it's on its way for these two. As Ivory Coast looking to answer right now is I am with the three-pointer, looking for it here. He can go for the shot and does exactly so, but the rebound is going to fall straight into the hands of Mohamed. Instantly passes over to Manor, who's looking for that three as always. Instead, it's going to be the ball over to Mohamed. That was a surprise mix-up play coming out from Egypt, surprising their opponents. And it's good to mix it up like this. It keeps the opposing side guessing, and you never know what sort of an offensive play you're going to be hit with.
Yeah, early advantage here to Egypt, 9-4. Yannick even helped out on the D there really well. Yannick from the corner, we're speaking about him, rattles home with three.
He heard you.
Yeah, he did. Now, he helped out really well defensively, but it's just hard to stop, a massive aggressive dunk. The best thing you can do is get a hand up, contest the shot. Just like that. There you go. Really well read by Omar there. The corner ball was open. They went to the middle, and Ivory Coast fighting here. I love to see it.
18 seconds on the shot clock for Luton to put the ball back into play here. He's going to go into that right-hand side corner as Ayem had a brief moment here where he could have passed it over back to Omar, but it's going to be the latter.
Another foul. If I'm not mistaken, one more and they're in the bonus. So got to be careful right there. But you can see Egypt just getting a little antsy, a little handsy. They're trying to get the pill back there.
They want to finish this one off
Great cut.
And early. Obviously, it's
goaltending. Yeah.
I
was going to say that was pretty much in.
Well, good thing the ref looks at these as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's the first goaltending we've seen for a while.
Oh, it's been a minute for sure. If you're playing FIBA Esports Open 3 Bingo at home, you can tick goaltending off of the list right there. Killer Manor working it. Great defense here from the Ivory Coast. Look at the rotation. See? Rotation on defense, taking away the passing lanes. It's so hard to do for the whole game, for the whole 20 minutes. But they're making it look easy here early on.
And it's just that perfect timing for Ivory Coast that seems to be the name of the game right now.
Look at
it's
this,
going to be passed over to Yannick.
Beautiful ball movement right there. Amazing work here from Ivory Coast. They are so switched on early on in game number 2 here.
It's going to be out of bounds here. It's going to be Team Egypt's ball, but I didn't catch the name. Which player was that from Ivory Coast? Went for a jump block on that pass and was quite successful. Just didn't manage to control the ball till the end there. Manor now. 2 defensive players around him. Trying to shake them off. A bit of a struggle. 5 seconds remaining. Has that open pathway to take the jump shot. Wide open. Let's go.
Good defense there. Great defense, it has to be said. Right now, Ivory Coast stepping up to the challenge. That's 2 possessions in a row where they've just been smothering defensively. Let's see, can they add to their lead here? Let's see what Egypt can do to answer as well. Because right now, Ivory Coast just look as though they're just switched on. They're here to play in this one.
Yeah, Omar ready to take a pass any time of the day. A timeout called for Ivory Coast because, that 3-second violation was probably inbound.
It really was getting close there, and they had to give that rock in, but, passing lanes were congested.
Look, one thing that we're starting to notice here, what these small errors are showing here is the nerves kicking in. It's that
big time
communication that might be lacking at certain times or not interpreted the correct way. So,
look, you touched upon that. Now, Egypt here, up 1-0. Great cut from Omar, big dunk. But Ivory Coast have the added advantage of having been here before.
Yes.
Reigning champions. They've played in a grand final. They've won. They've hoisted the trophy, okay? They've gone out for that chicken dinner famously. Winner, chicken dinner, literally. Nice cutting here. Honestly, take the easy points, though, because another defensive stop for Ivory Coast. I think the nerves might be getting to Egypt here. Hopefully, they can turn that around. Just communicate as a team, get their act together. Yannick from the corner. Missed, but a huge rebound here from Yam.
I am on the 3 attempt. Slightly
yeah.
leaned toward to the left there at the end. And
yeah,
that messed up the trajectory.
Contested shot right there. It's definitely not the shootout between Killer and Ihem that we had from game 1 here. But I think that might be really playing to the favor of Ivory Coast because they're working the ball around as Killer pulls the trigger on a 3.
He was silent and came in hot here, narrowing down the point gap only to 2 points from 5. 15 seconds to shoot for Ivory Coast to extend the lead as we're approaching the finish of the first quarter here. Nice attempt on the steal coming out from the defense of Egypt. Another attempt. The screen is in place from Omar. I am with the 3. Is not going to be good. The rebound is one more attempt. Yam! Not going to be good.
Unlucky. Great board by Omar yet again. And look, that massive 3 there from Killer. Really, when his team needed it the most, that is quintessential leadership, and that's exactly what Egypt needed. We've got such a tight game in this one. So, first quarter, it has to be said, mental errors made by Egypt. Ivory Coast very switched on. It's so difficult to maintain that for 4 quarters. Let's see what happens. Good defense there from Egypt, but just better execution from Ivory Coast. The 4-point lead. Here comes Killer Manor now. Can Ivory Coast maintain their focus here?
Lingering, but a reaching foul. And again, getting close to that bonus line as well. Not there just yet. And hopefully neither of sides do, because it could totally change up how the game goes. And there we go. That's the drive from Manor that we were talking about before.
That he has that in his repertoire. He just uses it so rarely. We might see a lot more of that in this one because Ivory Coast have adjusted really well to their exterior game. And so now they might need to move it to the interior. Here's Ihem, who hasn't done much. Another great pick and roll. And you can see, big dunk. You can see there the hesitation from the corner defenders to bite down on that. But they will, and that will open up the 3s as well. Right now, Ivory Coast winning the chess match. But, Egypt have this guy called Killer Manor.
Yeah, and he's incredibly good with the dribble here as well. As you can see, he just finds an opening for himself on his own. It's going to be tackled from the corner to put up that 3-pointer, and that's, as I said before, it's just a man's signature move.
Now, look, that was phenomenal work from Mohamed Younes, the captain there, to get the board for Egypt. Find the man in the corner like that. And it was actually great boxing out and rebounding and crashing of the boards from Ivory Coast as Omar comes up with the steal there.
And an instant timeout called as well.
Yes.
The experience comes into play, gets his players on that side of the court here. 22 seconds to work with, plenty of time as you are already there. So it's just a matter about positioning yourself for that perfect shot. Yam is going to give it over back to Omar. That's
Is it in? Rattles out here. Now, Omar, I cannot remember seeing Omar shoot a free throw, so I don't know. I can't remember from FIBA Esports Open 2 if he can knock these down. Here he comes.
Should.
There you go. All right. Question answered. I'm not going to say anything. Very nicely done, Omar. I'm sorry I ever questioned it.
Yeah.
3-point lead here for Ivory Coast. Killer Manor will just be looking at that scoreboard and thinking, 3 points.
I could change something about that, right?
Yep.
Fake pumps it for a second there. 10 seconds to shoot. Forgive back over to Manor. Forgive is open to take a pass for a brief moment there. As Manor tries to get those defensive players to the left-hand side of the court. Fake pumps it again over to Tahart in the corner. Not going to be good for 2 times in a row, but the rebound is almost there. It's going to be a jump ball.
Now, where's the possession arrow here? No, we're actually going to see our jump ball. Here we go.
Oh, it's going to be in the hands of Ivory Coast there. Yannick.
Omar getting up. The afro gave him a little extra height there, I think, maybe. A little bit extra aerodynamic ability. Fantastic leaps there. Good hops. Ihem has been quiet. Misses that 3. And once again, Egypt have a chance here to either close the lead or draw even. Killer Manor pulling up on the deep three, rattles out, and who else but Omar on the huge defensive rebound. And that's going to be an easy dunk for Luton. Honestly, I was expecting the pass to the wing. I think the defenders were as well. But a 5-point lead here for Ivory Coast. And this is looking good for them here. So far, so good. Really focused game. 3, though, for beautiful Killer Manor.
All right, narrows down the point gap back to 2. Minute 50 seconds remaining before halftime. As Iam is going to be fouled against. That's going to be a reach-in foul again. 19 seconds on the shot clock here for Ivory Coast to finish off strong here in the second quarter, right before halftime. That's always a momentum change for a lot of these teams participating here today. But with 6 seconds to shoot, Iam needs to make a play happen. It's going to be Yam from that position. Of course, that's going to go through.
So just put yourself in Yam's shoes for a moment, okay? First of all, you know, size 18, so get ready for that. But he hasn't touched the ball in the whole quarter, and he's called upon pretty much, air quotes, you know, mildly cold, shall we say, to just execute a perfect 3, and he does. Beautiful work.
Iam looking towards Yannick. This time around, he's going to be greeted by a defensive player in the left-hand side corner there. Iam comes in to help out, but it's going to be Omar to take it home. Easy 2 for them. 7-point lead, and a last minute remaining before halftime. Egypt is in the lead in this series, but so far lacking right before halftime.
7-point lead, the largest deficit they've had as Manor pulls back. A rare miss for him. Ivory Coast trying to work a bucket here.
Can't really do it so far. Look at the defense from Egypt. 1, 2 steal attempts, even a third I counted there, as I am doing a great job holding on to the ball. It's going to rattle out.
Unfortunate for Yannick. They worked that incredibly well, Ivory Coast. About a 4.5 second differential here between game clock and shot clock. Manor wants the 3, though. That helps his team's cause a lot. The lead is now only 4. Probably the final possession here. 15 seconds left until halftime. And Ivory Coast probably want the final say here. They're going to let this clock go. And so far, so good. Job half done for Ivory Coast. We have a late steal, though. 2 seconds left. Going up for the shot. Well, that was pretty impressive. As we see, Ivory Coast shooting only 30% from beyond the arc, yet somehow have the lead. And I got to tell you, their defense has been smothering, and their teamwork and their ball rotation has been phenomenal. But their mental fortitude here on display, so far so good. They played a perfect half as best I can tell. And now can they continue it here into the third quarter, which is where Egypt really shone.
It didn't go through.
Sorry, okay, I was about to say big dunk, but it wasn't. Where this was Egypt's quarter in the first game. So can they bounce back here themselves? So far, so good for Egypt. Maybe a bit fortunate that dunk didn't go in, but good hustle on defense.
And Manor here, currently 16 points to his name. And he just showed us that if the three-pointers are not working out as they didn't in the first half, he's just going to take the ball in and matters in his own hands. Just take that drive right home. 8 seconds remaining here for Ivory Coast to attempt to make a play happen. Omar
driving in. Oh, and won't go in. A difficult contested shot there. And now Egypt have a chance to either tie it up or take the lead. The lead was as high as 7 here, so they've scored 5 unanswered points. Can they continue? Manor just breaking ankles, shattering ankles. Big rejection from Omar. That's a turnover. Fantastic work from Ivory Coast captain.
Left-hand side is open if needed, but it's going to be Yam to take the shot on the right. The rebound is going to fall straight into the hands of Mohamed, who's going to pass it over to Killer Manor. Tahir on the three-point line, greeted by Yannick. Can't really get past him as Killer Manor in possession. Mohamed is going to be fouled against. Ooh. That's a shooting foul. Not going to count with the hoop.
Now, he's been good. He's been good from the line, so I'm expecting that we're going to have tie ball game here in the third.
One thing I wanted to quickly comment on here whilst there are free throws happening, and he does get the first here, is that Ivory Coast have 5 steals to their name. and Egypt only 1. So
Yeah.
the reflexes are there for Ivory Coast.
Definitely. I think their defense has been really, really kind of sticky here in game number 2.
But it's an even game.
There
It's
we
an
go.
even game.
Turnover here. FIBA Esports Open 3, grand final of the African Conference. Egypt took game 1 in a best-of-3 series here. Right now we got a tie ball game in the third. Mohamed Younes, the captain, is activated. Trying to work something here. 3 seconds to shoot. Killer Manor so good with the ball in hand. Green 3, and that is a 3-point lead for Egypt.
He's practicing those buzzer beaters already in case those are going to be needed.
10 straight points now unanswered for Egypt. We asked, as we see a captain's basket right there. My word, did they need that huge dunk right there.
A huge sigh of relief as well. The things are still going their way. Both paint players both paint beasts have activated their avatars as well.
So we
expect rebounds.
We spoke about, how hard it is to maintain this high level of focus and ability and execution for 4 complete quarters. And so far in the third quarter, Ivory Coast just switched off a tiny bit at halftime. As Kilimantar strokes it again, he's missed, but a great rebound here. Who else? The captain, Mohamed Younes.
Killer Manor on the 3-point line, 8 seconds to shoot. Mohamed was open for a pass as well, but of course a reach and foul is going to stop that play in its tracks. 14 seconds to go.
Okay, trying to work some magic right here, Kilimantar. We got to be close to the bonus. Kilimantar's got green and a 3, and the lead is now 4 for Egypt. They are on a 13-2 run here in the third quarter.
And it's a bit of a sinking feeling in your stomach if you're Ivory Coast right now, starting to feel that game starting to slip away from you. That interception was absolutely devastating for Ivory Coast right now, as Manor as well has activated his avatar. And look, we all know that means no more missed frees.
Yeah, what it means is there's very, very little penalty on his shooting, and in particular on the contested shots as well, which means with a player with his skill can bang in shots like that, as we see. Whoa, okay, he missed completely.
Shot clock violation for Ivory Coast. So they ran down the clock so far, and obviously Egypt doing an amazing job defensively. They'll have to do it again, though, as Ivory Coast, with 18 seconds to go on a shot clock. You can see I am greeted here with 2 players. Omar kind of lingering around that paint area.
Yam misses again. He's missed a couple. Omar gives him a second opportunity, but a great defensive effort here. I think we're close to bonus. We got to be getting close now. Look, Ivory Coast again. Are we going to get to the end of this game and rue these misses? It's so hard,
the
isn't it?
thing that fears me here for Ivory Coast is the fact that Manor is starting to wake up again.
Yeah, I mean, General Yamamoto, we've awoken a sleeping giant here. You got to be careful. Killer Manor green again. You called it, my friend.
Up by 7 is Egypt right now. The debut on the big stage for this team. And oh my, what more can you ask for here as it's a one-on-one play that he needs to make here. Nice, beautiful sidestep to the left.
My word, did they need that. That was a clutch 3 down the stretch here in the third quarter. They need a stop and another bucket. Honestly, otherwise, Egypt are going to come in with this lead to the fourth quarter, and I don't think they're going to let up. It's going to be so difficult for Ivory Coast because you called it. Killer Manor is on now. Good ball rotation. Great defensive moves here. Forcing another shot clock violation. That is the second here down the stretch. So Ivory Coast switching back on. 12 seconds here in the third quarter to make something happen. They really, really need some points here as the quarter comes to a close.
Yeah, Ivory Coast have a chance to answer here. The game is as close as ever. 2 seconds to shoot. IM needs to go for it. Pass over to Omar. He makes it in time.
Did that count?
It had to.
No.
It didn't.
Oh, fractions of seconds we're talking about there. And now, with Egypt getting the ball here, an opportunity to extend their lead. But Ivory Coast defense, I would say, in the last few possessions, markedly improved.
Yeah, and Egypt in prime position here as well. They're close to the bonus. That is an
Rare air ball.
Yeah.
But look, who let him away with it? You know, he had 49 points in
You're
game
allowed
one.
one.
You're allowed a couple of air balls. Look, I would even at this stage say you can have a backcourt violation. But and that's a lot coming from this casting duo. So look, here comes IHAM with a chance. Jokes aside, they really need buckets on every possession here, Ivory Coast. That is a contested deep three. I did not like that look at all.
It felt slightly rushed,
Yeah,
but
it
now
did.
Manor on a mission on his own, and a reaching foul against him puts Egypt one step closer to that bonus as well. 15 seconds on the shot clock. Manor lingering towards that left-hand side. He's been very sharp and precise from that position, but it's going to be Forgive. The ball is going to reach it. It's going to be Mohamed to slam it home. You could see that Omar wasn't expecting that pass to go there.
A rare mistake there defensively from Ivory Coast. They have been really, really solid. You know, as evidenced by our scoreline here, it's the fourth quarter, and it's 38-32. I got to tell you, if this Ivory Coast shot selection and execution doesn't improve here, it's going to get ugly, okay?
Oh, for sure.
But the good news is, if they can improve it, they are so close to tying this game up, maybe forcing an overtime, maybe forcing a third and deciding game here in the grand final for the Africa Conference. So we live in hope as casters, and all of the fans from Ivory Coast watching. We know Egypt is really active in the chat as well. Big interception from Omar. Massive interception. This is a must-score possession right here. Got to knock that in.
Oh, I didn't like that. I did not like that. That felt rushed, and an instant steal goes
Great
through.
timeout
Called.
That is a captain's timeout. That is absolutely phenomenal work from Omar. So they are switched on mentally here, Ivory Coast. Can they get some points here? Can they close the gap?
We're amping up the pace as the clock starts to run down more and more between these two. 4 points, and there we go.
2 points in it now. 3 minutes, 11 seconds left in game number 2, quarter number 4, Africa Conference Grand Final, FIBA Esports Open 3. Killer Manor doing his best to work a shot. He's pulled the trigger. It's a miss. A huge offensive rebound here from Mohamed. Finds Forgive Yas, and he knocks home the 3. That is clutch.
Absolutely. +5 for Egypt right now. 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. I am looking as strong as ever. He could even take the drive home. Why we wouldn't go for those opportunities? Oh, my God.
Good cut. Easy bucket. That's what the doctor ordered right there. And losing my voice here in the final.
Hey, losing my mind right now because this game is so incredibly close. Only a single three-pointer between the two. Who is it going to be to step it up here as Monar is still looking to extend that lead, but he's very professionally being stopped right now. And there we go. That's the drive that we were talking about. The layup is not good, but the rebound is. It's going to be tackled from the corner with the three-pointer. It still rattles out.
Massive defensive stop here for Ivory Coast. Coming down to 2 minutes left. It is a one-possession game. They need to be cool. They need to be calm. They need to communicate. They need to work a good shot. There can be no empty possessions. That's what the doctor ordered. A one-point game. We're there again, my friend. We're there again. This is huge.
24 points for Omar, stepping up huge for Ivory Coast in the second game in the grand finals here. This best-of-3 series is intense as ever as Booty unfortunately doesn't manage to nail the shot there. Tahir on the three-point line. We'll pass it over to Manor. Mohamed as well. He's getting ready to set up a screen here, but a steal happens.
And a foul. Oh, my God. Yam gets the steal. He gets the sticky fingers in there. Brilliant stuff here. And now an opportunity for Ivory Coast to take the lead. This is massive right here. So the communication will be critical. Playing the screen game. Waiting for the roll to the basket there. And here comes Iham with the finger roll, and that's the lead. Unbelievable.
These are the opportunities I wanted them to use, and I really seems like he heard me. The snowflake is there for Manor. This is the absolutely worst time to have that next to your name. Only a minute remaining here.
Oh, an unnecessary foul, though. Be very, very careful. I cannot believe we've seen Killer Manor be activated already in this game. Now he has the snowflake. Good cut to the basket there from Mohamed Yunus. Look at the rotational defense in the passing lanes from Ivory Coast. They want to push this to a game 3. a decider right now with the 1-point lead. They will pump the brakes, slow this right down, and work their magic. IM with the 3, it's in! Massive!
Takes it home, 45-41 here. Now it's a 4-point game. It's 2 baskets that Egypt needs to get. And with Manor having a snowflake, that could be a bit of an issue at the moment. 17 seconds to shoot. They need to come up a plan here quickly. Where's Mohamed? He's open for a pass, and he could go with a play here against Omar. Instead, it's going to be the fake pump from Forgive. Back over to Manor with a 3-pointer. Does it go through? It does not. But Mohamed with the rebound.
Huge offensive rebound there. This next possession will more than likely determine the outcome of the game. This is really, really massive right here. Only about a 3-second differential.
Look at the time. Look at the time.
I know. Oh, my God.
Why
Here we go.
isn't Egypt going for a steal right now? There's no time remaining.
IM with the 3. That's going to be the dagger. We are going to a game 3 here. 5 points in it here. 8.5 seconds. Well, maybe I won't speak too soon. I won't speak too soon. 8.5 seconds, though. This is massive. This is going to have to be clutch. In the corner. You got to pull the trigger.
Oh, a bit of a blunder. That's it. Ivory Coast have done it. They're going to take this to game number 3. They're running down the clock. That's all she wrote. 48-43 in game number 2, and we have a series on our hands.
Absolutely massive. That was such a seesaw battle right there. Captain Omar, stand up, because that was literally a captain's performance to secure that victory.
That was a 30-point game for him.
Massive. He did everything that was required of them. That Ivory Coast defense stepped up so much. I cannot believe they blew their lead in the third quarter. I thought Egypt were going to run away with it. And then just towards the end of the third quarter, it was like the light switch just went off there, and they just found their mental game again. That is absolutely huge. As we see Omar with 24 points, the next closest player was Iham with 11 points. That was a huge performance from him.
And look, it's not like Manor didn't put up any points for his team. He still managed to get 25, and Mohamed there as well with 12
huge
to his name. And look at the amount of rebounds, 13 rebounds. That's what Mohamed was able to obtain during this game. It was a huge reason as to why Egypt was able to keep this game so close.
Absolutely.
But as you said before, I think one of the factors that we're not really taking into account here, I touched upon this briefly beforehand, but once we called it out, by the time we called out the 5 steals that Ivory Coast had in their pocket coming into that second half, they added at least 3 more on top of that.
Spot on. That's great analysis. And we have a look at the final account there. 10 steals for Ivory Coast. They really milked it at the end there. You know what? I'm looking at Yam's stats, okay? He had that one big 3 early on, and we said, wow, okay, he's listening. Then he ended up shooting 1 from 5. And that was nearly the difference. I made a note there in the third, kind of biting our nails there a little bit as they were missing these open threes, maybe forcing and rushing a couple of them Ivory Coast. And I honestly thought they were shooting themselves in the foot. But my word, did Omar step up. That is just a phenomenal leadership performance. As you said, shout out there in game 2 to Mohamed Younes as well. 13 rebounds is just animal. A beast, well and truly paint beast right there. Killer Manor played a pretty flawless game. They just put him under so much pressure.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of attention was diverted towards him. And, well, I mean, the teammates there couldn't really have any opportunities to step up. Tahert had a few of those chances to shoot for 3, only managed to score 1. Same for Forgive as well here. So perhaps a bit of a plan change was in order for Egypt. But look, is the first time for the guys here in the grand finals.
Yeah.
They have now taken this to game number 3 by coming in with a win afterwards. This time around, game number 2, they were forced to bow their heads in front of Ivory Coast, and that's probably the experience kicking through. The question is now, because it's do or die for both teams at the moment, it's a best of 1.
It really is. It's come down to game 3. It's going to be bloody awesome, okay? And what we saw there was, I think, the mental fortitude from Ivory Coast coming back as reigning champs. They've been there before. They've done it. Coming back, and they definitely skidded a little bit there for about 4 minutes in the third quarter. As we can see, they were outscored 13-5 in the third, but then turned it around with that massive fourth quarter performance, and were able to snag the lead and hold it in the end. Honestly, this is impossible to pick.
What else?
Toss a coin. Toss a coin.
Are we going for an overtime in the third game?
Count me in. Absolutely.
Yeah?
Count me in.
I feel like that's the case here.
And
That's the name of the game today.
Absolutely amazing. It is. I think we're going OT. And
Why not double? Throw in a double in that.
Double
yeah,
OT.
All three. That's fine.
Double OT. Why not? And so, look, we are just waiting for the players to exit the virtual tunnel and have a quick look at lineups again. Sure, why not?
Sure.
And just see has anything changed here. Ivory Coast, Yam, Omar, Yannick, Ihem, Luton. So they are backing themselves. That was kind of an interesting talking point before game number 2. And we were saying they weren't far off, and they backed themselves. So why not? If they must have a mentality right now that if it isn't broken, don't fix it. Likewise, Egypt.
Tahir, Killer Manor, Mohamed, Booty, Forgive. These players have been amazing. Obviously, Manor together with Mohamed have been quite the duo. Tahir again with those 3-pointers from the left-hand side corner. Body and Forgive both have the right-hand side of the court to deal with offensively. And, I mean, they've been quite successful in doing so. I think a bit more perhaps passing is required amongst them when they're on the offense, just to get the defense of Ivory Coast out of position, right? Because they can't ignore the ball. So if the ball goes towards the right-hand side a bit more, where Booty and Forgive tends to play, that's going to leave Manor slightly more open and perhaps gives him a bit more time to get those perfect 3-pointers in.
Yeah, definitely. So we thought the obvious tactic for Ivory Coast was to limit Killer Manor's points, and they did. He went from 49 points to 25 points. Okay, if that happens again here in game number 3, then it's time for Tahir, Booty, or Forgivius, to step up. All right, and so as Snoop Dogg would say it with your booty. You've got to step up and make these threes. Okay, and there's going to be no Forgivius. There's going to be no forgiveness. You got to be brutal and take those threes. And I don't have any one-liner to say about Tahir except. In all seriousness, that all 3 of them do need to step up and take those shots and make those shots to give Egypt a chance to dethrone the current kings of the African Conference, Ivory Coast, who really stepped up there in game number 2.
Yeah, and I mean, they showed us as well why they were the champions of Africa Conference back in FIBA Esports Open 2. And we have the players walking out on the court here. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the third and final game in this series between Egypt and Ivory Coast. Egypt first time on the international stage here in FIBA Esports Open 3. Ivory Coast are your returning champions, and Egypt are going to see if they can perhaps get that juicy win as well. That would just finish off the Cinderella story here for them, right?
Yeah.
Coming in brand new, getting through groups, getting through the semifinals, into the grand finals. And, they've done it once here, and that should be the line that they should be telling themselves. They've done it once. They can do it again. They can win over Ivory Coast. And for Ivory Coast as well, they had the resilience to come back into the game, to overtake the lead. They had the mental fortitude to recognize the mistakes the opposing side is making. And their eyes are sharp as ever as the tip goes in favor of Egypt.
So you're absolutely right. Like, mentally, they know they can beat Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast likewise know that they've got Egypt's number. So it's going to come down to concentration as Omar gets an early defensive stand and a nice dunk there at the other end.
That was Luton.
Yeah, Luton just getting some quick points. Really nicely done.
Killer Manor with a 3-pointer now, looking for it. Nice attempt, but it's going to bounce out. It's there, Omar there to pick up the rebound, and Yam now stopped on the 3-point line. Look at this cluster of players. 80% of the players on the field are just concentrated in a single position for a second there, as I am now good dribble. Getting those defensive players out of position. Omar there with the screen, takes the pass and gets it through.
Magnificent. 4 points here. Omar has played a role in all of it. And the captain just continuing to put the team on his shoulders. Now Killer Manor says, I got you. I got you guys. Here you go, team.
He's giving them a bit of a reminder. Something to worry about.
Quick
what
turnover.
A steal from Forgive. Left-hand side is open. That was Tanik, but
look,
It's
that's
the
a good
region.
that's a good foul
of
by
course.
Luton.
The coach
Yeah.
is saying, thank God.
Yeah, thank you. Good foul right there. But really, really great hustle here from Egypt as well. I love it. You know, national pride is on the line here, representing your nation.
And those are the highest stakes.
Yeah, definitely. And look, it's just great to see the effort here, the concentration from and the discipline from both sets of players. Killer manner again, and just like that, Egypt is showing how devastating they can be.
Starting to put up these last-second three-pointers, and those are the worst ones, in my opinion, because it feels like, oh, you messed up, and then he's like, no, I didn't, as I heard, looking to see if he can respond with the same. Not this time around. And Manor going to be looking for one more to his name, most likely.
Watching that battle between Muhammad Yunus and Omar as well. And, you know, he was really boxing Omar out there. They were paying so much attention to him. So I feel as though Egypt are probably thinking, okay, if we can make Omar and Iham have slightly slower games here, stick to our own game plan. Maybe that's what they let's go for the win.
Pass. Did you see that?
Beautiful dish right there, and a great baseline cut from Tarrant as well. There was good defense from Ivory Coast. It's so hard to react.
Shoots it under the elbow, straight line, and I mean, perfect timing coming out from Egypt.
Just a dot, right? A real dot. Good ball rotation here.
Yannick, they're not going to allow him to shoot this time around. They know he's shot with the threes from the corner, but it's going to be Omar. A captain again stepping up for the team, but Egypt still in the lead by 2. It's 2 minutes and 20 seconds still remaining in the first quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, you and I are both massive advocates of just taking points just like that from Mohamed Souness. We're seeing captain end-to-end throwing in these dunks, points in the paint. We're both massive advocates of take whatever's on offer. Don't have an empty possession, right?
It's going to come back and haunt you if you don't. Trust me. Like you're going to be walking home after the game and thinking, man, I really should have just gone for the shot there. Now with 7 seconds remaining, what a block coming out from Egypt. Iham does manage to regain possession. Back over to Omar.
What a pass. That was incredible.
Happened?
Just a laser right there from halfway all the way down to the baseline, and a great finish by Omar as well. I tell you what, these two teams are pushing each other to their absolute limits of performance right here, and both of them are stepping up to the challenge.
Killer Manor teasing Ivory Coast right now, trying to get all the attention to him, looking for that pass. A defensive 3-second violation. Team Egypt ball.
He's going to get the shot here, and they're going to get the possession. So that's pretty nice right there if you're Egypt.
That's Omar. Yeah. That's Omar lingering around a bit too much there.
Just hanging around, but that's okay. I mean, like, look, he's been playing a flawless game. There are going to be the odd mistake. It's only 1 point, and now they have a chance to stop again. Killer Manor had to pull the trigger right there. They got the board back, though. Booty from the corner. And it's going to be a 3. That's huge. A 6-point lead here in the first quarter for Egypt.
It did look like he stepped on the line there, so I was just making sure
this close.
Well that we
this close.
Don't jump the gun on the three-pointer there. Iham, though, looking. Can't really seem to find that opportunity. That's a screen attempt from Omar being set up for him. And what a pass again, as you can see.
Just for the folks at home, they are making both defensively and offensively, both teams, they're making very difficult things look ridiculously easy. They have a way of doing that, don't they?
Same as Manor now, just almost looked like Ivory Coast had no defense. He just walked through, took the drive, of course, landed the 2 for the team here. 28 seconds remaining in the first quarter as Egypt is leading by 6. Ivory Coast looking to respond.
Yam pulling the trigger. Another miss. He now hasn't made a three-pointer in literally 4 quarters, and they've got to step up. Somebody else has to step up here. Good timeout from Egypt.
Yeah, there was a risk of losing the ball, so the timeout was called to just reset the play here. 11 seconds remaining, plenty of time to work with. A few passes around the board there. Wouldn't be too surprised if it found Mohamed there at the end, as he is asking for the pass.
Oh, what an alley-oop. That was massive. 3 seconds to shoot. A quick turnover. Can he drop it in? Forgiveness.
Oh, get out of town.
Will it count?
I don't think so. Did it?
No, it didn't.
No.
Still,
okay, so it was after time.
8-point lead for Egypt. And Ivory Coast will just want to drop in some points on the next couple of possessions just to stay within touching distance right here. Pretty important. That is a loosey-goosey pass, but they get it back there. Very nice hustle from Ivory Coast.
Yeah, Egypt bringing in the steal game of their own, showing that they can do it as well. A reach and foul happening here this time around. Still going to be put the ball back is going to be, well, excuse my English there. The ball is going to be put back into play from the sidelines by Luton as I am in possession here. 10 seconds still remaining. Omar wide open to go for another easy 2 for the team here. And small baby steps are being made, but the point difference is being narrowed down.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be, it looks like another cagey, low-scoring affair. Both teams playing really, really hard, scrappy defense. As we say that, there's another steal. Getting in the passing lanes, just being a menace, okay, to the opposition. That's what's needed right here. Oh, the corner is open. Oh, baiting the corner. You can see that right there. I am trying to work some magic here.
What's
Five to shoot.
Omar isn't open for the pass. It's IM to seal the deal for himself, and instead it's going to be a shot clock violation. It looked like they wanted to play through Omar again, but because Mohamed was lingering around for too much of a time was wasted, and eventually a second too late, IM to get close to the basket there. Manor now.
Beautiful three-pointer. Look, Manor is just unfazed, okay? He'll continue to take his shots. You know, he'll reach his quota.
Yeah, a bit of a dribble there and there. He gets his casual 20-plus three-pointers.
Exactly. He'll make it look easy. I'm calling it now. Somebody else on the Ivory Coast team as Iham knocks home a 3 of his own. But that aside, somebody else for the Ivory Coast team does need to step up here. You know, is it going to be Yannick? Is it going to be Luton? Is it going to be Yam? Somebody's just got to help out the two main playmakers as Killer is starting to feel it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's the dangerous territory with him. Those fast sidesteps into an instant shot. That is not something you want to see if you're Ivory Coast is here. I am perhaps looking for another three-pointer of his own. Omar is there to help out, and again, he's going to be open for a second there. 7 to shoot.
Miss. Great board from Omar, though. Great effort right there. Yam with a rare touch. They're going to redistribute the ball here. Only 7 to shoot. Going to have to do something. Corner was open. Pulls it back.
And no time. Another shot clock violation is going to come through here. It's going to be Team Egypt's ball for the second time in a row. Excellent hustle on the defense from Egypt.
Exactly. It must be frustrating for Ivory Coast right there, but it is all down to that effort, that heart, the ticker from Egypt right there. Is that an illegal screen? Yeah, I thought as much. And so, look, Ivory Coast halfway through the second quarter here. Game number 3, decider, Grand Final Africa Conference, FIBA Esports Open 3. Ivory Coast have to drop in some points on a few possessions in a row here. You would have to think to get back into this one. The captain, Mr. Reliable in the middle there. Omar taking care of business. That helps a little bit. Still, in a low-scoring game, 7 points is quite a lot.
Absolutely true, and it can feel like an absolute mile that you need to walk in someone's shoes to even get back into that, but you're absolutely right. They're great play coming out from Ivory Coast.
3 seconds.
Yannick.
Sorry, nearly 3-second violation right there.
Yep.
Great spot for Yannick.
That's a 2-pointer, and it's not going to be good, but it's still going to be Ivory Coast ball. Mohamed there couldn't really gain control of the ball there. It does manage to divert it still, and 14 seconds remaining for Ivory Coast. That's not like a lot of time.
Not a lot, but they can work something here. Somebody has to step up and start to hit those shots, though, because Egypt have really dialed in on those two, okay? And if you're going to take away Iham and Omar with another bucket at the end.
But a second too late. Maybe not even that. 17 points to Killer Manor's name already there. 3 assists as well. So really coming alive now, and right before halftime. This is probably the worst time for Ivory Coast when they get to see that. But Omar asking for that pass there. Is going to be forced to move out. A 3-point attempt, not going to be good. No. The rebound is great for Egypt as Manor on fire.
Right now, everything going Egypt's way. That is a huge 3, a miss, and a lucky bounce for Ivory Coast. Get those 2 points at the other end. Closes the lead here to 7. 48 seconds left here. Killer Manor activate. I thought that was going in for all the money in the world right there. Manor, that's guaranteed. No, that's beautiful.
That's the adjustment he was looking for. And I was just about to say, right, obviously we thought the ball was going to go through, but still, he was in motion as he was taking the shot, and having that avatar activated. You really don't know waste your opportunities. It's better to make sure that you have a straight shot.
Absolutely there. Look, and
what a steal again comes through for Egypt. Over to Manor, who's going to drive it home. It's not going to be good. The fast turnover here as I am long pass into the corner. Over to Luton, who can take the drive, gets the slam as well. 21-29, 10 seconds remaining.
Here we go. Final 10 seconds. Killer Manor still activated. Trying to milk this clock down to halftime. Trying to get something. Pulls the trigger. It's a miss. We got 2 seconds left. Forgiveness has it. Phenomenal.
29-21 here. Egypt.
Okay, look.
In the lead.
20% from beyond the arc for Ivory Coast. If they want to remain the kings of Africa, if they want to protect their title, somebody has to step up and make a shot. I'm sorry, I don't want to be too harsh, but there's been too many bricks right there. Omar has done everything he can as captain with dunks like that and drives like that. That is exactly how you start the third quarter. They look switched on here, but somebody else from Ivory Coast has come up to grab the bull by the horns and take the game.
Everything is riding on this second half here. Forgive is going to be stopped on his way to the basket. Manor on the three-point line, 5 seconds to shoot. Has a chance here.
Great cut. Massive dunk. Really good work from Tahert there. Showing us something we haven't seen as well. And look, this might be the time where Ivory Coast have to go to a different game plan. Because right now, this 8-point differential is quite a bit given the current, points scored by both teams in this game. It's a big percentage. Nice dunk from Omar. Every bucket helps. I think they might need to go to the paint a little bit more if you're Ivory Coast.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more here as Killer Manor looking for that perfect play. Fake pumps it quickly. Body was open there to the right-hand side as well.
Big stop.
Instead, yeah, it's going to be a reach and foul.
This is a big stop right here. Now, right now, you got an opportunity to make this a one-possession game if you're Ivory Coast. IHM has to step up. One of these sharpshooters needs to step up. I wouldn't be upset with just another easy bucket as well. But if we work our magic, that's fantastic defense from Killer Manor, showing the killer instinct with a huge alley-oop right there. You think they don't want to be champions first time in the tournament? This is huge for Egypt.
And things start to go their way more and more so, and it might feel like a slippery slope here for Ivory Coast, but not unless Omar has something to say about it. Good attempt, gets the rebound there as well, but another steal comes through for Egypt as they could just continuously take the ball away from Ivory Coast's hands. And Killer Manor now looking for that perfect opportunity. Mohamed comes through to step up and just babysits him through the hoop. Instead, they decide to play this one out. Well, basically triggering a reach and foul against them. That is good news if you're on the Egypt side, because obviously getting into the bonus now would be the perfect time.
Yeah, absolutely. It resets that shot clock as well. That was a really good defensive effort. Really good defensive effort here again from Ivory Coast. They live yet, and now they've got to try and work something. Pulls it back. Yannick thought about it in the corner. Look at the defensive effort from both teams. They're flying around the court. It's just a blur of red and white jerseys here as IM steps up with a clutch three. We said somebody needed to step up for Ivory Coast. IM says, hold my Gatorade, I got you. 5-point differential right now. Killer Manor working a three of his own. Oh my God, that is the heart of a champion right there.
Look, I'm expecting I am here to get back-to-back three-pointers, because if he does so, the confidence is going to be there to continue that reign of threes, and that's exactly what Ivory Coast is missing right now, as you mentioned so many times before here. But a reach and foul against them is going to stop the play here with 14 seconds remaining. Still plenty of time to do something as Luton puts the ball back into play, and another steal happens for Egypt. What is this, the third time in a row now that they do it in this manner?
Yeah, it's getting really scrappy defensively. Really great effort from both teams there. Lots of steals, possession changing, 8-point game, minute 44 left in the third quarter here. 3 seconds to shoot. Look at this defense. Alley-oop, great effort from Omar defensively to get a sticky pour up on that ball.
Egypt still has an 8-point lead, and with a minute and 30 seconds remaining in the third quarter here, I don't know if Ivory Coast will have the guts to come back into this, but not with a huge slam dunk like that, they will.
All they found was a pair of shoes on the ground and then a dunk. That was massive. Here we go. Killer Manor now. Working the ball skills, trying to work an open shot. Big open lane there. Mohamed Younes with a fake of his own. What effort from Omar to get the block. Absolutely massive. They needed that, Ivory Coast. They're trying to, nearly backcourt violation. Omar has now activated a takeover as well. Look at this great drive from Ihem. That's one of the first times we've seen him take it to the rack.
Yeah, and I feel like that was actually the plan there for him to activate it at the time, act like he's going to be the one going in for the shot, and instead it was Ihem.
Only 8 points for Ihem in the game at the moment. That is a little bit of a quokka shocker right there, as we say in Australia. On the other side, we said Killer Manor will get his 25 points no matter what. Look, every possession pretty much crucial from here on out as we come down to the final moments.
Close to that line.
I know. Final moments here of the third. Great offensive board by Omar. Got his own rebound. They're going to reset this here. Yannick not quite open. Ihem also 4 to shoot. They're going to have to pull the trigger. Deep three. Stepped back. He was a little bit open. There was a hand up on that shot right there, though. And now, 7 seconds here. Manor, you just know he wants to drop in a three right here.
He will go for it eventually. No, it's going to be the alley-oop to finish things off here with 0.7 seconds remaining. Egypt in the lead by 8 at the finish of the third quarter here. And the last 5 minutes are going to be absolute nail-biters yet again here. We saw it last game, and it's going to be the same story this time around. The question is, will history repeat itself 2 times in a row? When will Ivory Coast be able to scrap their way back into this? Or is it going to be Egypt finally putting an end to this series and getting their first win here, as well as they get that huge slam dunk?
That might be our answer right there. Oh, my word. 10-point lead for Egypt here in the fourth quarter. There is still plenty of time. We know that Ivory Coast can go on a little bit of a roll here. We know they can pull out all stops, drop in some big threes, but there are going to need to be heroes standing up. Names taken. Somebody needs to answer the call right here. Great cut from Omar. Drawing the foul. Couldn't get the bucket to go. But
that was close enough.
Yeah, he's been solid from the line, though. Expect these to go in.
There goes the first. Gets it through, of course. And, I mean, we talked about this previously today as well, where we hadn't had the chance to see Omar. And, of course, shines as always on the performance.
Absolutely. Look, captain doing captain things right there.
Leading
really.
by example, I must say.
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt. Attempted alley-oop. I don't know how he saved that, but he did. I thought Omar was definitely going to get that. Killer Manor. Massive three down the stretch here. 11-point lead, their largest lead in the fourth quarter of the grand final. Game 3. Trying to become the new champions of the Africa Conference at the FIBA Esports Open 3. Killer Manor stepping up with another massive play, this time on the defensive side of the ball. Another alley-oop, missed it. Okay, it's end-to-end stuff. I can't keep up. This is huge.
It's really becoming intense here. Obviously, every single possession is bringing insane consequences for both of these teams right now. Reach-in foul is going to happen. 14 seconds to work with here for Ivory Coast. Omar so far being quintessential to their success together with Ihem. Was slightly silent in the points department during this game, but still Omar steps up yet again. 45-36 here. It's a 9-point game between the two, and Manor is going to be looking to extend that lead even further for Egypt. 3 minutes and 20 seconds to work with here. Yeah. Can Egypt do it? That's an absolutely cleanest of threes that Egypt needed this.
Absolutely. My word. And Ivory Coast, a much-needed timeout. I mean, that was absolutely one of the most clutch threes of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, look here. There's no other way of saying this. Egypt are starting to run away with the whole event, and Ivory Coast. There we go. That's Ihem setting up huge.
Look, we've said it before. We'll say it again. It is not about how many points you score. It's about when you score them. If he can get going here late in the fourth, Egypt, have a 9-point lead. So that's 3 threes. If Ivory Coast can answer the call, they will become national heroes. But look at this.
Oh, no. This is happening again. It's back-to-back three-pointers for Manor, and he's really getting on a roll right now. And Ivory Coast need an answer there. That's Omar.
Oh, my word. The captain. It's still a 10-point deficit, though. And Killer Manor has activated here. Look out. That's all I got to say, because this means it's like the rim just becomes a little bit wider,
Yeah, right.
And he can just pour in the threes. He's also going to milk the clock here. True professional. Pull up on that one. Rattles out. Hope yet for Ivory Coast, but a great steal. It's Forgivius getting back there. Killer Manor was close as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bit wishful thinking with that long pass, having two defensive players already from Egypt returned back, and now Manor again on fire, fakes the pass there, forced to pass it over, and that's going to be Forgive stepping up with a three-pointer of his own. 54-41 here. Egypt really building upon that Cinderella story, coming in for the very first time in the grand finals now, just moments away of taking that championship title off of Ivory Coast's hands. But Ivory Coast doing everything they can right now to come back into this unsuccessful attempt on the three-pointer from Yam. Omar there with the rebound. And it's a 3-second violation from Omar.
Oh, no. I mean, he was doing everything right.
He was looking at the big picture so much that he forgot about the timer there.
Absolutely. Killer Manor, there's no way that was going in, surely. But then again, Killer Manor impresses us all the time. Ivory Coast now, it absolutely is perfection required right here. They need to score on every single possession, and they need to clamp down defensively. Only 13 points in it here. Yannick from the corner. Oh, they needed that. They needed that so badly. Oh, my word. Okay, here we go. Killer Manor now no longer activated. What is the damage done, though? He's just been devastating from beyond the arc for Egypt in this game 3. Working the clock down, even if they get a shot clock violation
They're
here.
They're just going to milk this one till the very end. Last second, Ivory Coast's ball as it was out of bounds, but only 2 seconds were remaining anyway, and it's just Egypt running down the clock as much as they can right now, so Ivory Coast don't have a lot of time to work with. On the other side, though, Ivory Coast cannot be hesitant on their offensive plays right now. Omar takes a step forward. The pass is going to be given, and oh my God, but the rebound is still good for them. Yannick on the three-point line. Over to Yam. 7 seconds to shoot there as Iam is going to give it again to Omar. This time around, he does take it home. 54-43. 11 points between the two.
So
28 seconds?
I remember the German game. The Germans, okay, they've done this. It's really difficult to do, but there is hope yet. This is what you want in grand finals. You want true epicness. Killer Manor knows what's at stake here, though. He is going to hold on to this rock like it's a baby. He's going to try and just hush this game to sleep.
Pass over to Forgive, holding on to the ball a bit more. Omar manages to intercept it. 8 seconds to go here. Iam has to take a shot right now. No time to waste. And 2 seconds, one, as they're looking at the clock. The game runs away from them, and it's going to be Egypt that are going to become your Africa FIBA Esports Open 3 Conference champions.
Massive.
With the first international performance, them on the big international stage here, taking themselves through the groups, making sure they proceed from the semifinals as well, meeting Ivory Coast in the grand finals, taking the first game, losing the second, but coming back in the third.
Absolutely. It has to be said that was phenomenal. Cinderella story. Disney are probably already making a movie. Egypt show up to their first ever international tournament and are now the champions of Africa. This is absolutely huge. And look, let's just take a moment, though, before we talk about Egypt in greater depth, to acknowledge the amazing effort there from Ivory Coast in Game 2 to come back and win. But there you have it. Our Africa Conference winners. Congratulations, Egypt.
Let's give Egypt a bit of a shout out here. So Chico, Tahert, Killer Manor, Mohammed, Youssef, Booty, and Forgive. Congratulations to you guys. You have earned it, and you have shown everyone that there is a new player in the Africa Conference that everyone needs to keep tabs on. And if we're looking at the scores here as well, Killer Manor again crossing that 30-point line. And I believe it's only fair that we give the MVP to Killer Manor because he's been so impactful with the amount of points he's been able to continuously rack up. 20 points to his name is like a minimum. He usually goes for the juggler after the 40-point mark.
So look, in the finals, he scored 49 points in game 1. 25 points in game 2, 34 points in game 3 here. He was Mr. Clutch when they needed him down the stretch every time. Ivory Coast, who gave a valiant effort every time they came sniffing close to that lead. Boom, Killer Manor, ice cold in the veins and stepping up and absolutely dominating. 9 3-pointers. And here we have a look at the entire bracket, and we can see what went down. We saw Ivory Coast really just dismantle Togo and close to the final, and we were thinking that this is a greatly improved, even though they were champs, FIBA Esports Open 2, a greatly improved Ivory Coast team. And then we saw Egypt comfortably beat Madagascar, who also put up good performances, and that kind of had us wondering, what is going to happen here? Game 1, Egypt did just enough to win 72-60. Game 2, Hearts of Champions themselves, showing their mettle, showing what they're made of. Ivory Coast, they can hold their heads high, coming back to force a Game 3, and here we are, voices failing us, losing our voices.
I don't even care anymore. I'm just happy. I'm happy that we have that one underdog story that has fulfilled itself, getting the new player on the map, and of course they proceed and win the whole thing. So we're going to try and see if we can connect with Mohamed in a second there to hear from them, the man himself as well. We really want to just, there's no other way around it. I cannot imagine what the emotions like is for the guys over there, and I would like to hear from himself.
You bet.
Because it's just an amazing story. And he said it himself as well. He's like, hopefully I get to talk to you guys again, right?
Yeah.
There we are.
Absolutely. What I love is we have color coding on a lot of our documents here and all of our pre-production documents, okay? And the players have green filled in. Green if they've participated in the FIBA Esports Open in the past. Let me just hold up the whitest sheet, the whitest team sheet you've ever seen for Team Egypt. Before. Their first time here. No butterflies, and it wasn't even the butterflies in Game 2 where Ivory Coast were able to force a Game 3 and claw back a victory. Ivory Coast were just playing out of their minds. This Egyptian team, wow. National heroes as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely, and it puts Egypt on the esports scene as well.
Oh,
as Mohamed said before, right, they really haven't had many esports titles to their name, or at least ones he could think of, and this is going to be one that it does put Egypt on the global esports map. And you know who we need to thank for that?
Well, FIBA and 2K.
Exactly.
Without a doubt, those
wouldn't be possible without
those are the two bodies who made it possible. It's awesome. Pro-Am game mode is so fun to commentate on. 5-on-5, 10 e-athletes on the court at one time, and all that customization. My God, I will never get tired of seeing national flag-colored afros for as long as I live. Absolutely love it. It's brilliant.
You should try it yourself, perhaps. Create a team in the meantime. Just your dream team. Create a fashion show.
I tell you what, the next time we're on the casting desk, if I have permission to wear,
an afro?
A giant FIBA-colored afro, maybe, I don't know. Maybe we'll match the blue background. If FIBA give me permission, I'll do it.
There's still more weekends to come.
There are.
Who knows
FIBA?
what we'll get to see up until then. In the meantime, still trying to reach Mohamed there, so don't go too far. We want to hear from the man himself and what the vibes are. Obviously, the guys are just probably losing their minds right now. And I would as well. I remember my first tournament win as well in a different discipline in esports, and it was just the craziest, surreal feeling. We had played for like the whole night as well. No sleep, nothing, 12 hours, just tournament playoffs.
Right.
And at the very end of it, it's always worth it. I believe we do have a call here, and we have Mohamed on the line. I see a big smile as well. Can you hear us?
Welcome back again.
Yes.
I tell you, I'm back.
All right, guys. Well, you just showed the world that Egypt is a serious title when it comes to e-basketball here on the global stage. And congratulations, first of all. But let us know what the feelings are like for getting that win, as well as what does this mean for Egypt?
I'm very happy, really. That's my first African title. I win Afrobasket before.
Yeah.
Under 18. I'm professional basketball player in Egypt. That's very happy. All of the team is very happy. The federation happy, too much happy for us.
Well, it's emotions, of course, are running through you. Of course, there's a lot of adrenaline right now rushing through. The hands are shaking. I know that feeling very well. I mean, look, the plays were incredible. That last game, you had so many steals going your way, as well as Monar there just continuously bombarding them with the three-pointers. Was that the plan from the get-go?
Yeah, the second match we lose because his center, Omar, kill us under the rim. Yassine guard him to stop alley-oop pass, and he makes 7 steal, I think. That's make us win. Yeah, it's a good defense.
All right,
not the 3-point in offense. The first thing is in defense, steals.
Absolutely, and I mean, you showed us as well that what the result can be if you are able to do those small adjustments in defense, and the result is tremendous. I'm going to give the word over to Chris here because he obviously is very eager to ask you a few questions.
You bet. Well, I'm going to ask the fun question. I got to say initially, though, I could see the emotion and the excitement on your face, and it's infectious and it's brilliant. And this is exactly what the FIBA Esports Open is all about.
Yes.
It's awesome to see. So thank you. We're not going to keep you long. I know you want to go celebrate.
But
look, I've got to ask you this, and I love asking this question. Okay, what is the celebratory meal? So what is the you've just won. You're now the champions of the African Conference. What does everybody get together to eat in Egypt? It's an opportunity to teach the wider global audience a little bit culturally about you as well. What do Egyptians eat to celebrate?
Sorry. Can you say again?
Yeah, what are
can't hear.
What are you going to eat for dinner tonight to celebrate the victory?
Here, we didn't eat our fast because because in Ramadan we didn't eat anything from the morning.
But you get to eat now, right?
Yeah, we will go to eat.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, look. All right. Look, moving on then. The other thing I might do is we'd love to give an opportunity for you to just take the microphone. And if you want to give a shout out to anybody, the federation.
Any message for the youngsters?
Yeah, a message for the next generation who are watching you win today. The floor is yours. Take it away.
First thing I want to thank our federation, Egyptian Federation. They support us to reach this tournament. And I want to say thanks for my roster. Thanks for Killer Manor. He helped us to win this. And all players try to be like Egypt.
Absolutely, yeah. You bet. And we know that chat were going absolutely crazy. There are a lot of Egyptian flags and emotes in chat. So they were there. They were supporting you. And by the way, you heard that
Egypt here.
There you go. That's awesome. And you know that Killer Manor is the MVP. I don't know. Did you hear us say that on air? But he is the MVP.
I hear it.
So he's going to get the Tissot watch. He's going to get the watch, okay? Which means you can ask him the time next time you see him.
Okay.
All right, well, we're not going to hold up you too long. Make sure you celebrate this victory. You have earned it in a very hard-fought battle. And a huge congratulations, guys. You showed the world that even coming in here for the very first time, you can take us through the win. So good luck in your future endeavors in e-basketball. But for now, we're going to say goodbye.
Goodbye. See you.
All right. I mean, you can see the excitement in Mohamed's face, and I really look. As you said, it's contagious.
Yeah,
I feel happy for him so much.
It's really, really awesome. It's infectious. You just, it was really great. That was like that. That smile was worth $1 million. And of course, he's fasting. How ignorant of me. Apologies, but it sounds like no matter what he eats, it's gonna taste even better and even sweeter, right? So, I can't wait for them to go out and celebrate as a team.
Well, one more thing that we need to do here. We need a bit of a throwback as to what went down today. There were a lot of titles giving out throughout the day. We kick things off with the Southeast Asia Grand Finals, where Philippines, in a very close endeavor, did manage to win and obtain their two-time championship title now in the Southeast Asia Conference over Indonesia by taking the games accordingly 60-53 and 44-36. We followed up then afterwards with an intense game in the Middle East Conference in the Grand Finals. Saudi Arabia was challenged by Bahrain. And here there's also a little special moment that we need to address for Saudi Arabia.
First time we're seeing a three-peat. So three-time champions, FIBA Esports Open 1, 2, and 3 for Saudi Arabia. That is an absolutely massive accomplishment.
Yes, we proceeded afterwards with the Africa semi-finals to find out which of the two, Madagascar or Egypt, are going to proceed into the grand finals. And here, Egypt showed us in an also close endeavor that they did have the upper hand here. And of course, just now you witnessed the grand finals of Africa Conference, where Egypt took it to game number 3 in order to secure the win, appearing the first time here in the FIBA Esports Open 3 Africa Conference. They have a new running champion, Egypt.
They do, and that was our first game 3 of the day. So we're sitting here as casters, greedy, wanting a game 3, and we finally got one, and it did not fail to deliver on exhilaration as well. And of course, we have next weekend as well to look forward to.
There are plenty of games coming up over the next weekend. So that's going to be from the 23rd till the 25th of April, and that's going to be the Europe Current Generation Conference. So PlayStation 4s, we're going to see Estonia, Ireland, Latvia, Poland, Andorra, Armenia, Russia, Ukraine, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Cyprus, Iceland, Serbia, Austria, Lithuania, Montenegro, and Portugal. And no matter what happens next weekend, there is going to be a brand new champion crowned in that conference. Then we will also see the North and Central America Current Generation participating teams. That is Barbados, Costa Rica, Honduras, and Mexico.
And once again, a brand new champion coming there, and it's Mexico and Barbados' first time participating.
Yes, so and we'll get to see the best of the best out of these, because we're going to jump into the straight grand finals once we get to that game. But look, this weekend, I feel like, was just a teaser for what's coming here. Every iteration of FIBA Esports Open, we take it one step further, from the count of countries to the amazing plays that we get to see on the screens here. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot believe what I've witnessed here so far, and I'm very excited for the upcoming weekends. You saw us here live, and I hope everyone got their little piece of joy to take home with them.
Definitely. We're going to be back same time next week. There are going to be pool stage games on Friday, followed by semis and finals on Saturday and Sunday. It is going to be absolutely epic. Fantastic action this weekend. I couldn't agree more. It kicked off the FIBA Esports Open 3 and the first of 3 weekends in truly spectacular form.
And Chris, I mean, you always tell me so many kind words in the openings here. I must say it's a huge pleasure to cast these grand finals with you together. And I mean, that's all she wrote for now. But, ladies and gentlemen, as we said, 23rd till the 25th of April, where FIBA Esports Open 3 continues. For now, we're going to have to say goodbye.
You number one, I know that you know you're amazing. Okay, I swear you got me high and I ain't talking about no drugs. So all I need is you, I swear your love is like my plug. Hey, baby, I might come and steal your heart, I'll make a crime scene. Designer on your tight jeans, some diamonds for your timepiece, yeah. You know you got me going crazy, baby. I just need to know that you will stay, please, yeah. It's 2 a.m. outside, when I'm with you I feel way too high.
I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now. I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now. In the moment that it happened, I can tell by your reaction that there's nowhere left for you to hide. With all these things you kept inside, so we face it and determine as of right now it's not working. So just leave me by myself tonight. I need some space to clear my mind. I said it's okay, so much that I won't say. Miss me with your games, scaring